And welcome back to another episode of GV Sports. This time around, we're playing Defend the Bot, where Broken Blade and Scheme are playing against each other. They don't win by killing each other in this 1v1. They win by killing the enemy bot. Are you guys ready?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
ready. All right, you can start the champion sec. We also have the rest of G2 on the couch. Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I have a cheese strat, so I will try it. I just follow on. All right.
Oh my god. I thought of a strat. You pick Nico and you pretend to be a Mumu.
But then you can't use any spells.
Good choice. Yeah, it was a good pick.
Thank you very much, man.
I like hard win,
I
but
don't
you
need to think, man. Can you pick already? Bro, pick your champion, please.
I have time.
Stop thinking.
Stop distracting.
Bro, please pick your champion, man.
Wait. What do I play in runes? I don't know.
She got in
Oh
game.
my god.
Why am I playing this, man? Why am I playing this runes, man? I have scaling health. How am I supposed to win?
Bro, you didn't think about TP. I'm gonna TP back to lane and kill the bot, bro.
Wait, no way you can do this. If you can do this, GG on spot.
Oh, they're hitting each other. Mumu's already fighting.
Why is he fighting? What did you say? Wait, I just need to kill the bot?
Bro, what is this? What is this?
GG!
Okay, it's a different kind of game. I had
Okay, bro, I'm
it down,
Bro, what is this, bro?
Oh my god.
That's it. Handshake.
No, I'm not shaking it.
Maybe you got
Handshake,
bro. Handshake.
That's crazy.
Bro,
man.
you need to kill the bot.
Guys, I'm not shaking it.
Wait, I think I might have a strat, by the way. I actually think I have a strat that is big OP.
Yeah, if both of you are ready, then we can go straight into the other game.
I will all
What did you pick?
he's playing this. I had the same idea.
Wait, something is on my screen? Oh, my mouse is so sus.
You need to poke him, poke the Amumu, poke the Amumu.
Where's the Mumu?
Bro, then poke Trundle, poke him,
But it
bro.
doesn't matter about him.
What? One Amumu is like in front.
But it
the other
doesn't matter
behind.
about Trundle. I win anyways.
Well, if you kill him, then you can kill the bot for free.
Oh my god, look at the ward.
Okay, let's see who wins this case.
Oh, the heal is still. Oh, I think Amumu. Oh, the heal is.
Oh my god! What is that?
It's not over yet.
To the bot. Here's the minion.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
It's an early fight.
Bro, oh my god, he was so confident. I win this anyway.
Okay.
What is he doing? He will kill you. Amumu.
He wants to kill. He wants to kill.
Wait.
No!
Wait,
But the other bot! The other bot has a kill!
Oh my god! Oh my god! I can't believe it.
The bait.
I can't believe
I'm
it.
actually GG.
That's just poetic.
I had the game
That's just
plan.
poetic. What just happened there? What Lavrov did to you? Oh my god!
I had the game plan.
No, bro,
but you guys want me to lose?
No, words can't describe how I'm feeling right now.
You know what? I don't care. You lost. I won at least one.
Now we can see. Where's the camera? Now we can see a very bad loser.
No, I said,
right here. Let's see the winners interview.
I handshaked instantly.
No, let's sit
Lavrov.
down. Let's sit down with me, Lavrov, for a moment. Lavrov, as a support, sit down here, bro. As the winner of this poetic battle, you managed to not kill him, but took him with an assist with the bot. As a support main, how do you feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I almost had the double kill, you know, and I won in style.
That was beautiful, man. Okay, going to the losers, going in with a lot of confidence. Was it because he was a support main?
Absolutely not, but I kind of got tricked by my teammates wanting me to lose, and they kind of told me, oh, all in, even though my game plan at first was to just wait for the bot to come, run at him, ghost on him, exhaust the Trundle so he cannot kill me, and watch at the bot. But sadly, I got tricked, and I thought that I could maybe win this one, but it happens. I give the win to Lavrov. Congratulations. But at least I won the first one, and somebody else didn't. I will not say his name.
That's very interesting. Thank you, and let's look at the other match.
Unmatched levels of strategy here on the side of G2 Sports. We're going to see them a bit later, but first now, hello class and welcome to the last 2 days before the little break.
Teacher, actually,
yeah?
I'm not going on a break. I'm going to summer school and they're going to teach us LCK VODs.
That's very good to know that.
You watch KT VODs.
One more like this and you're grounded, please. Focus here and no one asks for your opinion. Actually, we want to focus here on how teams can make playoffs. And during the last 2 days of the LEC teams, we will decide who has a chance to get into the playoffs with the next matches we have. So reminder for people who have not been following here, first and second place of each group go straight into playoffs. third and fourth place, we play the other group's third and fourth place in the cross-play decider. Is that clear?
And teacher, they're best of fives already, right?
Yes, absolutely. They are best of fives already. Now, in each groups, teams will be ranked by series wins and then game score. And afterwards, if those are tied, we're gonna go into tiebreaker rules to break their position. However, if these teams are tied on game score on the elimination spot or tied for fifth, we will simply play a tiebreaker game.
But there's too many wars. Does that mean that Navi still has tiebreakers to play or what?
Can we move him to the LTA class?
We have tried, actually. They won't even take him. We have to stay with this one. Although, please focus for a bit.
I'm trying.
Navi, as you've mentioned, they are out of players' contention. There will not be any tiebreaker games played for Group 1 because Navi are already out. 0-3 here, there is no way that they can come back. But if we look at Group 2 here, things can get a little spicy. For Team Heretics, Team SK Gaming and BDS, the fate of each team is in their own hands. SK and BDS can lock themselves into the crossplay decider if they win their series. Team Heretics Series 1 will give them at minimum a tiebreaker. However, sorry?
No, just keep on going, teacher. I don't understand anything, but go on.
You never do, but come on. However, there's also a chance that we're going to play a tiebreaker tonight. If SK wins and Team Heretics goes 2-1 against BDS, Team Heretics and BDS will play a tiebreaker. If SK takes one game off of G2 and if Team Heretics wins 2-0, we will have SK and BDS in the tiebreaker.
But I don't understand anything. There's so many numbers and there's so many everything. I just don't understand anything. Like, why does it just have to be so complicated and not that easy? Like, come on.
Okay.
Can I be moved?
Yeah, can we be moved? Actually, I'm scared for us here. Although, please lock in for a second. It's really not that hard. It's really not that hard. For us to get into a tiebreaker, SK need to take at least one game off of G2.
yeah, that's gonna happen, yeah.
Okay. Focusing a bit here on Group 1, there is ranking stakes involved because with a 2-0 win over Navi tomorrow, GX can secure the third place in their group. And now, Odo, I know that you're a big Vitality fan. Can you tell me how they make first? Because they can.
They need to win 2-0 and they're gonna get first place. It's in the foldy sheet right here.
Are you actually cheating for the most simple stake?
What do you mean?
It's
in the preparation for the exam. You shut up.
Okay, you're gonna get benched again. I know that's your story, but here, Dagda, please tell me how can MKOI get the first place in their group?
Yeah.
Because they can as well.
Because they're playing against MKOI, and I think that they might just go 2-0, and if they get the 2-0, they take first place.
All right, MKOI going 2-0 against Vitality guarantees that they're going to take first place. And there's a third scenario here, because if either team goes 2-1, then KC will take the first place, even though they're not playing at all this weekend.
They make Worlds. Can they make Worlds?
That seems much easier.
Okay.
Not playing and getting first.
What do you mean?
Shut up.
Make Worlds? No. We're not at Worlds yet, maybe, but yes, a lot of teams in the first and second positions are going to be one series away from making Worlds, but that is not the topic now. Odo, have you understood did you understand everything here so far?
I know that if Vitality wins today, they're one series away from making Worlds.
Okay.
That's all I care about.
I'm done here. If you guys and girls at home want to follow the action and understand a bit more what is going to happen this weekend, go to lec.gg/foldysheet. And now I'm done. You guys are hopeless. I can't teach you guys anymore.
You broke your hat.
Oh my God, I feel so sad for this poor teacher. But we're here in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in with Loopy for the very first time. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game. It's been a difficult year for you, but what have you learned in the LEC so far?
Actually, this year is really hard.
Yeah.
So I learned, of course, I learned about League a lot in SK Gaming, and I learned that what pro player did outside of the game as well. Yeah, it is my main of that I learned from this year.
Yeah, from this year. Well, something that we have learned as friends and as fans here is that you have a lot of fans in the LEC. I know you saw the Loopy Nation. There were a lot of cute edits and clips about you. How did you react seeing this?
Yeah, I saw this, and actually, when I see this first time, I don't think it is good to me.
Yeah.
But now, I don't think it is negative, and I think it's good for me because people can remember me from this, and I can change the people think I was bad if I come back to LEC.
That's amazing because, yeah, as you said, it was a bit iffy at first, but now a lot of cute signs, and I feel like it made you stronger.
Yeah.
Alluded though, I have to say, this meme.
I mean, the simple reality is there's been much criticism of European top laners for many years over our ability to play Rumble, Jason, Gwen.
That's true.
However, over in Korea, they're very good at those three champions in particular.
Ok, ajmo da idemo dalje to top.
So, the adage goes that if you are proficient in the language,
Internet bi trebao da radi konačno, nakon 10 puta rekonekta, 2025. Internet i dalje smeće. Good stuff, ali dobro, biće bolje. Kad uvedemo optiku jednog dana. Do tada, blago unlucky, ali šta da se radi, gledamo SK i G2, zvaćemo i Mareta da uleti da vidimo što ima kod njega. I manje više smo spremni. Veliki pozdrav kolega, dobrodošao na stream.
Pozdrav svima.
Samo da ti šeram draft jer smo već krenuli. SK G2, očekujemo da će G2 ovdje da ih isprelama, ali vidjet ćemo.
Da, možda G2 danas bude slabiji.
On this pick. But what we also learned is that as long as you hit a 3 or 4 man ult at a crucial objective, it doesn't matter. Now, of course, though, the Gwen locked in for Dun and potentially the Galio.
Yep. So
Kako ste vi kolega? Video sam da je juče išlo do 5 gameova.
Da, juče smo se zaglavili, nije bilo zabavno. Ali šta da se radi, bit će bolje. Tako je nekad suđeno ostati duže na postu, šta da se radi. Gwen, Rise. Neko mora.
Neko mora.
Ne brini se kolega, sve ćeš na Worldsu da nam vratiš. Možda, ne znam da će biti tvojom dobrom voljom ili ne, ali ne brini se ništa, sve će to da se otplati.
Ali ako ćemo iskreni da budemo, MA Master sam radio svaki dan i radio sam sve jedan game. Tako da...
Radio si MA Master svaki dan, to je istina. Radio sam i ja radim i svaki dan leca, vidi.
Da, to
napeto je to. Napeto je to.
Neko mora. Neko mora da radi.
Neko mora. Evo viš, ovi su pigali Jax i Yeti u istoj ekipi, to nisam očekivao.
Da, okej. Bibi nešto da nam objasni ovdje malo.
Bibi, da li postoji nešto što želiš da nam kažeš?
On zapravo cookie lol na to pušta.
Ovaj desni navija G2 malo liči na onog iz Gama.
Da, to sam sad upravo teo da kažem. Ovaj liči malo na Skew onda.
Istina.
Skew zapravo u tribinama.
Benchovali ga. Doveli Skew starijeg brata da igra.
Kako bi mu se stariji brat zvao? Human. Ne znam.
But now the Nico band, again, respect to Labrov, and also just the fact that Nico, I think, pound for pound is probably one of the best supports in the meta currently. But again, SK looking for something to round out what is a pretty short-range comp. Highly mobile, certainly, with the movement speed steroids. You can get on a Rise and a Trundle. Let's see what they want to pull through here.
Poppy does suggest they might be thinking about Rakan. Ooh, the Draven hover.
Seems bad and seems good into Gwen, but also really terrible into the
I mean, I think he talked about it last week that he'd love to play some Draven.
Blind Draven? No shot, ne?
Of course, it's always a hover for Hans, so you can never really be sure.
Možda? Mada malo je random blind u prvom gameu ove serije. Tako da mislim da ovo ima više smisla, uvijek mogu da pikaju Zaju. Mogu da igraju Dravena, ali kao nema razloga da ga pikaš četvrti, onda ga pikaš peti.
Da, jedino ako baš ono kao razmišljaš da ti support counter više odgovara za taj, ali Draven je baš ono matchup dependent pick.
Corki Leona. I can't say I love Corki Bard. Nautilus is also fine.
Corki not. Okay, so SK keeping it stable, I think it's safe to say, and now the Xayah is going to come through.
I think I prefer G2's comp overall. I think that the Trundle has, well, great skirmishing power against the Jarvan early. I think that, I guess it depends on how effectively Kadui and Loopy can get early bot plow. If they can, then there's a way in which Skeens can...
Interesantno je da su dropovali skroz Nautilus ban.
Da, totalno su ga bacili, sve lec ekipe su bacile ono, da banuju nota. Mislim, i dalje si igra, ali igra se kao support, ne igra se kao jungler izgleda.
Da. Vidjeli su i BL-i da je bili su fazonu da, ovi ljudi znaju. Ne treba Nautilus jungler.
Vidi, od nekog trebaš prepisati.
Istina. I bilo nam je blizu finale, tako da očigledno su bili okej, ovi ljudi nisu loši.
Just because it's Gwen versus Jax, always an impressive and fun skill-based matchup where Jax is normally slightly more favored just because of his counter-strike. But this jungle influence in the early game is definitely something I'll be keeping my eyes on. And how well can the laners really set up their junglers, and can they really punish Skewmon? Because so far I think this split, to me, he's really been the standout player.
Definitely an incredibly consistent level of performance coming in for Skewmon. See if he can replicate it today on the J4 as we get into our first game. Again, Jarvan, a champion we look at to be relatively high impact. Trundle we know is super strong in those early skirmishes. Such a strong champion in the 1v1. But Skeens, often a big catalyst for good things for this SK lineup, right? We look back to his Nocturne game, an impressive performance. Trundle, once again, a champion who lacks that immediate CC, but perhaps in his caps, caught out in the mid lane, locked up. It should have been Broken Blade in the table tennis 1v1. This is...
A uzeo je E već. Da je uzeo W bio bi mnogo bolji ovdje, ali fajn i dalje nije morao ništa baci.
He kept his flag.
Yes, he did. Loopy had to burn the heal to give him the bonus movement speed. But that's a flash gone now for Loopy.
Nije Loopy, nego Labrov, ali ne veze. Vjerovatno malo se zeznuo naš kolega.
You're good, man.
Težak dan bio.
To je okej, to je okej.
O, šta je ovo? Super.
I was genuinely confused. I was like,
that's the first time we've seen that.
Trying to interpret
our poor producers. Hey guys, we're gonna do this thing today.
Yeah.
You like it? We both nodded, yes, and then we forgot.
That's what I was expecting. That's what I was expecting.
G2 draft 1.
Okay.
Succinct.
Yeah. Straight to the point. That's what we like to see.
Okay, so
G2 dobio draft.
Perhaps a bit more in favor of Caps, but instead it is actually just a bot lane trade of sums. As the Hex Flash now coming in. Loopy, auto on the LeBron. Doesn't want to overcommit. Not much to be had here at this point in the 2v2.
Jarvan starting on the bot side of the Rift.
Mayhaps a bit of queso in the bottom lane. Maybe a little level 2.
Oh, I mean...
Mislim, bi bio birao ovaj matchup, tako da očekujem da bi trebao da bude fine. Mada mislim da ekipa G2-a i dalje traži end pre nego što ovi preskelaju. Jer kao ja mislim da i dalje SK skelo dosta bolje, zar ne? Gwen, Ryze, Corki... Boga mi... Da, mislim da SK skelo.
Mislim da skeluju bolje, da. Pitam se kako će Caps igrati ovaj matchup. Ja mislim da bi to trebalo bude any favored na početku, ali da onda Ryze kad dobije malo healtha samo tankuje čitav combo.
And he's just going to do the full clear pathing towards top. There is a ward that should spot him out, which he's just walked over now.
Or did he just evade? It wasn't quite clear. No pings on him.
But if nothing else, like that ward still gives G2 all the information that they need to know that he is doing a bot side clear towards top. So Broken Blade will need to be cautious. Dundun running the...
Mislim u teoriji ekipa G2 ima mnogo jači mid game. S Jarvanom Seni također.
Nice level 3. Slightly ahead of schedule for G2. LeBron just goes for a bit of poke.
Kad se Labro mogu dolinaju ovde? Nisu samo jači 2 na 2, Lupi nema ni flash, ni ignite, Labrov ima flash. Sikans nema barijeru, ali ako supportovi tankaju damage, G2 je dalje fine.
Skimon moving over just to keep track of where Skeens is. You saw a question mark ping go down topside. I love that. It feels like Skimon and BB linking up, kind of giving the necessary information so that BB can sustain this pressure on the top side.
Yeah, this early vision control from G2. Just fantastic information.
Vidio sam intervju s Qmont, valjda, što je pričao kako mu je MSI zapravo pomogao, bez obzira što je ono igrao jako loše i što je bilo, mislim kao bio je, što je rekao, learning experience za njega. Ja mislim, jeste istina, njemu je ovo prvi split u na ovom najvišem tiru igre. I odmah da igra ono protiv Gen G-a i tako dalje. Ali nisu više ovi novi talenti kao što su nekad bili. Nekad dovedeš Kapsa koji odmah na početku krene da lomi ove Korejce na midu. A danas dovedeš Mareta iz Srbije i on kao treba mu 3 godine da ode event sa opranim korejskim top lanerom.
Lagani Mare, lagani Mare.
Pa ne, nisam teo da vređam jednog drugog pro igrača, ali kao, ja nisam pro, ali...
Razumljivo skroz, nema tu šta.
Very proactive swap there. Will use Broken Blade's TP to return back to the bottom side. However, for SK, Dundun's held on to the TP this entire time, so actually the TP advantage.
So he can now go back to base, TP straight to bot. Shouldn't lose out on too much. He is, of course, a little bit behind. The base getting interrupted, but Skimon's the target.
Wow, Skimon.
There's the snare. He wants to push W. They're locked down. Flash in. That's just so many resources. Just to watch Jarvan
Caps nema stun,
emo. Caps trying to keep the CC going. LeBron on the way, and it's only level 4, but Skeens is not that tanky. Q coming through. Autos wants to speed up, but there it is.
Zašto mu je uzeo to?
Iskreno nisam siguran.
He was able to flash early enough to create that distance needed to allow his EQ combo to get him to safety. And as you highlighted, Dracos, so many resources committed to trying to get that kill made the collapse very easy from G2's side.
Definitely did, right? All those individual pieces of CC, one of the things we highlighted, you don't have that reliable lockdown. So the Jarvan Flag Drag does bring them out, but it's Hansama. Mayhaps about to find himself face first in a hook as he keeps the damage going.
Dobro je sve promašio, ali nema veze.
Positive trade, yes, but really no greater advantage.
Mislim, 1000 golda za 6 minuta nije loša. Ekipa G2 mora naći neki lit s ovim kompom svakako. Samo je pitanje, mislim, Jarvan, ono što ja volim kad je Jarvan ahead, pokupi fazon 2 itema, verovatno Sanderu cleaver i onda nakon toga ode na Guardian. Jer ako si već fed, mislim da ti je Guardian treći verovatno najbolji item, jer onda možeš samo da igraš bukvalno ono ko da si 30-0 svaki fight. Dajbuješ backline, tradaš svoj Guardian za flash od nekog ili za samo da izbaciš nekog iz fajta. I onda što manje, što više prokaš taj Guardian, to više pressure imaš u fajtovima, u smislu tradaš za nešto konstantno. O, da nije otišao na Ignite. Mada on ima svake 2 sekunde, tako da je fine.
To be fair, Ryze always going to be vulnerable, always happy to trade for that flash, but Abadoge's going to have to be careful. Caps notably dying less.
A imam osjećaj da se uvek kad tako uzmu taj Ignite na topu, bilo da je recimo Camille, Virole, Gwen, uvek imam osjećaj da ih kazne za to. Pa posle tog gejma budem u fazonu da samo ideš flash svaki game.
Again, swap, reset their bottom lane to the top side of the map. Now they're ready to play for grubs. They got the Drake. They're just trying to keep the tempo nice and clean and in their favor. And yeah, it's all been in their favor thus far, outside of a small gold lead.
Abadage cautious, given the state of the wave right now, but Loopy is in the area to offer his assistance. Both supports still a ways away from level 6.
Uh-oh. Resets cancelled. All of SK, you can see, other than Dundun, starting to shift up to the top side, slowly but surely.
This wave state is very uncomfortable for Abadage. Gets to be so cautious with no flash against an Annie and a Jarvan and a Rakan.
And they just spotted Skeens, so they know exactly where SK are positioned. But
it's warts from G2. Continue to be strong throughout this early game. She's doing a fantastic job of keeping an eye on Skins. Like, you'll notice another one as well.
Mislim, SK 1-2, G2 je undefeated, tako da G2 svako ulazi kao favorit, ali vidimo neko da što duže traje let sezona, da to pasivnije igraju ekipe. Kako volim kad to kažem, da se pobiju.
Instant. Nisu
A
ga
recimo,
ubili.
pa ja mislim da je, ne znam, možda je Skewman samo mogu da ulta keduje, čisto mu forsira flash, ali znao je da dolazi pojačanje pa nije teo da ga flipa.
Možda žele da fajtaju ovo, pa zato čuva ulti. Onda su trebali odavno da krenu da fajtaju, mislim, ne znam šta rade. Wait, what? What, taj Rakan ulti je i dalje trajao, on nije nikoga pogodio. Ja sam mislio da je pogodio nekoga, on sam sve promašio i onda u Jarvanovom ulti uspio da čarmuje. Šrr.
By securing the grubs, I'm sure they would have loved to have disengaged, and you could see that Loopy was threatening that pick on the backline, but a very early ulti comes through from Hansama, and then the team fighting prowess of this composition.
Dobro, da, na kraju ulti si tekako isplatio. Labrov je spao na kraju, ali nije ni bitno, mislim, on je samo setup za svoju ekipu. Nema šta, G2, kažem, mislim, definitivno mnogo bolja ekipa, samo što su dosta, mislim, dosta, kako da kažem, disciplinovanije igraju, ne je to prava reč. Ono, ne zaleću se ko ludi, budu u fazonu lagana priča, već imaju ono proračunatu agresiju, što mislim da je tačno. Mislim da je to ono legitiman play.
Look at the timing for Hansama arriving in that bot wave just as the wave is crashing, so he's going to soak up that massive wave. And even though he doesn't have a kill yet this game, he's doing very well in the farm department.
Meni ovaj game delo je kao da G2 ako ne napravi neku grešku, ja mislim da će ih odrati ovaj game. Delo je mi kao da je razlika između ova dva tima trenutno ogromna. Samo način na koji prave playeve. SK delo je kao da su na tajmeru i onda da pokušavaju nešto, što nije loše da pokušavaju, to je okej skroz. Ali delo je kao da je nekako samo da G2 ih outplayuje. Bar za sad, tako delo.
It feels good. His passive, wait, he slaps you with it, right? And it's guaranteed crit and it heals. Just synergizes beautifully with the champion.
And if you're falling behind against a team with Sundered Skies, Brokenblade now going all in. It's feeling personal.
He pops the ult there.
Okay, so Abadage does just get the ult.
Bibi hoće krv. Ne bi trebao da bude okej, kažem, igra Jaxa u early game ako je ahead. Svima bi trebao da skače na glavu.
I think Hansama and LeBron happy to just hit tower plates here, but maybe want a bit more poke. Pull back on the feathers, doesn't quite hit. Oh, Skewmon wants a divey. This is dangerous, though. Gwen does have ulti, likely has the mist, as we haven't seen her use it, and also the ignite. Meanwhile, on the top side, Brokenblade starting to run, flash forward. That's
Ooh, wait.
Now coming through, they're trying to finish off Brokenblade. He might not win in table tennis. With a little support, he manages to finish it.
Okej, Skewmon je za malo umro, zato nije umro, dobro.
Dobar ult Hansame da diagruje kulu ako ništa.
Action happening across the rift as the top laners are the targets. But I think G2 will come out the better as they set their sights on the tower.
A Bibi je teo da sačuva flash, da je flashovo odmah, preživio bi samo.
The dragon might be the priority, but a nice play on the top side of the map from SK. Brokenblade was hungry, eager to try and punish Abadage.
2-4 ćemo replay na botu. Mislim, malo je nezgodno ubiti Gwen zbog zone. Ja volim malo da ga flemuckam for fun, ali nije on ništa ovdje krivo. Odigrao je najbolje što je mogao. Čak ne znam i da li bi Agor prešao na Hansamu ovdje, iskreno. Jer mislim da je bio na Skewmandu i da je Skewmand Diagrovo turešat u zadnjoj sekundi, ali nije ni bitno, mislim, taj ulti ima veliki cooldown, ali sve dok oni ništa ne forsiraju, nije bitno što ga nema.
Didn't have to use any spells, didn't have to waste anything on getting the mist out. Had to be used proactively, so well executed by G2 can be really tricky, but managed to make the most of it as Gold lead for G2 just continues to grow. Broken Blade also reset and got the full item completion. So despite dying to Abadage, the mid lane matchup is still close to even, and his 1v1 versus the Rise, well, he's still got the completed Triforce.
Yeah, a lot of big items, indeed. But I don't know if SK feels strong enough to really contest this. That vision coverage, once again, you can see those red wards littered on the bot side of SK's jungle. G2 has clear information as to what SK is planning to do. This is going to be an uncontested objective, as G2 will likely set their sights on securing their first tower of the game. An overall very clean performance from G2 so far here in this first game.
Yeah, bit of a risk right around that second Raptor spawn, but because Skewmon manages to get out, it feels like it's just been smooth sailing outside of the death from Broken Blade on the top side. The gold lead only continues to grow, and there's not really a good counterplay angle here from the side of SK. Still a minute, so Herald, G2 are gonna reset, and they might be a little bit late to get to the waves, but should still have plenty of time to at least fight for the objective. Caps, though. Just a little too fast. Shout out Cloud Rift, baby, RNG.
Caps ima nerve samo tako, ja mislim da je tu instant flashova.
These lane assignments from G2, fast and efficient. SK getting that early push into mid lane. They could use this to set up control around the Herald. But they don't.
Ne, Caps baš lepo igra. A i mislim ono što generalno G2 kad G2 vina, Caps igra dobro, ili kad Caps igra dobro, G2 vina, kako god hoćeš da gledaš, ali...
And they're gonna sweep out all this vision, like, the vision difference is night and day.
Let's look at the scores. I see a 20, a 32. Okay, it's not in the numbers for right now. But over the course of the game, I completely agree. I don't know how vision scores calculate. I have zero clue. Sometimes I like to check 100%. Just in case. Number big, I assume good. So while both supports are comparable, it's still G2 in control of the top side. The part of the map that matters the most right now is Herald is on the table. And the struggle here for the side of SK is they just don't want to group. And contesting the Herald really does involve grouping up and trying to force that fight, but they don't have a man advantage. On the bot side, a lot of pressure down on Abadage, who's now trying to scooch his boot out of there. Broken Blade, no stun. So Abadage will be able to escape.
Ali jak BB.
And there's going to be no contest on the Herald. And I can't really blame them.
Ne, on je prejak. Još je dobio early game relativno free na heroju koji to stvarno ne bi smjeo da ima, mislim.
I onda nemaju ni setup da ga gankuju, mislim, Trundle, Gwen, nemaju kako da ga blokinuju, da.
Jeste, nije najbolji kombo.
Listen, man, I'm not here to ask science-based questions in a mythical magic
game,
okay?
Okay, you're right. Loopy, chandelier-looking guy down there is going to manage to escape.
I think of him, maybe he just channeled as in a flash. He moved so fast that he could phase through physical objects.
The speed force.
He is the speed.
Sorry, the name the Speed Force always makes me laugh. Anyway, this is looking rough. Is the honest truth. Both drafts pretty stock standard, pretty vanilla. G2 a little bit more straightforward. And
oh, we're gonna get a slow-mo replay. Here we go. So here's the point where you can see he channels the speed force.
It doesn't matter.
And he phases through the
object. That's canon, baby. Ask James Gunn.
Interesantno da ne canceluje taj okej, Abadage je so vrtao. Viš.
It was either to
get an assist. That was to get an assist.
Yeah, you
that's an ego redemption.
No. He was trying to steal that kill, bro. He read that he was gonna go down through the tri-brush, but he went up. No assist.
Ne, G2 baš dobro igra. Od kad su se vratili s EVC-a.
Well, my table tennis jokes are...
You have exhausted them.
I have exhausted them, yep. And I'm done now.
Broken Blade said straight to Abadage's face, we can now play table tennis.
Yep. We assume.
We assume. That's what, yeah.
We can see all chat and he didn't, but we're just going to make that up. That's, yeah, just spreading a little...
There's beef now. There's beef.
Yeah. Making some narrative, as it were.
Now, this might not seem like it, but SK is getting slaughtered right now.
I think it seems like it. That's a 5,000 gold.
No, but often people associate like high kills, fast pace.
Wow.
G2 is just
Jarvan ga udario 2 put, skinuo mu pola health.
Yep.
And a dragon is spawning in 45 seconds.
I think the good news for SK, Abadage.
Oh, there's good news.
Nema good news za SK. Nema,
Da.
ne, bukvalno nema. Nije dovoljno jak, ja bih rekao i dalje. Jedan mrtav. Ma de, pa nema flash, nema ništa. Niti dovoljno head ima damage da ubije bilo koga, ovo je samo free kill za G2. Mislim, druga serija će biti verovatno bliža BDS i Heretici, ali...
Biće bliže zato što su dva tima koja su...
Tako je, da, tako je, tako. Ali će svako biti bliže, tako da... I to je nešto, i to je nešto.
So, oh my goodness. Definitely bit Grandpa. Grandma might be next on the list. It's a little bit of a struggle here. Now there is bounties. Oh my god, he's just solo taking it.
Stigo mi je Sajna miš.
Ali jeste, si zadovoljan?
Da, uzeo sam onaj Zovijev jedan. I danas sam igrao ligu i bio sam u fazonu, ja ne znam kako ja držim miš.
Dobro, da, to jeste malo...
Čudno mi jako nešto bilo. Ali sad sam... Tu sam još malo da se naviknem i bit će sve okej. Ali meni je samo da potraje, ne zanima me nešto više od toga. Kao, kupio sam prethodna 2 miša, onaj scroll wheel mi se pokvario u tipa 6 mjeseci.
Bitno je da si zadovoljan sad, to što oblik miša drugačiji dok se navikneš, što ćeš rešiti svakako.
They're a bit more reliable in the old throw department. Okay. So,
I mean, I'm just...
It's a roughie. We're waiting for the Otacon. It's probably a pretty easy start for G2. But again, they have side lane pressure, 3 Drakes that are on soul point. They have a 6k gold lead. They have second item spikes now coming through.
Han samo -1.
Skewmon will likely just be unkillable in the context of a 1v1. And Schemes, while Triforce is a good spike, he just gonna get deleted unless he ults a Jax who is already ulted.
I mean, there's only a single player with a Trinity Force on G2 side, but I don't think that will stop them from doing tons of damage.
True. Nice. Is that you want a little free credit? You want to give credit for the free credit?
I kind of was hoping for a little bit more, but that's
Last time you were like trying to make a blood sacrifice to him with all the puns, so I think you can calm down.
That's fair. Blue buff.
Freak thinks you're cool, bro. I promise. I swear. Okay.
I don't think he does actually. I know him personally.
You do. He's like, yeah, that's cool.
I think he would describe me as many things. Cool is not one of them.
Well, you know, he's a smart man. It's safe to say that. Anyway, Herald has been summoned. G2 summoning the Herald.
All right,
while
here we go.
The Otacon, double dipping on.
Oh, the Herald.
That's a big deal.
Ruggleboy waiting over the wall. Schemes wants to go in 50-50 for the bounty. This is a massive shift. They burn everything, but it's still ticking. But the jungler's dead and it's all gone.
Ma kak.
Ja čak mislim da vidio Skewmon da je bacio smite na jednog od njih.
Moguće, ali ne... Bukvalno ništa ne pravi razliku, ono toliko su heada... 8000 gold u 20 minuta. Mislim, G2 igra trenutno jako dosadan lol, ali tačan.
Da,
kao... Ne prave greške, nalaze, ovdje vrte dndana.
Ajoj, 10.000 golda skoro. Lele. Ovo jeste 10.000.
This is an absolute
there's a Herald charge. I forgot the Herald even exists. There's the Herald.
They got a lot of value out of that. Soul in 2 minutes time, Baron in 3 minutes.
Pa dobro, šta da se kaže, ovaj game, ne znam, G2 ako uspe nekako da izgubi ovaj game, onda je raspad sistema, ali...
They tried to zone him away, but he just engages, and G2 do the exact same thing on the other sides, with a forced engage onto Schemes. Dundun has no real pathway into the fight. He enters the tri-brush and he's immediately forced to disengage. Abadage then sets up a bit of a trap. Gets very close to securing a kill onto Caps. But then Labrov arrives to assist his mid laner.
The Bear gets him. In the end, for SK, it feels like a position where you have to contest. If you win the coin flip on the 50-50, it won't stabilize the gold, but it'll give you...
Dobar komentar, bolje nego SK, dosadan i pogrešan.
To je istina.
Velika istina.
To je true.
Whereas doing nothing is probably like a 2% chance to hold on to anything.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in this kind of a game state,
razmišljam da li im treba Baron. Mislim... Ako Ryze dođe imaju wave clear, Ryze je na botu clearovao. Dobro da.
That's your best play. Right now, this is not the objective they can really fight them on, though. Dundun is pushing top lane to try and get some gold back for the team. Hibita stays alive for now.
The struggle is with this kind of gold advantage. I don't think there is an objective they can fight them on, but there's 2 items for Abadage. He's suddenly starting to hurt.
Wow, G2, they're actually showing restraint ahead of the dragon spawn.
Boo!
And they're going to go back to base in anticipation of the soul.
Fight!
Fight! Well, I will say that, like, I'm impressed with how clean, methodical they're taking this game.
That's fair.
Because for G2, there's very little stakes, if any, on the outcome of this game. So my anticipation would be that they'd come in and they'd be a little bit more loosey-goosey, a little bit overconfident, you know, kind of play sometimes how we see them, but they're taking this very seriously.
We say that, and we have now cast a curse them. Broken Blade in trouble. Abadage on the way in. He doesn't know where to jump. He's jumping over the wall. The pillar is there, but Abadage managed to get CC'd.
In his defense, there were 5 people top lane. Like, I don't even know if that was a G2, like, that was a BB mistake, you know? Who plans for 5 people top?
It's tough.
Nije njegova greška. Otkud je on znao da će njih 5 biti na topu? To je tako, mislim, nemaju šta da rade.
Dobro, jeste, stvarno nemaju šta da rade. Stvarno nemaju šta da rade, tako da ono.
Kao, ušeti sam u buš, njih je 5 u bušu.
SK basically just doing kind of whatever they can to get some sort of footing in this game. You can see that they've got some components towards those third items, and
also Cloud Soul. Did we mention Cloud Soul?
Yeah, I just mentioned it.
Yeah,
you're good. No, you're all good, bro. Yeah, and so basically, SK's doing what they can to try and stall the game out as much as possible, but unfortunately, G2 is about to start the Baron off spawn. You can see they're pushing these waves in pretty deep. SK trying to set a no trap here in the mid lane. Wave going to be cleared. Baron control, start the objective, and if SK come, you turn and fight. If they don't, you get a Baron, you end the game.
Alrighty. SK, of course, not sure if the call is keep your head in the game, think about it, look for angles, or maybe let's talk about what we need to do in the next game. Broken Blade goes in onto Loopy. Loopy manages to hook the wall and get out for an extra second here, but costing a lot of resources, and the rest of the team might just fall to pieces.
Dundun je samo one shot on skoro.
Not enough, though, as Caps now on a killing spree in LeBron. Just chasing down Loopy. Skewmon Cap still going forward. Skewmon might just give his life in the exchange, but there's so much healing, he still has the flash. Skeem's determined to get one back.
Ali taj Sundered Sky nije normalan item. Neironično, odvratan je. I on sad priđe, udari ga, nahiluje se za 250 auto data, baš tako. Kao, cool.
Start to finish dominance. SK, the hope, the dream of a play around those Raptors, then almost kill, a kill that never was. The rest of the game in G2's favor.
Ovaj game je neko mogao telefonski da nam javi rezultat.
To je što najjače istina, to je što najjače istina, da.
I think that Grubs fight is really what broke it open. They got, what, 2-3 kills, ballooned it into a 2K gold lead, and then they just never relented on the pressure. Like, the only deaths were...
Ja, sad će biti ovaj između 2 gejma, jedno 20 minuta da bi bili na tajmeru.
Crazy performance, so we'll see if SK can bounce back right after this break.
Ništa, pauzica, 11 minuta. Do sljedeće pobjede G2, tako da, da, ostanite s nama, vraćamo se u drugom gemu.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hey Jay, have you joined the WhatsApp? What? Oh, join the WhatsApp? Jake, I need you to join the WhatsApp. I already joined the WhatsApp. Like, ask me, I joined the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp?
Red Bull gives you wings.
You feel like you forgot how to play Galio, right, baby? Like you used to be the Galio god.
I used to be the Galio god, bro. I was solo killing LPL top laners.
Bro, even like Hansama plays Galio better than
CC going Labrov on the way, and it's only level 4, but Skeens is not that tanky. Q coming through. Autos wants to speed up, but there it is. First blood. G2 turn it back and give the kill to Skewmons.
Not many guys, okay? Nice, 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 nice. Do you have a John on your eyes?
Yeah, he's a
Let me assist, bro. Like idea. No!
Nice, take the kill, bro. Yeah, just go mid, go mid.
Hello everyone, and we're here back after G2 takes a very convincing win over SK in their first game, and we're here to break down a little bit on how they managed to balloon such a strong early game lead. And as we can see, we're watching this clip from Dintin's perspective, obviously window mode, but we're here to show how G2 makes it so methodical and just makes it incredibly hard for SK to get any foothold in the early game. So if you roll the clip now, BB is abusing his early game advantage very, very well, abuses his level up timers to get control over this wave, and just so we can see the minimap because it's on the left side. At the same time, what G2 is doing is they're also securing bot lane push. So as BB is abusing now and looking to crash this wave soon, he's managing this wave in a very, very, very good way. And at the same time, after this, we're going to be getting a lane swap soon. Dindin is not in a good state right now. He's going to back off with 10 CS, but at the same time, he also knows it's important for him to not TP back to this tower. And while in the background, Jax goes to the bot lane. Dindin is being abused constantly under his tower, and it makes it incredibly hard for the Gwen to get any foothold here. Meanwhile, BB in the bot lane, incredibly safe, farming extremely easily. He is gonna go and abuse this tempo lead that he has to completely make himself very, very strong in the game, while the Gwen, as we saw earlier, is getting constantly shoved and poked in the lane. And we all saw that, how it ended up with BB ballooning his lead, becoming an incredible menace in this game. So, Desk, what do you guys think of that?
I think a lot of things. First things first, top lane is not the only lane where things went wrong. I appreciate the fact that SK was trying to be proactive, but it was a slaughter. It was without blood, LCK style, full-on macro slaughter.
Yeah, but I do think this highlights a really good point, which is that it unfortunately kind of feels like SK are just outclassed in a lot of different situations. You are playing essentially the best in each individual role almost entirely across the board. So to try and then have these moments where you have to beat them in lane is not going well for you. You have to try and find something else. And I think that's really where SK tried to make that work, as you were saying, Laura. Like, tried to take these early fights. They try to, like, blow summer spells early. They just try and take anything they can at the early point in the game, but they just can't find that success at all.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the first moves, actually. It all started with mid lane, and it all started with a flash from Nautilus, but as you said, I appreciate the fact that they're trying. What went wrong here, though?
They just didn't have enough to make it happen, right? So they end up going on to caps, and I think these are the correct plays for SK to try and make work. You need to try and get onto G2 early. You know that this is one of the teams that is the best in the league at the moment at the macro when it comes to that mid to late game. So try and take these early fights is good, but you can see in clips like this, right? You haven't actually set up the map in your favor. You've got your top lane already pushed in, which means G2's bot lane can come across, the Annie's already in a position, and SK just end up getting caught out.
Exactly, it's just a gamble, because as we saw, G2 did have, you know, the advantage when it comes to how they're setting up the map around these neutrals and stuff, and SK was constantly trying to find these sorts of loopholes. But we saw from this play, if it fails one time, that's all it takes for you to start getting snowballed on, and it just makes subsequent attempts for you to find these sort of niche plays where you can get a little bit creative and, you know, take the fight to G2. It makes them so much more difficult.
But I think it's what SK essentially has to do. I don't see in a world where we take this to like an even game at 20 minutes that SK are going to outmaneuver G2. You can see the second G2 got a lead in this game. They're like, all right, catch you later, lads. We're running for the finish line. So I think this is where for SK, even if it didn't work in this game, try and keep that tempo up. Try and find these little things that it sounds a bit cheesy, but make it work, because I think that's the only way you're really going to have an opportunity here against G2.
My question is, though, is it a good play? I mean, was it good attempts or was it just bad attempt? Did it just fail because it was G2, or is it just a bad suggestion?
So I think like the first one I did actually like the attempt to try and blow with Summoner Spell from caps in the mid lane, fantastic, because it just opens up, especially when you've got a Rise there. You just flash, lock him down. You got Trundle Wanders in, and that Annie's going to die over and over again, and that can very quickly snowball that lead in the mid lane. But unfortunately, they just didn't quite have enough.
But on the other side, on the second one, I felt like it was one of those creative enough plays where it feels like, okay, they're skipping the steps in the right way. You know, they're just finding this gap in vision. And I just felt like it was a little bit more of a misexecution rather than just a straight up bad play. It's just Skewmond, you know, he pulled the camp very well next to the wall. He covered his bases. He was already thinking that this might be happening. So that's why, you know, if you catch maybe someone else, not from G2, but maybe a weaker player in that regard that doesn't, you know his macro or knows how to keep himself safe, then you're going to find these openings that they found against other teams.
Yeah, I know, like you said it there, Odo, as well. The answer from G2 was like immediate. The second that play went south, they went in, you had Caps invading off of mid lane, he places a ward, you get Labrov invading on top side, he gets a ward, and then BB goes and proxies bot lane and then gets a ward, and now Skeens gets spotted the entire way throughout the game. It just made it so difficult after that.
So looking at game 2, sorry, because they need one win in this series to lock in the cross-group decider here for SK. Do they keep the same approach? They're going to be on red side, but maybe with a less risky draft?
I think you still just find early success, like early pressure. Like, I like the Trundles, even if it is going back towards a Nocturne Oriana or a Vi Galio, something along these lines that is just, hey, this is easy to execute. We understand that this is going to be playing around Skeens. Because again, even in this game, right, I think Loopy actually played relatively well this
Loopy
game.
Nation,
But,
yay.
yeah, but also just, there was a lot of it empowering Skeens to go for invades and make plays, and I think that's the right call.
Exactly. I think he just needs also, like, the Trundle was a fine pick, right? He's just winning 1v1, but I need more agency from him.
Yeah.
Champions that can actually gank and can actually impact and not just set up his teammates for success. I want himself to be set up for success.
All right, SK, we love the approach. Refine it a bit. If you can, one win is what you need to move on to the next round. So let's see if they can get it.
A lot of pressure, certainly, to find that single win. So that's how it. SK now on red side. We'll see what the adaptations look like. Some refinement, they said. I think a lot of refinement perhaps needed. But of course, if G2 2-0 SK, again, SK needs a BDS series victory to make it into the cross-play decider. So, again, SK want to keep their fate in their own hands. We're often in these situations at the end of our regular season, regardless of format.
Meanwhile, G2, it seems like they've got a dinner date, and they're looking to make that on time with how they executed on game 1. Jumping into game 2, Rumble is going to be the first to ban away. The Pantheon response from the other side.
Oh, I was going to try to read the time off just so we could track it, but my computer says it's 10:06 a.m. on Monday, so that one's in Los Angeles time for some reason.
Yes.
That's not very useful. Anyway, Bars banned, Rumble banned. Okay, pretty stock standard from the side.
Ok, ide game broj 2.
Pantheon, Unarum. All right, so much the same as it was in the previous game. The question is
Vidimo šta nas čeka ovdje, da li će ekipa G2-a da stompa. SK je izabrao crvenu stranu, što je dosta interesantno.
Oh, they're still banning. Yeah. Yeah. You're good. You're good. Oh, Blue Side goes first. Yeah, my
Ovo je samo BDS protiv Hereticsa waiting room.
A mislim, u suštini da. U suštini da.
People just keep missing bans against us. I was like, it's happening again.
G2 will in fact ban Talia, which does suggest that Azia will be the first pick unless it is banned right here.
It's banned.
That it will be.
Well read,
so, what will...
Koliko Azir prolazi u EBL-u, imaš osjećaj da je slab champ.
I can't help
Top father. They're chanting top father.
I thought they wanted something. They're saying something mid.
I thought it was something mid too.
Yeah, you're getting Oriana mid is what you're getting.
Jungle mid, your guys' dream. It's what you've always thought about. G2 fans, little Oriana Nocturne, huh? We like that? No? Okay. Fair.
You know, we spoke to Dylan.
He stood by it.
He said,
he stood by it.
Was it that bad? Was the question he asked.
Was it
really that bad? Because we won with it.
That bad.
And then we almost really won.
And that was clever from him because he knew that we couldn't remember exactly how bad it was.
Correct.
We just remembered that it was bad.
Yeah.
So well played by him. But now, little Poppy, I like it. I especially hope it's going in the hands of Skeens because that is a proactive champion. And now we've got the Akali coming out as well.
Okay.
And then if there's anything that we have learned from Larson, it's that players you might not be excited about, when given this Akali, can suddenly go Super Saiyan.
Ajde da im verujemo. Ajde da im verujemo da će Akali da uradi nešto.
Akali actually is my favorite champion.
Abedaga na Akali. Ne znam ja da li on može nešto da uradi na tom čempu, ali...
Forget the fact that there's livelihoods, careers, playoffs. Forget all that. It's about you, Bds. You're the main character now. You're the third in this romantic triangle of Nocturne, Akali, Bds. Anyway, they've locked in an insanely powerful bottom side of the map, which is the Nico plus the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, we saw this from G2 last week.
Pametno za G2, uzme botlane i ostavi Nocturne open i onda sad ovi moraju da waste-uju jedan ban na Nocturne u drugoj fazi.
Poppy, but I guess given that they've seen what we're assuming to be jungle and mid lane pick locked in, they want to get their bot lane, and so they're going to do that with a Bard response.
Okay,
Bard from SK. The problem you now have is you want something like Jhin or Ezreal probably paired alongside this Bard, but they're probably both going to get banned. G2 have a lot of freedom to really limit that AD carry pool.
That they do. I do really like the Bard into the Orianna, less keen against a champion like the Kai'Sa. Renata might have been a preemptive pick in the event that G2 did want to go to second phase and lock in Nocturne, as the bailout is really good, but it's, I don't know, Bard gonna be the choice here. Loopy, a lot of individual agency most certainly, would love to see.
A mislim, ovim je solo queue draft, što je skroz okej.
No battle for your love today, Bds.
Not today.
Za ZSK pričam, jer kao realno svako slabiji u problemu su, tako da što da ne probaju da igraju stvari koje, ono, ako neko odigra dobro može da proba da iščizi da nosi.
Da, sad im samo
the next highest priority.
Šta bi mogli da uzmu onda na topu?
You think kind of moving down a tier, Civet going to be the banner, right?
Gnar, ne Gnar.
I wouldn't mind just seeing a Vi.
Ooh, Skarner's also pretty solid. Just want to get rid of something that, because he doesn't have a dash, he just has to run really fast and through walls.
Go.
Yep.
Knock people, interrupt those dashes. Of course.
I always...
Mbessa, also going to be locked. Sivir, they don't want to give SK the opportunity to just scale. Their spell shield also can be pretty impactful against this composition. And they do have the awkward part, right? Kai'Sa is a very vulnerable champion, depending on the lane matchup.
Mbessa je dobar ban.
Mbessa, because they might be thinking about Sion. They could also just want to do Cassante blind. Because right now we're expecting SK like Ezreal, Jhin, both fine.
And therefore, come on. There it is, Kadui's Ezreal, finally. And this is, you know, the perfect time to have it. It's not quite a do or die matchup, but it definitely feels like it is. Back into the realm of comfort.
Part of the early Kai'Sa rotation means that it also makes it easier for them to, because Kai'Sa traditionally known as a good matchup into the Ezreal.
Yeah.
Mainly because it's harder for Ezreal to put that kind of pressure on you, meaning that you get to free scale throughout the laning phase.
Ne, Draven, ne. Šta bi, već ima Kai'Su, tako da to nećemo vidjeti. I sad neki šta jungle koji nema dash.
Now the lock-in is going to be
Mundo.
Look at that, Lebrov looking over.
Mundo kao kuća, da.
No da.
We know where that Mundo's going. It's not going to the top lane, folks.
It's going jungle.
It's going jungle.
We've seen this from Skumond earlier in the year. Domestically, I think it was pretty good. I want to say he brought it out of MS. No, I don't think he did, actually. Maybe I'm just hallucinating.
So here's my question, Vidius.
All right.
We know...
Wait, that's a Yone.
That is a Yone. Never mind.
That's an Akali top. No, it's not.
It's a Bard top, of course. How could I miss it? No, I'm kidding. Yes,
is Yone top
Sion.
Good into Sion?
Imagine living in a world where you forget that people can swap champions and you're just actually just amazed by Sion support? No.
I mean, you say that. Do you not remember?
I do. Yeah, the Sion Senna. I do remember.
We saw that crazy tech.
That's pretty sweet. Okay, so Yone on the top side up against the Sion would love to get some early lifesteal. Obviously, can just Q3 to interrupt the knockup, but pretty hard to get a Sion out of lane.
With these like hyper scaling carries into tanks, usually the logic is it's a free lane, I get to farm pretty safely, I don't have to worry too much about it. But I just don't think Sion is a free lane. Like, I think he can be quite the lane bully. Maybe
strong.
my perception is somewhat skewed because I see a lot of very aggressive Sion players. Like, this year I watched Bin, I've seen Broken Blade, I've seen Baus.
There's a reason this champion is banned a lot.
Baus.
He's strong. He scales well.
Fair.
So we'll see if the Yone matchup is optimal. Obviously really tough.
Šta je Labrov uradio s onim papirima što je dobio?
It's not enough AP for Sion. It's just not. I actually think Sion is unkillable.
I think Sion is unkillable. Music cue. We'll see if you're right. As we get into game now.
Like, maybe, am I wrong? Like,
no, I think you're correct.
Because, like, sure, I could see, like, sure, if we're at, like, 4 items, yes. Yone, it doesn't matter if you build that much armor. But, like, I think Sion could, if he wants to, just build exclusively armor and just laugh at Akali.
Sinovi za G2 svi hoće drugu seriju dana.
Akali has a lot of burst damage, right?
Da, ajmo G2. To ću gledam Bds Hereticse, on je zabavno.
What?
We're getting Newton laws here.
No,
the object of motion stays in motion, bro. Energy cannot be converted, can't be created.
But I mean, the problem that Akali has is I think like late game you can get like 4
Ali su ovi fake komentari, ali niko ne misli da SK može dobije game 2.
To je istina.
I mean, true, yeah. And then eventually Ezreal and Yone will.
Poppy does percentage max health damage. She can hit people.
Sure.
Just a quick shout out.
But also there's a Mundo. That's the other problem which I forgot to mention.
All I'll say is that I see the path to SK's victory, and boom, it's Kadui. Now, 2-2 might not seem impressive, but then you remember the story of SK's year overall, and that's pretty damn impressive. This is a man who, when he plays Ezreal, look at that damage percent, 30.9%. This is the one carry on the team. Now, in this game, it will be impossible for him to get those numbers because he's playing, for some reason, with a Yone and an Akali. But
no, I mean, it might be. Against tanks is the easiest way to inflate your damage per minute.
I don't need him to inflate. I need him to carry. Come on. Let him have his, hopefully, flowers. I'm setting him up for the flowers. The bouquet has been
Wow.
purchased.
I mean, the more
Ezreal
I think
Prodigy,
about it, it's
2-2.
Let's say you get through the Scion. What do you then
Naravno, mislim,
The car just
Hunt samo što način kako ga dobro Ezreal i također ga igra s little tempom. Malo lupi šamara Labrova iskreno na levelu 1 na Lajde.
I didn't say that. I said you just gotta wait.
Uj.
Proven right. All right. As
A, Bard level 1.
the push is coming through from
Ne,
the
nema
side.
Electrocute, to je jedina razlika.
Pre-first base.
I also really want to see the top lane matchup, because mid, normally, this just sucks for Akali, basically.
This seems really hard.
It's just really miserable for
Oh
Akali.
my god, šta mu uradi Caps?
Top lane, I don't know, because like, I was under the assumption that it would just kind of, you know, you aren't really that scared of Yone in the laning phase. But Dundun's getting some nice trades off. Both actually opting for the Doran shield start. I think that's also completely fine for Dundun. You've seen what I mean by, like, Broken Blade has a decent amount of range, and it's quite easy for him, in my opinion, to trade back against the Yone, so...
And he just doesn't use the Q as long as Yone has his Q3 stacked. Also, it's grass versus tempo, right? Lethal tempo, incredible if you can find the angle for the all-in, but pre-first base, grass is just going to do so much work, because... So seeing trades here on the bottom side.
I have to assume that it's that first item spike, so once you get the blade, you should just be stronger than...
The beautiful thing about the Wind Bros is kind of every back, if you're not starved for gold, is a spike. Boots 2 is a crazy spike. A recurve bow feels pretty good. Yeah, Blade of the Rune King, obviously, the big one. But even as early as Boots 2, we can start to see this man dance. Although if he doesn't go Berserker's Greaves, I don't know what to talk about, because that's the only item I've ever built up this champion.
Normally, you would
Naravno da
be
hoće.
Berserker's Greaves into
Najbolje da ne ide.
being as the normal...
Najbolje da ne ide Botrk, to je Zergsu Botrk u Siona na Jonu. Abe, da ga glumi fakera Blade na 100 health u lane, to smo navikli.
Abe, faker.
He always feels like he gets his first item really late, and it's specifically because of those boots.
Mislim, šta će mu neka druga cipela, osim Berserkerki?
O, nema razloga, nema razloga.
Nema zašto da uzima Mercury, Thread, i nema CC. Mislim, kao, okej, CC za Niko, I guess. No, ali nije u lane-u tvom.
TP down at
so this is the other thing we didn't talk about.
Scion, king of the swap. Ah, yes, yes.
Yeah, they Riot Games did not kill the lane swap. They just delayed it somewhat.
Yeah. They crippled it and left it outside.
A mislim, ne možeš, ne znam ni kako bi mogao da izbaciš lane swap iz pro playa.
You just can't get rid of.
Can't get rid of it no matter what you do. It will not take care of itself. Anyway.
Admittedly, it's in a much healthier spot than it was in the past.
No, for sure. Now we have the 5-minute swaps, which is what you're seeing here, as Broken Blade gets a nice setup in the brush, and again, Dundun's ability to stop Broken Blade from instantly clearing the wave disappears when DB's able to get the lane first. So good heads-up swap coming in from the side of G2. Hansama's still suffering in the context of the 2v2, as it's pretty easy for SK to get priority.
And that first dragon is now on the rift. Will either team be interested in that first objective? Because both junglers, they seem to have their music on full blast right now, just roaming their way through the jungle. Abadage.
Skeens. Cap's gonna get knocked back here, flashing away. So
he had to there.
Summoner spell is
wow,
Cap running low on mana as well.
Yeah, it was the mana specifically that I think made him quite uncomfortable in that situation. If he had a little bit more, I think he would have considered playing it.
Q, he's just hard reading him. What?
He doesn't. Oh. Nope. I guess he realized it would have
Kaj
been
Bibi troluje malo, mislim, flashovo je u Q.
Fair enough. Yeah, no. Nice trade from Dundun. Gets the flash out from Broken Blades.
Can I get a little picture-in-picture replay? Is that too much to ask? Was that a hard read, or did the whiff just turn into what looked like an active?
I think that was a whiff from Broken Blades. He tried to predict when the Q would come through, then he flashed, and then Dundun got the knockout.
Yeah. Fair enough. Now we have a philosophical dilemma, however.
Ja mislim da je bilo suprotno. Ja mislim da je on providio da izlazi Q i onda se flashao i dalje u njega.
Moguće.
Oh, did
he started it. So credit to Dundun. Well done.
Mislim, kasteri zvuče kod rade watch party.
A to mediki Vedius. Ne, Dracos i, izvinjam se, Dracos i Vedius.
He's going backwards though, Vedius.
Now forwards.
SK have secured the objective as Mundo continues to go backwards and forwards. Uncertain if this is his time to walk in.
Još uvijek nije jak Skewmond. Ta muzika krene da ide kad je jak. Oh my god, dun.
That was a commitment there as Loopy's going to be able to retreat. Okay, so Broken Blade anticipating getting ganked, does immediately ult, but now he doesn't have the ult. His scheme
Ili Broken Blade.
extra fast. Broken Blade trying to walk
Kao
away.
waste of ult u svaki slučaj.
Hitbox is a little bit too big. Skewmond on the way down. Extra health now coming in. Zombie Broken Blade will not get any support from Skewmond.
I was a little worried that SK wouldn't actually have the damage needed to secure that kill, but the extra knockup coming through from Dundun helped them secure first blood. So SK coming alive here in game 2.
And I mean, again, in that long lane, lethal tempo, once it's stacked, you're getting so much value. Triple daggers as well. We'll see what the back looks like from Dundun, what he is able to purchase now that he has a bit of extra money under his belt. And Skeen's one step closer to an early Sundered Sky.
Koliko verujem u Popi ne pretrano što je najjače, mislim da Mundo i dalje sam ima mnogo jači carry potencijal. Kapska opet je očigledno raspoložen, igra okej.
For that cross group decider.
Yeah.
And so they need to get a game off of G2 to basically guarantee these tiebreaker shenanigans. If G2 clean 2-0s, we won't have any tiebreakers today, and SK is then very reliant on BDS.
Čekaj, mi danas gledamo tiebreakere, au, ja sam mislio ću hodati na traci.
Danas gledamo tiebreakere.
Ja sam mislio ću hodati na traci do kraja leca, nema šanse. Ako radimo tiebreakere, ja ima da zasednem u stolicu nakon druge serije lagano.
Ali samo ako G2 ne pobedi sa 2-0.
Ako SK uzme game, mi imamo tiebreakere svejedno, samo je pitanje ko je tiebreaker, ne?
Onda, ne, ako SK uzme samo game, onda Hereticsi moraju da pobede sa 2-0, da bi bio tiebreaker, a ako SK pobedi sa 2-1, onda Hereticsi isto moraju da pobede tipa 2-1.
Znači, ako bude 2-1,
ako bude 2-1 za G2, onda Hereticsi moraju da pobede sa 2-0.
Ako bude 2-1 za G2, sad sam vratio stream. 2-1 za G2, Heretici 2-0 moraju da dobiju.
Da. Tako da, zašto navijam? Navijamo da... Wow, tiebreakeri se danas igraju također, ja to uopšte nisam očekivao.
Isto. Pa ne, mislim da Riot trenutno ne zna šta im je format, tako da to je malo nezgodno. Oni ga izmišljaju, onda go probude se u ponedeljak i kao, a mogli bi danas neke tiebreakere, a realno mogli bi. I onda bace tiebreakere danas.
Kao Sajna je jučer radio 5 gameova, EBL, a danas tiebreakeri da hoda na traci.
Vidi, ja sam već prešao 10.000 koraka, tako da mogu bi sad da siđem s trake, ali neću, jer nisam cava.
Okej.
Ispratit ćemo svako šta se događa.
Ajmo G2, G2.
You're very reliant on your Ezreal basically acting as the wave clear safety mechanism in mid lane. The bard is then just going to roam around and facilitate these solo laners that are looking to try and make things happen on a side lane, with Skeens either removing an element from the skirmish or just contributing to the play in and of itself. I think it's a difficult composition to execute because the worst thing they can do is just group up as 5 and try to fight G2 in a front to back. In that situation, I'm concerned about how things will play out for SK's comp.
Definitely can be very tricky. Although I think it's safe to say that G2's composition is also a bit all over the place. You have a control mage, like 80 carry that wants to dive, and then you have a beefy frontliner for an 80 carry you would typically describe as like a front-to-back team fighter.
So the reason why I think it works is just that you've got a mage surrounded by tanks.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
You've got great setup thanks to Labrov, and the thing about Hans on Kai'Sa, this champ, against champions like Akali specifically, just does very well, because Akali uses her abilities to get in, and then Kai'Sa just ults to the other side of the fight. She goes to where the tanks are, and now she's playing with her front line away from the assassin. So in situations like that, the game just becomes harder for Abbedagge. All that means is there's a big target on Caps' head, because Abbedagge and Dundun will be largely trying to execute this Orianna, especially if there's no flash available.
And it might explain why we're seeing a more conservative build choice for Orianna, right? Going for an early Seraph here is...
Honestly, this would like be a good Rod of Ages game. Just
Portal going through the wall. Ulti going awry there. SK not able to find a priority target. Here, Broken Blade ulting back to top lane.
Ajmo. Pobite se. Ajmo.
Još ovdje neki smite bar da bude. Okej, skilled goat. Ovu skilled la goat. Skilled je fine. Skilled nije fine.
Another pick secured for SK. 2-0 now on the board. The gold isn't going to move, but getting more resources funneled into that Akali. The gold is in the right places right now for SK. Both the Akali and the Yone in good spots overall. The sooner they get to those item spikes, the greater threats they'll be on a side lane. The problem, I keep mentioning these, if we have a look over at mid lane.
Yes.
Caps now knows that Abbedagge doesn't have ultimates.
That he does not.
Which means that...
And flash.
Yeah, so what happens is Orianna then goes back to, do you remember what happened in the first 5 levels? I'm going to go back to doing that again.
Yeah. Turns out my passive very strong when you're not able to get on top of me.
Yeah, pretty much. So quick base comes through from Abbedagge. He's going to TP to bot. He's going to catch this wave or whatever's left of it. Meanwhile, Caps is just farming up a storm. You'll see that even though with a kill, he still leads, and he's 30 CS up. He's got 144 CS, 30 minutes into the game. Raptor's going to be stolen as well.
Baš farmo je dobro.
Significant mental damage.
5000 golda.
It's G2 that's in the goal lead. And again, it's because like they've gotten 2 plates bot lane, they've got 1 plate in mid lane. Caps is farming up a storm.
In the time it took you to say that sentence, SK did reclaim the gold lead, but to be clear, we're talking sub 100, 100 gold leads for either side at this point.
My point is though that with SK getting 2 kills, 1 on Akali, 1 on Yone, your expectation may be a bigger gold lead.
Ali Jon nije dobio kill, nego Poppy.
In favor of the Yone, and there's that blade. A really big spike for the Yone.
Nema veze, nema veze. I oni se spremaju za tiebreakere, vidim ja.
Sa time što ja mislim da oni ni ne rade tiebreakere. Oni rade prvu seriju i onda menjaju kastere za drugu.
I onda oni rade treću. Nemaju sigurno opet kastere za treću seriju. Jer ostali su kući, to znam. Znam da Riot ne dovodi na sajt sve kastere odjednom.
Sale. Na sve dovedete i onako random birate svaki game.
Peci, peci,
Lutrija. To može i tako.
Dundun, excuse me, is in a frustrating position. Broken Blade is continuing to stack health, which you can laugh to yourself about the extra damage that will give the Blade of the Rune King, but healing reduction on top of a Sunfire means it's just so tough to push Broken Blade out of lane. Ulti from Loopy going a bit wide here as Abbedagge is just standing on control wards, unbeknownst to him as he's not face-checked the brushes.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the goal of that. I guess because with 3 members collapsing, they thought that maybe they could threaten the blue buff, but ulti now unavailable for Loopy, and G2's going to use this window to immediately push in.
Done.
There's that damage we were talking about, like, oh, there it is, that 1-item spike. It's a strong one.
About to hit level 13 as well, so max rank in the Soul Unbound.
Oh yeah, the
extra damage amp. So G2 continuing to keep the pressure as Loopy's once again getting poked out. One of the disadvantages with this Bard build if he's going to go Redemption is you are so damn squishy. You do get a bit of extra damage, a bit of...
Žaba, ovi imaju killove, mislim, jedino što Dundun baš ima filtri po ovaj game, jer igra u Siona i u Munda. I ono Jon sa botrkom je baš dobar u toj situaciji.
I bez CC-a tim protiv njega.
But surviving, I think it's safe to say, not thriving. As you said, G2 do get the Herald. The good news for the side of SK is Dundun. He is...
absolutely, he's in a great spot right now. I will say, I wonder if they'll consider moving Sion into the Akali lane soon. But I guess they're still worried about Orianna into the Yone matchup as well. But basically, like, with this Akali build, it's just sad into Scion.
The ticklers.
You really
You just be a poke him with a little hex.
like
Jer
Scion
Sunfire
just doesn't
really
care.
Yeah.
bolji od Unending Despera?
Done. He's gonna get
U ovom gameu možda, pošto je Akali jedini magic damage.
Broken Blade not having all
I to što kažeš, da.
Svako će mu burn iskelovati s delom i s healthom, imaće on wave clear, ali da, misli se baš plaši. Onako ovdje nema rajtamu i ona, to je zadnje što mu fali i on će ga bukvalno shotovati. Radit će po 400 damage iz basic attacka samo zbog water prokova.
Across the board, at least first item completions coming in for SK, perhaps an opportunity to fight.
Look at the minimap, you notice what they've done now? The Scion is now going to go top into the Akali, and they're going to put the Orianna into the Yone instead. And I do think this is the smart choice. Like, Orianna isn't safe against the Yone, but Akali can really do very little to the Mundo. And it's just a safer matchup as well, because Caps is at risk. But also it sets them up nicely for the Dragon that's available.
Zamisli da je treća serija, ti i ja treba da idemo tamo da radimo.
Neka zovu, rešit ćemo mi.
Nije problem, ali imamo visoke cene.
Tako je, naravno.
U stvari meni će biti u fazonu, a ti si tek došao, ti si besplatno, a Sajni bi već bili, okej, ti si već prava legenda.
Lagano, ako idemo po godinama kastovanja, dobit ćeš procenat od mene, nije frka. Zaradit ću dovoljno za 4 kastera, sve je cool. Dobro, Sion pobeđuje u Akali i Nevina damage trade uradili su isto količinu damage jedan drugom. To što Akali ima 3000 healtha manje, pa to je druga priča.
Broken Blade je teleportovan izašto na kraju.
Trying to make it away, but it doesn't matter. They're just going to try and chase him down.
Vidi ga dva munda.
That single swap ended up being now, because not only did it secure them the Drake, and credit to Broken Blade, interrupting the Akali multiple times, just very much limited SK's ability to contest the objective. It then isolated Dundun because G2 had full control over the bot side river. They force his flash out in the bot lane matchup, and then they get the tower as well. Just a nice set of sequencing from G2, all just from the fact of them swapping their Scion up to top lane and bringing their Orianna down.
I mean, yeah, good heads-up play. You called it out. A lot of situations because a lot of champions. The full armor for Scion could have been a vulnerability in that side lane, but Akali just not the champion who can contest that. And even now, needlessly large rod, maybe Shadow Flame second here. You're not building Leandries. You're not playing to win the extended fights.
Yeah, it is fine itemization, assuming that your game plan is to kill Orianna or Kai'Sa.
Yeah, which is also going to be a little bit harder because Caps has now fully stacked the tier. Has the full
Ali to mu jeste game, koga će on drugo gubiti? Siona sigurno neće. Mislim, on bi trollovao bez problema da je išao neki drugi build na Akali. Ideš na one shot i probaš na one shotuješ, to je čitava poenta čempa.
Da, nema šta. Mislim, ideš na Oriannu, ideš na Kai'Su bez barijere. Imaš ti tu uglova da nađeš stvari.
Would love to get a second item right before you can really shred through that objective, but Kai'Sa perfect for taking this. Dundun as well can do a lot of work on that kind of objective, but we'll see if G2 want to start it. Now G2, of course, need to win. This is a random, like, challenge for G2, PlayStation Platinum Trophy kind of thing that they're chasing here. But if they win in 27 minutes and 27 seconds, they will have the fastest series in 2025 LEC. But I'm going to say, I don't think it's going to happen.
It'll happen. I think this game is too slow. They don't have quite the same lead that they had in game one. Their vision control is very good. But right now, I think that they would love to try and break that mid tower down. The one thing I feel that I haven't been seeing enough of from SK is Loopy working with his solo laners to try and find picks. I feel like that their biggest strength is Dundun, and they have a lot of side lane plays available to them that they're not really capitalizing on. Instead, they're just getting shepherded through their jungle.
Ooh, Loopy ima flash. Ooh, nice. Lep.
Good ulti from LeBron to pick off Loopy, and isn't that exactly what you wanted Loopy to do?
Yes, very much so. I think that SK is just being shepherded around the map, and now with the numbers difference, G2 can start off the Otacon. Abadage did get that bot tier 1 tower. But I feel like that the way that this game is going, SK was setting up their solo laners to be in a really good spot, but now they're quickly losing control.
Broken Blade's a raid boss. With Skeen's there, maybe they can do a bit more damage, as Skeen's just going to proc the phase rush and leaf out, but that is the Otacon, so getting some flowers back. SK have been doing a good job of farming them up thus far, but also a big boost to XP. Dundun, despite the dominance in the side lanes, despite all the time he's had isolated,
Broken Blade
is still just even in terms of XP with Broken Blade. Courtesy of the Otacon, and see if Loopy can get the setup now, but it doesn't get easier for Loopy is kind of the hard truth here. Again, I really like Celestial opposition if you're losing on Bard. If you're behind, just Celestial. You know, I get it, you want a little bit more damage. I understand, it feels good. I like when people don't get one shot though, I'm just gonna say. Big advocate for defensive
I think this build is really good if you play through side laners.
I hate this. Get Locket or get Celestial. Just pick one, please. For the homies.
Kako je G2 opet turbo usporio, ali mislim da im to nije nužno toliko loše. Kaj se će outscalovati Eza, tako da s te strane su relativno okej.
Ej, SK nije neki makro tim pretjerano dobar.
And if they just group up and fight 5v5, I'm not optimistic. I am not optimistic at all.
There's a stride breaker on Dundun. We are all in on the Dundun train.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Dun. Lisan al-Gaib. He has to bring the victory for SK, bro. There's no other way. No one else has the...
I can't believe you converted his name into Dun and then made him the prophet. I'm impressed.
I know where the hope is. I know what side the bread is buttered. Usually it's neither, but this time it's the Dundun side. It's the top side, or wherever he wants to make his home. Because as noted, unless Abadage finds a crazy angle into the backline, which I think is hard.
Here we go. Ooh, see, that's 50% HP. That's good damage.
50% HP.
Da, HP.
Jao, Vedius ubit ću te.
Dobro, pazi. Laura je rekla u pregame intervju, you had a tough ear. Ja rekao, pa da, imaju MMA borci, obično imaju oni cauliflower ear, tako da to jeste dosta tough, slažem se.
But they did also get Lob's ult, which is a big team fight tool. But does it matter? We see Dundun in the area, not
ono, njoj engleski nije prvi jezik za ne?
Ne, francuski.
Da, tako da Vedius je iz engleske, ja.
Dobro, da, ali oni imaju to akcentovanje.
Oh my god, ukrao im je.
This man is handling business. That is infuriating for SK. It was actual miscoordination as Loopy ults right as the Poppy ults, but they could have gotten away with it.
There is not a deal that Mundo cannot close. Okay.
G2 ima 3 zmaja.
SK, beautiful Poppy ultimate creating the numbers advantage, but they can't.
Han sama je malo mrtav. Skoro.
SK trying to chip away the HP bar of Broken Blade, but he will not be deterred. As Dundun doing his best to split push in the bot lane, but what is he split pushing towards?
Poly ult is up. Dundun. A classic case of the rage split. He's forsaken his team now. He is living the life.
Pogledaj ti Abedageu helte. Ovakve njemu 2700 helta tipa ono.
I'm really curious as to how much damage Hansan
Šta,
has done this game.
Rocket Belt daje 700 helta, šta?
Protobelt?
Da, Rocket Belt koliko helta daje?
Pa...
Tipa 400 maks.
Nisam siguran, da, mislim da je tako nešto, zar ne? Bilo da se od Kindle Gema 200 na upgrade, da, mislim ne može više od 400 ti da, ne bi imalo smisla. Jer je recept tipa 650. Tu negde. Da, ne, nema šanse.
Zašto on?
Overgrowth Resolve?
Ogroman base health.
Možda Overgrowth Resolve?
Možda Overgrowth Resolve, da, možda.
Jedino to mi pada na pamet, jer slažem se da ima previše helta. Baš ima previše helta.
I mean, their job is to farm.
Yep.
I think Kadui would have liked to be in a better position, but they just conceded so many positions on the map, and obviously a lot of those initial Bard ult plays, the first 2 or 3, Loopy wasn't really able to find a target as Hans now going off safety. Knockout coming in from Skeens, big damage to Hans. He doesn't quite live as Kadui's able to finish it. Now he's on touch, trying to finish up, follow up kill on LeBron, but won't get anything else. Forced to retreat back as the redemption comes.
Okay, Hans Umbro.
And now they're shifting their sights upward towards the Baron.
Ooh, they're gonna threaten the Baron. 30 seconds on Hans Summer, a damage dealer gone, and SK want to put their stamp on this game. Where are the raid bosses? Mundo making his way into the river. Base coming through from Broken Blade. He has the TP. He's level 16. 3 points in his ultimate.
I don't feel like SK want to risk the 50-50 though. Skewmon has been getting...
Najde ja bi dao ga tako da on...
It's business time, Dragos.
They want to risk the 50-50. SK being zoned out.
Ali sad si ga pulovao za G2. Wow, neće da ga...
Neće Skewmon, da, neće Skewmon.
Caps je živ, nije
Da ni 1-2 ubija jer je samo jači. O, došlo je pačanje.
Evo ga. Mundo! Aj će da ga kolektuje. Aj.
Rabadage is gone. Loopy will find the stun on a Broken Blade. Broken Blade has so much armor though, he does not care about that tower.
Sad G2 uradi...
Yeah, the Baron can now be started because while you killed Hansama at the start of the fight, he's now back alive.
A Bibi da ode tamo.
Remain healthy enough to begin this objective. However, Skeens still around. Ultimate will spot this come through. Kadui, the long-range Ezreal, level 15.
You gotta believe in yourself.
Ne mogu pored Broken Blade-a. Radimo damage, Ezreal je bacio 3 rotacije spelova, skinuo mu je 1000 health-a. On i dalje ima 3.
Finding a skirmish on one side of the fight, Akali finding a skirmish on the other side of the fight. Divide and conquer type of playstyle, where G2 is kind of left scattered. Caps ends up falling, Labrov ends up falling. It's looking like a good spot, but in the extended fight, the tanks just run SK down.
Nema, G2 kažem opet igra relativno sporo, ali opet igraju jako tačno, isto kao i u prvoj partiji, tako da čini se kao da SK nekako grebe, pokušava da ostanu relevantni u gejmu, ali nekako džabe, nije to, ne znam.
Hans, Jon's playing very cocky in every team fight. If I ult him, just one-shot him with your ult, okay? Be ready.
Okay. We're gonna keep out for
that. Istina, slažem se, Bibi.
Hansama respawning right as SK decide to turn off the Baron, and the timing just doesn't work in their favor, right? Weren't able to make the most of the window where Hansama couldn't participate in the fight. He was able to clean up at the end there. We saw that quick Q kill onto Dundun, and we'll see if he continues to play cocky. Still, again, the only member of his team with that individual gold lead. SK.
That is...
SK.
The dark is scary and full of terrors.
Oh, one-man knockup. Kadui locked up over the wall. Someone just going to start free-hitting. Bard ulti in to get a bit more space. Loopy ults himself. Skeens going for the knockup. Does not hit anybody, and G2 just going to laugh straight on their way to the Drake. This is Soul. And you can understand why. Again, the pressure is there. It's Soul. But
G2 samo jako lepo igra mapu. Jako lepo setupuje objektive. Dundun je...
It's a disaster.
Sam promašio.
Disaster. The game is now fully out of control for SK. G2 looking to make the perfect summer split happen. As with the Baron, with the Soul, they will begin their siege onto the tier 3 towers of SK's base.
I really thought Dundun was the chosen one, man. When he put the boots into his still suit like that or whatever, he knew the ways, you know? The signs were there, but
10 kilova u 30 minuta.
Coordination and execution. And SK, the Bard.
Wow, lepo.
Nothing's working, it's all falling apart. Okay, there's the exhaust. This one's over. G2 not able to get the fastest series of 2025 so far, but they were only a few minutes off as there were some signs of hope.
Clean, dobro. Sad znači...
Nema tiebreakera.
Ne, za tiebreaker, zar nemamo jednu opciju i dalje ako bude 2-0?
Mislim da su... Ne, mislim da su rekli da bukvalno mora da SK mora da dobije bar jedan game da bi bio tiebreaker.
Sa SK?
Da, SK mora da dobije.
Tako je.
Jedan game.
Da bi oni bili u tiebreakeru.
Da, ne znam da li se nešto dešava.
Prva od one 3 opcije je bila 2-0 za G2, zato te pitam.
Ozbiljno? Okej, onda fair, onda nisam znao da može bude 2-0 za G2 i da bude u tiebreakeru.
Pokušavam da vratim stream da nađem.
Ne, prva opcija je bila da bude 2-0 za SK. Sad gledam. Znači da je bilo 2-0 za SK, onda bi bili potencijalni tiebreaker. Ne, okej. I bit će tiebreaker ako bude 2-1 za Heretic.
Kažem ti, mislim da postoji neka šansa. Svako 5 minuta pauze, pogledat ćemo još malo sve opcije, pa se vraćamo sa serijom broj 2.
Yeah, I think they're all valid options. Again, like, shout out to Skimon. I really think that he's had a very, very good split. I know that it has been quite brief, but to me, he's been the one that kind of stands out the most in terms of just raw improvement from what we saw from beginning to end of year. And while there are still a couple question marks around that jungle support synergy, like sometimes we see it working flawlessly, other times it does feel like that they're just kind of doing their own thing. Ultimately, I think it's safe to say that G2 is looking very clean right now in how they execute their game plan.
Certainly seem to be in peak form heading into playoffs, so naturally a lot of things to be excited about as we get closer to some of those matches. Maybe playoffs will start with some cross-group deciders, so we might have to wait a little bit.
We'll get to see it because we've been wanting to see how these top teams in Group A fare up against the top teams in Group B. Right now it feels like that it's a four-horse race between the top 4 teams of G2, Fnatic, Koi and KC, but a dark horse in Vitality may very well shake up everything. Tomorrow's games are going to be exciting.
Tomorrow's games are going to be exciting. Of course, Team Heretics vs BDS is after this, and we are waiting to set up an interview on stage, but that is also a matchup that has pretty big stakes, at least for this group, and of course we get to resolve the other group tomorrow. So
well, we can confirm that there will be no tiebreakers today.
All right. Yeah. Well, let's send it on down to an interview with Lebrov as Lore is standing by.
Thank you so much, guys. Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Lebrov? Okay, we love Lebrov. We love Lebrov, James. Thank you so much for being with us today. You guys haven't dropped a single game so far this summer. And I know that talking to Caps at the beginning of the split, he was telling me that coming back from MSI and EWC, you want to learn how to play faster. Do you feel like you've been able to implement this in LEC so far?
Yeah, I think after MSI and EWC tournament run, I felt like we actually learned a lot. And yeah, I think we have learned how to play faster and how to play more together in a way as well. So I'm quite happy with how the games have been going.
Fantastic. And I know that in Euphoria this week, you were talking about consistency and how it's difficult for players to actually be consistent game after game after game on stage. How is that a muscle that you're training right now? How do you do it?
Well, I would say consistency is like very important. I would say like experience helps. Also the fact that we played a lot of games in like MSI and EWC helps a lot. I feel like we are more confident on stage, more comfortable, less stressed, and yeah, I'm really looking forward for the playoffs.
Something that we don't talk about that is outside of the game aspect is what you guys do between the game, maybe to get in the mood, to get in the zone. There's a video that I want to show you that was taken not much that earlier than today between the games. So explain to me, what are you doing to your mouse right now?
I'm not quite sure. I was probably like cleaning it maybe a bit.
Okay, cleaning it. I thought you wanted to be gentle, be nice to the mouse so that it doesn't misclick, so that everything correctly works. All right, a last thing that I have that I want to talk to you about is I've talked to Romain backstage, and he told me about the John Cena challenge. What is that?
Yeah, well, basically, recently we started doing like a bit of sports in G2.
Okay.
And it was going a bit rough for me in the start. And my team was telling me that I'm gonna look like John Cena.
All right.
Soon, so they kind of like motivate me.
Nice.
And yeah, that's what about it.
So what are you doing? Are you doing push-ups? Are you adding one push-up every day, every week?
Yeah, every week, yeah, we're adding one push-up, yeah.
Every week, all right. So if you would make it to Madrid, that would mean 11 push-ups. Would you do that on stage?
If we win, yeah, we'll do that.
If you win? All right. I'll hold your word for that. Lebrov, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on winning it today. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back in a few minutes with Team Heretics versus BDS. Stay tuned.
Hey Kia, let's see if you're a real fan.
I'm ready.
How many lanes are there in League of Legends?
There are 3 lanes in League of Legends.
Are you seriously quizzing the car about League of Legends?
Look, I just want to know how much it knows.
The EV3 has an AI assistant. It's supposed to know everything.
Okay then. Hey Kia, how do I get better at League of Legends?
That will be challenging.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
Through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play.
And welcome back to the ADC. Ahead of our second series, we're going to have BDS versus Team Heretics in a couple minutes. But first things first, the Kia player of the previous series was Skewmond.
Man, I love
Any
Kia.
comments on that?
I love Kia.
I
love Mundo.
Yeah, me too.
I love Mundo as well. Oh, he has a car!
Yeah. Perfect
It's Mundo
segue.
Corpo Mundo,
Yeah.
getting that fat paycheck from his corporation, driving a Kia. Man, that goes hard. Shout out Kia.
The
You guys
Lord.
are the best.
Shout out. They're going to be happy about this. Following up on the stakes that we have, these guys were not paying attention at the beginning of the show, but
No, where's
here
my
is
hat?
how it goes. You don't have the hat, yes, sadly. It was the best moment.
Actually?
BDS is in no matter what. They will play the crossplay decider, but now, if BDS wins right now, SK will join them in the crossplay decider. If Team Heretics wins, it's going to be Team Heretics and BDS in the crossplay decider. So many stakes.
Yeah,
so many
I'm just
stakes.
sad.
BDS gets third. Well, wait, no. The winner of this series gets third in the group. I'm kind of sad.
Yeah,
though.
but what is LEC without tiebreakers? I mean, doesn't
Yeah.
even feel like my region.
We can get some tomorrow. Okay, chill out,
Okay,
buddy.
okay,
Chill out. We can get our share of tiebreakers tomorrow. But yeah, if I'm BDS, all of a sudden I'm just chilling in my chair.
Give him the hat back.
No, get the hat back. No tiebreakers tomorrow. This dream died for now today. Anyway, talking about the next series, more than what's going to happen on the Rift, what I love the most is the lore, the lore, L-O-R-E, about this series between Nuke and Sheo. Two friends once in the same team at BDS. BDS, well, they had other plans for them. They sent them somewhere else. But these guys, no matter what happened, they stayed friends. You have a word here.
Teacher, can you translate? Because I don't know anything what's written there.
So I want to keep my job, so I'm not going to translate everything.
It's my friend of the long date comment, and then I get lost.
So it's best enemies because they keep on interacting on X. Nuke last week was saying, my longtime friend, how are you doing after this hard day that you had? Addressing Adam here. Adam sadly saying, well, I've been living this for 8 months, so there's not much that can affect me right now. But what is interesting is the interactions between Sheo and Nuke here, and basically Sheo talking about something that he's gonna do to Nuke's butt cheeks, and I'm gonna stop translating here. But once friends, enemies on the Rift today, and fighting for the last spot because BDS is in already, but is Sheo gonna manage to join them?
Yeah, it would
Or
be a
is he
little
gonna
bit
go on
heartbreaking
holidays?
to have like Nuke keep you out of that crossplay decider.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? I don't think it's been working particularly well for Heretics. It has been a little bit dicey for them. And for BDS, at least I think Nuke has been stepping up for them. So if I'm Sheo, it's kind of, you know, keep the frenemy stories alive, focus mid, and try and get rid of Nuke.
But actually, if you're Nuke and you're just sitting there, you just have 3 of your ex-teammates just hate watching you permanently.
That's exactly what it is.
They're just preying on your downfall, and you know what happens? He rocks up to today's series, and he's chilling. He's the one. The hate watch has successfully failed, and everyone is just sweating.
There's a lot of people hate watching this series, I think, now.
I mean, hate watch is meta right now, so.
Yeah. I don't joining the SK boys here, hoping for a BDS win. What are we looking at here, though, guys? Because we're talking about 2 teams that have not been struggling, but have not been at their best shape. Heretics has been struggling this summer, far from what we've seen in spring and winter. What is the expectation for either team?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a checklist that we've kind of gone through that we think will really help us to understand what needs to happen for both these squads. So I'm going to look at Heretics to start things off with, because the first one I want to look at is Sheo being on more of these proactive tank junglers, the more engaged tool-y ones, because we saw in their last series they tried to teeter over into things like the Brand and the Lilia, but I think for this squad, Sheo is kind of the one that leads the charge, and when he's able to set things up where he can actually play to set up objectives, be the one taking the space and entering into those first, being able to interact effectively with the lanes as well, it becomes so much more easier for them to try and play it out. And then also for the last one there as well is just kind of like have him work with the jungle support synergy as well, make sure that's all going to be fantastic for them.
On the side of BDS, they kind of go hand in hand. Maybe some of them are redundant, but the BDS formula has been something that has been missing from them ever since, you know, Hate Watcher Adam joined the other side and he's not part of the same squad. I felt like they lost this sort of spirit that they had when it came to BDS was so boring. They were the gatekeepers of LEC, blah, 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 top 3. You have to beat them to make it. But at the same time, they were doing something really, really well. And it was, you know, early game leads, stacking dragons, having the position on the drakes. We saw it last week a little bit with Nuke getting solo kill on Cass, establishing himself as being very, very strong in that game. And that's where my first point comes in with empowering the carries. We have seen nothing in terms of, you know, accelerating the game, making sure that Nuke and Ice are being put in these positions where they get more gold and get more and more ahead. And we just saw, you know, passivity. There was just nothing. And even on the Drakes, I felt like there was not much going on. So the core is still there. I feel like the coaching staff is still there. The core is still there. You know, the skeleton with...
But it's the players that matter.
Well, it's Nuke and Ice, I feel like. I mean, yeah, it is the players. You have Nuke and Ice, they're just sitting there or like expecting that, you know, it's going to be the same old times. You guys, all you three guys, everyone in front of us just have to sit there and let us hit. But now I feel like they just need to make go back to the drawing board a little bit. And now maybe with less pressure, they can show it again.
Yeah, I think that's my last checkbox as well for Heretics. Is going to be like enabling your carries, because Flackett, my boy, has not been having the best of times. He has good laning phases and can get these gold leads for himself. And when it then gets to an actual team fight, when now there's a Nocturne Orianna that's blasting him down, there's no real front line that's been able to set up for him, and he kind of gets focused so often in these fights.
Actually, that's what we need. Camilo smiles.
Oh.
Camilo smile.
The more
passion.
they were smiling, the more they were winning.
We had passion, we had aggression, and we had
really
vision with Heretics in spring. Is it gone? Can they channel those vibes again? BDS on their side, they're cheating for now. Are they going to play spoilers for the rest of the teams looking to qualify? Finn, tell us about this.
Tell us, Finn. Hej! Välkomna till en underbar dag av League of Legends. Det är den vackraste dagen vi har haft på länge. Jag är Finn, jag är välsignad av närvaron av Jake. Sterex bredvid mig. Jake, what do you think about this series?
Man, not too much at the moment because, you know, we already know it's our crossplay. We already know what's decided, but I am kind of curious if the magic of Heretics can come back, considering how hyped I was about them earlier in the year, how much they've shown us. People like Carlson, Camilo, the smile's already been talked about, and importantly, Sheo, who's decided to play a different jungler every single game that he's graced with his presence this split.
I mean, you've definitely been vocal about Carlson.
I have.
And you really do like it. I think someone called him the next Shy. Let's see.
Hey, the next Deus. Hey,
Deus.
Careful. He's not there yet.
Not there yet. Well, he's going up against Rooster, who was robbed of his position in HLE main team by Zeus.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little bit of a crossover.
So this is the proof match.
Yeah,
Is Carlson really up to it?
Yeah, I mean, this is really bang. I mean, this is not really for the playoffs anymore. I think it's more about the decider who you play in the cross groups right now. So tension is off a little bit. These guys are confirmed in the playoff, if I am correct in that. And thank God for these guys. I think they're all really happy.
Thank God for them.
But we are heading into draft in just a moment. And yeah, I wonder what road will take us down.
And a correction as well. You know, after this, we'll know who's in playoffs. Sorry, Finn, I'm so excited by your enthusiasm. You know, Heretics obviously 0-3. It's been a rough season. They need the win here desperately. BDS on the other side, yes, 1 and 2, sitting in a much better position. But getting a win here not only would help lock into playoffs further. I think the biggest thing is getting that crossplay decided when on the other side of the group there's teams like Vitality and MKOI, who looks so dangerous to get as a potential third if you were to sit fourth.
Yeah.
Like, that would ruin all prospects of getting past the crossplay decider.
Yeah, my bad, I had the wrong information. Heretics definitely needs a win here. They are really looking for that victory, and I mean, the pressure is on. Heretics has been a team that always has exceeded expectations.
Yeah.
And I mean, right now the expectations were that they were gonna keep doing that, and they're not really on par on that just yet. I think right now, I really look towards Sheo. I feel like, to me, he has been the standout throughout this entire year.
Yeah.
Kind of developing into a leader position together with Flackett, to be fair. But in general, I want to see him. I had this thought last series, actually, because they were really drafting these AP-heavy junglers. But I feel like Sheo is a guy that needs to be able to help his lanes succeed. And when you draft these AP junglers into the jungle position, he kind of is the one that needs that help. So I would love to see if they can kind of allow Sheo to go into a little bit more of a sportive role in this draft phase to kind of unlock the rest of his team to ensure they have some success.
I get it. The carry who maybe shouldn't be on carry so they can help his team carry.
Exactly.
Right? And unpack that one as we finally get into pick and ban. Thank you for waiting with us. And again, Team Heretics, rough season, so that's how they start on the red side. Let's rather see how they start on this side for their first game. Now, Azir's banned away. The Tree of EU is also gone, while Rakan, a priority ban by BDS. But Finn, what are you seeing that's up here on blue side as first pick so far?
I mean, we'll see. There have been some teams that really put high prior on these early top lane picks, like the Gwen and Jace. I doubt we're going to see a first pick. There are still the junglers up and available.
Yeah.
To me, the Wukong, the Xin Shaos, the skirmish-heavy junglers that really have been popular in this reel. There's the Wukong being locked in, all ready for Rooster. I mean, probably going to go to Lukata, right? But we'll see how Heretics responds here. I would go
Vraćamo se u lagani lec i druga serija dana BDS i Heretici. Vidjet ćemo šta se događa posle s tiebreakerima sa Riotom, ali Ja se nadam malo napetija i agresivnija serija.
Da, nadam se i ja.
It's going to be an AP heavy mid regardless.
Yeah, I mean, in general, as I said, I really like this pick for Shio. I feel like when you play the Jace, you want to be early in the river to really like start landing those shock blasts when the enemy.
Koji je onda zaključak što se tiče tiebreakera?
You don't have that tank in the jungle. It can be a little bit hard to come in and take those positions that you so dearly need.
Ne znam, čekamo da nam Riot kaže, bukvalno.
But the Sion is going to be locked in for Rooster. Not a lane dominant top lane that we have seen him play, but it's a really good matchup into the Jace.
Ja sad gledam tabelu i kao, ako BDS
with swaps being so prevalent, Sion is just the prime top laner for swaps.
He is as well. Rooster second game on this
split as well. Izgubi sa 2-0. Onda Heretics, onda su na istom rezultatu, Heretics imaju bolji međusobni skor i bolji skor po gameovima, jer imaju 4 pobjede i 6 poraza, a BDS bi imao 2 pobjede i 4 poraza. U tom slučaju ne vidim kako bi BDS uopšte imao tiebreaker ukoliko bude 2-0 za Heretics.
And the Gwen is very clever because Gwen together with Sejuani works so well, and usually you see Gwen, like last series we saw the Gwen against the Jax, that is a really tough matchup, and it kind of struggles to find agency in that lane, but against the Sion she will have constant push, and I feel like we're gonna see a Sion that's gonna try to swap away from this Gwen at every point he can.
Ne znam, ja Kamilu ne verujem pa mu ne verujem, tako da što god je piko ne bi bio ništa ono impresioniran preterno.
I don't think we get this kind of baseline in many drafts these days, but as we carry forward, now it's about how facilitating comes from the bottom lane. That Jinx ban against Ice makes a lot of sense. His hyper carries are great. Let's see if the Aphelios follows through. We've already got rid of the Yunara. The Varus is gone as well. Finn, we're going down to the Zayas, the Kaisers once again.
Yeah, we'll see where they take this draft, because I feel like both teams have really set up a really standard draft phase. I think they have a good amount of engage. They have solid laning phases, and it allows you to be a little bit more creative, a little bit more free in your bot lane drafts. You don't have to go for those standard engage supports if you do not want. Stuff like the Bard lanes, the Karma lanes, they somewhat open up with these drafts, but generally I think we're gonna see a AD carry picked here by Flacket, the one he prefers. My eyes are on the S roll. The Aphelios, as you said, might be taken away. Actually, it's up and available, but I think not something really Flacket plays.
I'm trying to think. I'm thinking at the moment, no, not this split. I was thinking historically, yeah, of course, but you're right, not this split. Flacket has been the Aphelios, has been the Zaya, the Yunara so far. Even an MF game lingers in there too. Jin, another long range
pobanovali sve AD carry ovog sveta, bukvalno.
Yeah, and BDS clearly is setting up a rel pick here on 5 for
Ajde, ako uzmu Jina, onda baš nemaju, onda samo Gwen kao late će raditi damage Sionu.
Because the prio has increased so much on that champion, and then actually counter pick your AD carry, which is a little bit unconventional, but that would be a clever adaptation by them. But we will see what they look for. They're actually looking for the Corki, which is a good pick. Not really a hyper carry in the same sense, but Corki does allow you to kind of control that lane in a solid manner and kind of try to build that lead in the laning phase. Obviously on free items you'd rather have an Aphelios or a Jinx, but at a one item 24 spike, Corki is not half bad.
But what do you think running into this, now that Civ is gone, which I think is a very intelligent ban, you wanted to see the row, you said they were fishing for the row with the Alistar ban, which is a good call out. But AD carry pairing with this, is it just going to be an Aphelios game one to give a bit more range to BDS?
I always think either Aphelios or I think a Misfortune would be very good here. Together with the Orianna, the Rel, I think it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I don't know if I see, I mean, I do like Ice on the more hyper carry champions. The Aphelios has been very
good. A ko je ovo sa casterima? I ovo drugi, ovo samo Jack Spectra kao.
You want to go for the synergy of BDS's comp as well?
Yeah, it's rightfully so. I think Kai'Sa is a fine champion. Might be hard to dive into through the Sejuani, through the Gwen.
Ne znam, iskreno, meni je Giga čudno po glasu da ih prepoznajem, pogotovo što se menjaju konstantno.
O, još jedan ko mi pada na pamet je Finn, ali nisam siguran ni ja.
Very, very common butter and bread drafts here. You know, they have the butter, they have the bread. It's very standard. They have a lot of engage, a lot of damage, a lot of tankiness. No real holes in none of these drafts. The big discrepancy, I think, is in that top lane, the Gwen and the Sion, the carry top laner versus the tank top laner, the guy that wants to swap and the guy that wants to chase the guy who swaps away.
Well, Carlson so far has been pretty good in lane, so it makes sense that, again, he saved himself for this matchup, and for game one, it's so damn important. I have to apologize before, Finn. I dug you into a hole because, you know, after watching the first series go down so quickly, we're like, man...
Oh, Hysterics i Fin je tu, okej. Djelovalo mi je poznato glasno, nisam bio siguran ko je. Ali...
They're waiting to see what Team Heretics can do. Team Heretics are sitting 0-3. They have had a rough season so far. It's been one of their worst performances this year, but in their group, they've got one chance here to climb their way out. Not only does the winner get their spot for the crossplay decider, but the Heretics specifically, a win here would finally get their first series on the board and push them into playoffs, push them into that crossplay decider. We have a pause to start. Where did you get that Blitzcrank from? I've never seen that before. Finn, is that from Sweden? Where's that from?
That's not from Sweden. That's a very
I took a shot.
What's up with you in Sweden, man?
Dude, I like Sweden. I like that you come from a foreign country that's just not very well known. I mean, you guys keep to yourselves a bit.
I don't think Sweden keeps to themselves a bit. I think Sweden is pretty well known.
You've got great cheese. Weird socks that got holes in them.
You're thinking about Switzerland, man.
Oh,
Sweden is not known. You're so Australian. You don't even know the difference between Sweden and Switzerland.
Bro, I didn't even know that where Luxembourg was until 3 weeks ago. Like, oh man, you should have seen. I'd never heard about Liechtenstein until last year. Like, that's how fresh I am to Europe. You know, I went there and I'm like, what is this place?
I can't believe you, Jake. You come here on cast and you call me Swiss?
Bro, you know what's crazy about your country is that from 2 hours
Evo ga, lagani delay.
and I went from
Da,
Copenhagen to
prebrzo se završila prva partija, prva serija, zato moraju malo da oduže.
Malo da razvuku program.
Da, pa moraju da zarade svi koji su bili na programu, ne može da se završi u sat vremena.
I don't want to talk too much about Sweden. I would rather think about the stakes in this game.
Okay, yeah, you tell me.
Heretics really needs this win, and I really like where Shio has taken this draft. The Sejuani, the Gwen, the Jace. I imagine, together with the Corki pick, we're gonna see a lot of focus on those early dragons. To me, I think that is really the crucial point, which has been the play pattern for Heretics, where they find so much success in stacking those early dragons and securing themselves up, setting themselves up for a really clear win pattern.
I'm just getting confirmation on what the delay is for
Čekamo
now.
da, čekamo delay.
There is a pause straight into the game, so hopefully it's not toilet break Finn. And just a quick rehash for everyone at home as well. For BDS right now, they are locked into playoffs to confirm.
Okay.
All they need to do is get a series win here, and they will help SK. They are SK's heroes right now. I'm currently watching through, you know, like the MCU timeline at home. I got up to Iron Man 3, and I mean, they take a long time, those movies. And essentially, like that person stuck in the bank until she was about to get shot, but then Captain America came and saved her. And she said, thank you, thank you so much, Captain America. You want SK to be saying those words to BDS at the end of this series. You want SK to be that lovely, helpless woman in the bank saying, thank you, Captain America, to BDS. That's essentially the stakes here. Did that make it easy to understand?
That makes it perfectly easy to understand. I mean, I've actually been in SK a few times.
Jito, Rago, Jito je stompao.
I remember 2023, that was back when we had 5 games a day. We played the first game, and we had to wait until the 5th game was played to know if we qualified to playoffs. So we sat in that back room just waiting, biting our nails, just dreading our existence.
Oh God.
To just sit there and wait, and then game 5 came, and the team we wanted to win were really far ahead, and then they threw, and we sat there for 4 hours, and then we were just out of playoffs. All those emotions just go through your head, and then you just sit there like,
to je baš loše.
You sit there and all the emotions are drained out of you, because suddenly you were thinking about, I was gonna play more games, I was gonna go further, we were gonna come back in the playoffs, we were gonna take the
čekaš da ti na kraju ne dođe game.
I feel like the stress on these players right now is very high. I feel like all of these players want to show more than they have. I think when you're a pro player and you are on these struggling teams, it's very tough because all eyes are on you. All eyes are on you, and people don't expect much from you, but you expect a lot from yourself. as a competitor, that's all you have.
True, you hold yourself to a high standard. Below you can see audio issues on stage for the time being.
Aki mi neki audio issue. Tamo da uzem nešto pijem. Mislim, tu sam, čujem sve.
But yeah, I mean, it is hard because, like, your culmination of a year, like, we don't have championship points anymore. There is no safety net of, I did well in spring, I did well in winter. Don't worry, I'm fine in summer because I'll still make playoffs. No. If you are knocked out here, you're done for the entire year. Guys, it is not even September yet. That is a 3.5-month break.
Ne znam, giga mi je čudno što menjaju format non stop, jako je teško pohvatati šta se događa, iskreno.
Da, nije ni tačno siguran šta se dešava i kako sve funkcioniše. Mislim da LTA, odnosno Amerika, imaju još neki čudniji format.
Is Nuke who sits there and watches who, against Sheo, against old friends, has to now face off in one potential last best of 3 for the year. Welcome back and thank you for waiting.
Welcome back, and it says Carlson may be in trouble here. He has the flash.
He got tagged. And with the aftershock as well, it's a bit of extra burst damage. Carlson getting a second skin. No flash over the wall, but Carlson burns his. Ice doesn't need to match it. They already got the summoner spell.
Flash burn from Carlson there, and it's gonna be quite annoying because suddenly you can't just flash over that simple Sion Q. Sion as a champion has all the damage loaded into one ability, and if you're stuck to a really clutch 1-1, not having that flash could be really detrimental.
True. Especially since Gwen a lot of the time. Nuke, Team Heretics, I mean, they're getting one back, but this might turn into a kill. The extended flail, an auto from Blackhead. You know what, Finn? I'll take that. That's a kill.
Dirty cheesers. She was sneaking in on
Ok, startuju sa killom. Vidimo da li mogu da dobiju game. Do sad nisu dobili ni jedan. To jest, nisu dobili serije, dobili su 2 game.
A mislim, pogotovo Korki bi hteo se recall, ali nije mogu da promaši wave, jer uzo bi tier. To mu je giga big. Ili mogu da pokupiju, sve ne bi mogu uzmi tier, mogu bi uzeti longsword, ali što god, svakako da bude trunku jači u laneu. Pogotovo s Nautilusom, oni žele doline i ovde ko ludija, mislim.
And this time around, starting with a bit of a lead in the early game might just be what the doctored order for Team Heretics to get themselves an advantage.
Pepper or Dre? Which doctor?
Oh. I don't know. I don't like Dr. Pepper. I don't know what flavor Dr. Pepper is. That thing's like a cherry mix. I don't know what that is. Like Americans can tell me what that is because that's
crucially,
like
Blackhead hasn't burned his gold yet. Like even though he got that early kill, he's not gonna be able to spend all that gold, get those items before he bases. So right now the lane state is just sure you have a little bit extra XP, but still. BDS will try to get these early outpushes, I think, and look for this swap, because you really want to mismatch this Gwen lane with the Sion lane.
Yep.
I keep hammering it in. Swaps are so strong in the early to mid game, and it really helps you have an easy transition into those later halves of the game. When you have these lanes, like the Kai'Sa, it kind of struggles against the Corki in the isolation, and you have the Sion, which obviously doesn't want to go up against Gwen.
I mean, if this keeps happening right, Ice gets chunked out again. Good dredge line, they level up at level 3. The root in, not going to do too much. Paris crashes away. For Team Heretics, they're slowly getting this push in. That gold lead is slowly mounting. And as this wave finally comes in, stepping up against a phosphorus bomb, just seems so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup will be tough in the early game. We really want to get
stand. Ooh.
Paris just dead. Stand on fire so far.
What a hook by Stand. It threads the needle with an anchor.
Ok, Heretici očigledno žele da ostanu relevantni.
Ne znam ni koji od dva tima bih volao da pobedi. Mislim, kao, volao da vidim u play-offu, I guess, više nego drugi.
Ja bih rekao BDS. Iskreno.
Da, ja isto razmišljam.
Nisam Camilo enjoyer.
Ice, ja mislim da je jako dobar.
And I feel like he really helps this team. This is not really a team of 3 rookies. I feel like Camilo and Carlson, there are more rookies than Sten, but he's more a veteran almost, despite having the rookie title.
Yeah, I think we don't often point out the experience that comes from ARLs, as you're saying. Like, you know, there's a new stage in the LEC where it is a lot more pressure and the skill level's a lot higher when you consider the heights of teams like G2, Fnatic have passed, and the quality and the caliber we have in the league. You're dead on about that one, Finn, and for Standard is a nice pressure test, especially in this game, which means so much. As a quick side note, Team Heretics with those 2 kills over to Flacket.
Ela ruletu, slažem se. To je fine take, iskreno.
Who is slowly getting towards that phage, a tear in hand as well, and those swaps you're talking about, Finn, have come in, but a dredge line into Rooster is going to get popped out a little bit. Where the wave is quite nice, slow pushing. Rooster just has to wait up and wait for that.
Samo ne smiju dozvoliti da Flag sad pobegne s partijom jer je malo ahead na core queue.
I'm not sure if he was down for this swap. Maybe he was just seeing his bot lane like, oh, we're going top lane now. You go against this Corki that's 2 kills. And now there's a Corki with 2 kills and he has a null magic man.
Do you reckon he hasn't played against Corki in a while? I was like, Corki still has magic damage, right? Like, he's still converted, right?
It's not great, because usually when you're a top laner in these games, you would like to itemize towards what you're going to go against. And here, I mean, I think this up is quite telegraphed. This could have been a glove armor. Obviously, I'm nitpicking heavily. He will walk up and stop his recall.
Flacket.
Good, though. Finn, that's why we employ you. We like nitpickers, you know? People that really pull out, like, you know what? If he stepped there a second faster, he could have done this. That's good. That's
I mean, it doesn't end up mattering now, because now Carlson is going to match the sign. He's going to chase him, as I said, and Black is going to try to reach.
Odlučili su da više ne zovu ono kao igrača iz jednog tima iz prve serije, da im bude malo, da im kastuje malo na početku.
No, menjaju. Malo igrači, malo ne igrači.
A good reaction, rather. BDS using the last of their mana to get something from mid.
Yeah, I mean, good. No flash on this Jace is gonna really hinder Camilla's ability to play forward. Obviously, when that Wukong gets that Cyclone, it's gonna be quite scary for him to walk up. Cyclone into Command Shockwave is a nasty combo if you don't have flash. It's gonna be a quite easy pickup for...
Da, ne znam, iskreno ova serija možda ode na obe strane. Mislim da je BDS malo više pokazao, ali obe ekipe nisu pokazale su dovoljno dobre da igraju Worlds, tako da... Kako je krenulo, ja bih rekao 2-1 BDS.
The top wave got pushed in well by Ice and Paris. I think a couple of minions denied to Flacked. He's now slowly pushing out top, so as Ice comes down here, that Scion's not going to be late at all. The wave actually in a good state where Roos is going to be able to accept this. Ulti on hand, but might not need it here as he loses 1 to 2 minions just walking to the baseline turret.
Yeah, I mean, the trade-off here is that, sure, BDS gets the farm. They get the farm through these bad matchups, but look at where the Heretics bot lane is. They are constantly on the side where the next objective is.
That's true.
When Dragon is spawning bot, they're bot side. When Grubs is spawning top, they're top side. So it's not a free laning phase from BDS. They are losing things for these swaps, but at least they're getting gold on their carries, they're getting gold on their tanks, and they are quite stable for now.
Like the Dragon.
Mislim, jeste malo laki što moraju da beže od top bot matchupa perma i onda daju se objektive na mapi, ali...
Će Camilo umret? Neće ima phase rush.
Nema šokove Oriana još. 10 sekundi, 7 sekundi.
It's a nasty wave state in the mid lane. Nuke's gonna walk up here when he has shockwave.
Oh.
Big trouble, but also looks for an all in on Ice.
But nice ult from Ice. The last of the needlework is about to come through. The scissors out. Gets hit by partial barrier as well. Carlson has his flash, but he will not match. Ice is down with the summoner, but Carlson getting something back.
Really nice find by Carlson.
Disciplina od Carlsona. Mislim iskreno da će flashovat i probati da ga ubije. Ali mu jeste falio jedan basic, možda bi čak tradeovao.
Look at Wukong, look at Rel. They are really trying to capitalize on this mid-wave state. They really want to get something here, but Camilo would just take the bad base. Very mature, very demure, very good call.
Very demure. Yes, indeed.
Demure.
Demure is demure. See, I'm not medic. I don't have a vocabulary with me. Demure to me always just sounds like a fancy way of saying good vibe check, you know? Like these days people
Čovjek je vratio meme od pre godinu dana. Pa ni tad nije bio dobar meme.
Koji ni ne znam meme.
Upravo tako, zašto nije bio dobar.
It was a well-behaved recall from Camilo. He realized that the only place BDS could attack was him because he had a flash, and despite that wave being frozen, that was the only play he could do. It's not good to walk up and die to the gang. That's not going to win you the game.
No, it's not good. You are right about that. Hey, quick side note, play taking by Flacket as we just went off screen. That guy is loaded up. The 650 now is the lead. I'm also looking at quite a modest and not a demure lead, but a nice, presentable lead from Sheo. Sheo's up
Ice nema ništa. Da, on nema ništa, on je AD carry.
On je samo jedan mali AD carry.
Pa da, samo je dunt, samo je dunt.
And this is the price you pay for having your Rel around mid constantly. Rel is trying to find this pick on Camille because he has no flash, but that leaves Ice exposed.
Ice bez ulta, flasha, ne sme da overstepa 400 ninja od kule.
Camille is respecting. They're not really getting anything around
Rooster, chill bro, chill. Nisi toliko jak, nisi toliko jak.
That's what you call pushing it to the limit on a Scion, I guess.
He was looking for something there. I'm not sure what it was.
He was looking for something.
So now Rooster and Bukata is gonna base. Blackout is gonna push out his bot wave, and probably Rooster is gonna have to TP down there, or they're gonna lose yet another plate for Blackout. Blackout is just investing his lead very wisely. He has those good funds going, you know, really growing his ROI with his early game kills, really pushing the lead, which is what you have to do. Like, if you're 600 gold at 6 minutes ahead, I want to see that grow at the 10, 11, 12 minutes marks. We see so many people, they get an early lead, and then that just stagnates.
And
it doesn't
they don't
go
invest
anywhere.
it.
Yeah.
You gotta, you know, you talk about ROI, like we need to see that compound interest.
O, postoji šansa da ni Heretics ništa ne urade svojim leadom, ako ćemo iskreni da budemo.
Bro, I just don't see, people don't see it that way, you know, but Flack at this game.
To je fair, mislim, ok, na Korki mora da skijela Gwen, to što ima kill je dosta veća stvar. Brže spajkuje ka tom midu. On ide 1-2.
1-2. Čekaj, može ih ubiti? A, ne može sad više.
Paris helped save the play. If Carlson got the snip down, I fear what BDS's state would be in now.
You see, it's so difficult for BDS. Even in their bot lane 2v1, they're not really getting much done. They're just trying to get these plates on the tower, but it doesn't really go anywhere.
Hello, Bukata.
It's a barrier forced out by Ice. Bukata getting hooked there into the wall. Hook line and sinker. He's gonna W over the wall and get out, but his lead by Shield also increasing. 30 he's up in the jungle.
Zašto je Finn ovako elokventan? Puts down the sinker, kaže čovjek. Okej. Koristi reč demure. Ne znam da sam u životu upotrebio tu reč.
I think all year long it's fair to say that he's been giving the momentum to Team Heretics, and even as a 0-3 team, he's on something that can carry, but he doesn't need to carry. He's on a Sejuani. It is a much nicer look, and it seems to be giving stability to Team Heretics in this first game.
Yeah, man, I'm just looking at Ice. He just can't catch a break. He walks up to get one creep, insta-Valkyrie on his skull.
Three people there.
Poor guy, and as you say, this fatty pork belly on Shio's little bristle, it's really dangerous. It's really growing very well, and it's gonna turn into really, like, I just don't see right now in BDS who can kill this Sejuani, like, unless...
Hang on, here we go, pork belly's out, and Nuke has to flash away. Didn't want all those calories, and now his flashes down, but Sheo just sends it out with a quick Q.
He's on a cut right now. Camilo fighting back.
Camilo, he's gonna be okay for now, right?
Nuke je lagan, lepo trade, on je skroz ok.
No cigar, he didn't have flash anyway, he will be able to teleport back in, but Nuke still does damage. Went the damage build, mind you, as well, the Orianna chat build, so Nuke will not be shy of some early game responses.
Rocket.
Save me. Flagging is strong.
It's just, I mean, BDS needs to find more right now, because I feel like the game is slowly slipping away from them. 2 dragons now for Shio. This is his comfort state. Picks up the Ignite with the spellbook. I wonder what he's gonna burn with that. But yeah, I feel like tries to find just again. Okie
Botlane Heretika je rekao, mi vinamo ovo.
It's just insane down, like Paris probably wasn't expecting it because he had flash.
Da. To mislim, Flak ide igrao sa G2 i okej, bio je jedna od slabijih karika u tom timu, ali i dalje je bio i na Overloadzu, MSI, čini mi se čak. Znači ima iskustva i zna kako igrat protiv jačih, ono igrat protiv let's bot lanera, tako da nije najbolji AD carry, ali ako mu se da lead može izneti game.
Wave clearing is just so simple. 1 Q is gonna clear the entire wave because it just kind of explode. Like you kill 1 minion, that one explodes, and it becomes a chain reaction. It's a glorious way to the item, and it's very, very satisfying to play.
But meanwhile, this coverage, you wondered about the Ignite. Shea's going to use it on Paris, just to let him know he means it.
Power move.
It is. It's the Chad move, and Camillo's getting top turret, so Shea was just covering. It's all in time for the Herald as well. Flowers galore for Camillo as he picks up 3, and they've got top priors, so Shea, along with the rest of Team Heretics, are going to be here first.
I will say BDS has all now one item, and I think right now this is probably the best time for them to find a fight. They all have their component.
Okej, blokada. Okej. Nuk.
Camillo je umro.
Čekaj, aha.
Živ je Korki.
Flecky D. Lik je Flecky D. Nemojte me sprdati kasteri više. Znači, na Parisu povlačim liniju. Ne može da bude Flecky D. Ne, trolaju 100%.
Sad sam ga čuo da je rekao opet tako, ali nije, znam da nije.
Ne, jedan govori Flecky D for fun. A drugi kaže Flekt.
That's an issue. I mean, there's an issue here, and I think in general, great play by Heretics. I love how patient they've been this game. They are just playing on the side of the objective. Herald is spawning at 1 minute 30.
Govorim kao, čini mi se Vedius. Što je njega inače malo prozivam za kako izgovara neke reči, ali govorimo i on i ja Flaked.
It does mean, however, though, BDS, with that sacrifice, were able to stop the Herald. They're going to start it now, but Carlson's here on the wing. Sheo is bot side. 3 members are going to cross. This Herald is not going down that fast, and with Carlson showing, he's going to have to be engaged. He warps back, he jumps back, he's invulnerable for now, but even in the ring, I don't think there's enough damage here. They need to work through, and Paris is once again low. Teleport out as the need to work. Palms Paris once more at 4.5k. The patience wearing thin, now sectioned out, running back in. BDS though have used Rooster to come on in. They might find themselves a Herald. They just might. BDS with their first real win in this
game. BDS je našao nešto.
Nešto. Team Heretics trying to fight after the fact.
Sion TP's in and secures the Herald for the team, and she was like, I could flip this Herald fight, but there is a great dragon spawning in that bot, and it's like, you can have the Herald, you can have it, I don't care about it, I'm gonna take the dragon, I'm gonna go down there and secure the soul point for my team, and they're happy taking that trade. Good play by BDS. I think that's the only thing you can do right now, giving up that third dragon and really putting all your eggs in a basket that is that 4th dragon fight.
Man, it's just Team Heretics bread and butter. You know, I know you like talking about toast earlier on, but this to me is like with Vegemite, cheese, avocado, that combination. Oh, if you haven't tried that, that's so good.
It's Swedish cheese or what?
Yeah, actually, hey, let's cross cultures. I mean, Australian cheese is just cheddar, because we make, you know, we've got a lot of milkers, we've got a lot of cows, you know? So, Australian milk is goated. I gotta say, like, bro, our cow population is goated as well. Sorry, I'll be honest, I had dinner, but I'm now ready for dessert, you know? I'm ready for the next play. I'm not talking about league, I'm actually hungry.
I hate to break it to you, I don't think there's gonna be much happening right now. As Heretics, you are dictating the game.
Heretici imaju sol za 4 minuta, mislim da će se nešto dogoditi, ja se bar nadam.
You wanna speed it up. You wanna look for avenues. I think especially the side lanes is the best ways for BDS to find.
Tim oni moraju da guraju lead. Ja ne mislim da ne dobijaju lead, čak i sa Gwen.
You're gonna be in a world of pain. You're gonna have to walk through a Sejuani, a Nautilus, 7 rockets and some shock blasts, and a scissor lady that's gonna snip you down the moment you engage into that river area. So, I really want to see BDS try to make things happen on the side lane, and look what they're doing. Look at the Rel, look at the Wolf on cars, and you are not alone
here. This is ambitious. His burst is now out. Bukata saves the day though. Cyclone comes in, but Carlson...
Oh my god, sam malo ga je ubio.
Da, ali opet je zagrifovo kill, mislim... Super je što je skoro jak da ih ubi 1 na 2, ali ako samo da kill ništa nije uradio.
Just that great pick onto Carlson in the side, and that is exactly what you have to do. Really good adaptation, and this might give them a little avenue to actually contest the bot side. Put your Orianna on that bot lane side lane and try to get a tower and try to get a hiff, a huff, a piff, a puff of control in the bot side river.
And I would love a waft of what's coming up next.
Puff, huff, ja sam zbog skroz, ali nema veze.
You know, Finn, I've never said this to you before, but
Pa zabavljaju se ljudi.
To je okej, to
Ti
je okej.
kažeš watch party njima.
Realno watch party njima, mislim stvarno, nema šta.
There could be two of them. You know what? If this goes to a game,
Watch partijaju jako.
dream of what magic we can make together. Now, speaking of magic, BDS, you said they want to speed the game up. Well, Artican is a good chance of that. A bit of gold in their pocket that they desperately need. Right now, they're losing mid-turret, but look at side lanes. Nuke is trying to get a trade here for gold on the opposite side of the map, but he does have TP.
Yeah, I mean, look at all this vision in the top side jungle. Look at all this vision. BDS are completely blind. There's a sneaky little vision ward that they have missed to clear.
Where is it? Quickly shot.
It's a sneaky little vision ward that Heretics missed. A sneaky little one that they missed, so they actually have a little bit of information, and now they're going to put down the Herald mid and force Heretics' hand. They're going to pull them into the mid lane and take Carson away from the side lane to kind of stop that play. I guess Carson doesn't need to come.
I guess he does not. I mean, they're just going to take care of it by themselves. And
Ja, unlucky. Ostao na 30 health pre nego što je chargeovao.
Healthy enough for now, and Team Heretics hold their ground. 2 minutes till Dragon, by the way.
Znamo da BDS ima 2 minuta da postane dovoljno jak da može da kontesta Zmaja, što mislim da je baš problem. Ja već vidim da će oni pobediti taj fight oko Zmaja. Ne znam zašto. Imam neki osjećaj da će dobiti fight oko Zmaja.
Good discipline by Rooster being a little bit ahead. At least he is tanky and he needs that because there's so much damage loaded onto the Heretics comp that he is going to have to walk up and tank a lot of that burst. A lot of those shock blasts, a lot of those rockets.
Just a quick side note as well as we get into this is why Rooster's so good. Consistently happens here. An engage from Bacata on the horizon. Doesn't matter what the matchup, but Rooster's always someone to rely in here as almost 2 items, but he might not have it for the fighters. Team Heretics are choking vision on this side. Another good dredge line flash. Backhanded depth charge. Sten did a bit of Neo Matrix, but it wasn't entirely good.
Wow, okay, this is very confusing because we used our Glacial Prison and our Depth Charge right before the Soul Point is coming up, so I think this is a really good idea for BDS.
Will it matter? He gets the dredge line again. Will it matter? Because look at the phosphorus box, like a new target though. He's targeted by Bukata, but no one else is firing on the Corki. They're finally ulting him from Ice, who takes him down with Rooster jumping in as well. It looks good from BDS, but Carlson's filling the gap. Ice stops
Carlson je živ.
Ice pump!
Ice gets out the back of the pit, abandoning Rooster.
Okay, never mind, ipak će dobiti Zmaja. Hoće li? Ataka ni Zmaja, mogu li da uzmu? Ne mogu oba.
Možda dropuju tempo ako to budu radili, vidjet ćemo. Jer ako ostanu zatakan, ovi možda stignu se rezuju da otrče dole do Drakea.
I taj hook! Nautilus hook je... Ja mislim da oni to iskreno treba početi popraviti, taj hook.
Jako balansirani tačan spell, znam što želiš da kažeš tačno. Ali pored živog Siona, da se Sion pomeri da Kai'Sa dobije Accelerated Shock Blast je samo...
Da, to je baš unlucky zapravo. Mislim...
really want to try to get in and not let them get the full setup, because when Heretics get that setup, I don't see BDS facing them at all.
I agree with that. I mean, it means Blackett gets to play at range, Camilo gets to do more of that, and Sheo gets to pick his target. Rooster ready to jump in with the ball on his head. He's got an ulti available. Blackett gets pushed mid.
Yeah, eyes on Carlson. Okay, Carlson is pushing out this bot wave and is going to look for a flank in this angle. I feel like here, we really want to see... Oh, he's actually not going to go for the flank. He's going to go for the bot lane tier 2. He doesn't care about this dragon. I mean, Heretics is going to hold this point, hold them, and Carlson is pushing.
Mislim i okej za Heretics, ne moraju da Dream Bulldoze kao jedan Zmaja puste, nije im problem.
How quickly does it go down and can Team Heretics change it? Oh, Camilo! That damage hurts! Just a tickle on the back for Ice. Straight line doesn't connect again, but Paris missed the...
Sve na Camila. Čekaj, možda je dobro. Maybe it's good. A, Gwen je došla.
I'm looking at Carlson, Finn, but I'm looking at Blackett as well. Nobody could touch him as Bacata's back in. Stretch line to the south. It misses, but Team Heretics have got themselves Dragon again.
I mean, BDS felt like they had to go in there. They saw Carlson coming on the flank. They had to go forward. They had to go the other direction, but they only get Camilo. Once again, Camilo dying like a martyr to enable his team to carry the fight. Lockett and Carlson is where the damage is at, and not really enough, but BDS was just in such terrible position by the really good wave play by Carson and Heretics.
Do you feel like it's a problem they're using everything on one man consistently in these fights?
To se dešava, zašto su Hereticsi odjednom okej tim?
A mora da bude, mora plot armor da ih brani, to ti je poenta.
A.
They have to go in no matter what. Paris engaged onto Camilo to get this pick, but I mean the damage is so big. This Sejuani did so much damage.
Ne bi oni bili inače, ali...
So much damage. She's so powerful and sure they get Camilo, but it's just not enough. That is not enough. There's so much damage on this Heretics roster, and the moment Carson shows up, that fight is
Mora plot armor biti jak, druge nema.
Dobar damage. Puno damage uradili moje Oriana i Kajsa, kaže Sion.
A mislim, a to da li stvarno postoje dobri kasteri, ako me razumeš. Mislim, realno su stigli dotle da ubacuju igrače iz prve serije, da ko kastuju u drugoj seriji, da bi imali malo boljeg insighta in-game.
Zoning and control and vision here as well.
Heretics is just in their element right now. They're all gonna recall. They're gonna take that portal back on the top.
Što je jako unlucky, ali šta se radi?
Baron fight. I mean, right now BDS is gonna try to get a little bit of vision back, a huff, a puff of vision, whatever we said before.
A huff, a puff, yeah.
Yeah, and try to get a sneaky ward potentially so they can look for steal. I think right now BDS' best avenue is Heretic starts Baron and Bukada lands a massive steal. Like that is your avenue, or the game slows down and you get your third or fourth item on your carries. Actually, Ice already has 4 items. Kraken, Nasher, and Ginso.
Captain Flowers je god. Jeste, Captain Flowers je dobar.
A Captain Flowers igra igru. To me je stvar.
To je istina.
Ja mislim, ne moraš nužno biti ono kao visok rank, ali moraš par igrati malo igru.
Yeah, I'm not the Jack Spectre of today.
No, but okay, so I understand the thought process because you get a lot of on-hit damage with this build. It's not really an AP build in the sense that you can
Let's name dobar igrač.
I feel like the Kraken, the Ginsu,
True.
all off-attack on-hit damage. But I would kind of want to see him lead more into one direction, find his niche, like concentrate on what he's good at. Because I feel like now his build is a little bit all over the place. But I could be wrong. I'm once again displaying. I'm a stupid top lane main. I play Cassante, Renegade, and Kled. I should not be commenting on guys.
No, you should. For that reason, you should.
S ovim Korkijama koji izgube game Heretici i sa solom, ja stvarno ne znam.
Ice is a chat. She jumps in and absolutely sends it, and that's what this game's been all about. But you're right. Like there is a mix of build.
Meni ne bi dali da kastujem let.
Don't worry, Finn. I won't fire you for it, man. It's okay.
Što?
I'm here for you. I take all the blame.
Zato što bih prozivao pola ovih ljudi.
I know a lot about League of Legends.
You do.
One thing that always
Mislim,
has went away from me is Kai'Sa builds.
Mi mnogo češće kažemo da je nešto samo kao objektivno loše kad neko nešto uradi. To, Ice je samo umro od Shock Blasta.
It's not going to mean too much. There is a tank in the way in Flacket, or rather, excuse me, from Sheo. But Flacket also there. The poke so much. Ice had to back away. Baron part 2 going to be started here with a mid push. BDS are a man down.
Ice on the Shock Blast first on misses onto Rooster. Camilo's position is a little bit odd. Not
line set up.
Oh.
Sends the Ice wall out, and from the side, Camilo brings the hammer down. Carlton will take a shockwave, but again, it's only one man. BDS will catch
Oh my god, Jace. Da, Sajni ne bi dali Fanatic nikada da kastuje.
To je istina. Pogotovo što mora da budemo u istoj prostoriji. Šalim se, naravno. Ej, Sakre, nemaju taj test, proverio sam. Mislim, čisto za drugara sam morao da pitam. Ja, ovo je samo game, mislim, nema šta. Heretici su uzeli lead od početka, unplayable im je bukvalno.
Aj, sad sam hextekom.
Man, I feel like Team Heretics, again, they've had such a rough start. They went against Fnatic at the start. They took a game off, and that series did look winnable at week 1. Week 2, G2 ran over them. Against SK, again, they threw away that series. They have been the own makers of their demise this split. This game is looking great. Team Heretics.
Bilo bi fora da nas. Zašto? Pozovite nas. Riot, ako slušate Let's, ako slušate, pozovite nas. Jedan cast. Dajte nam jednu seriju nam dajte. Nas trojica da iskastujemo. Dajte nam nešto, ali nešto zabavno, nešto da možemo da se zezamo. Nemojte nam dati ono neki...
For his own set, Detonator works out again, and Carl is going to rip through the sewing class. Was expensive. Man, BDS did not sign up for that one. A double kill. Shara runs into eyes, but his back breaks up against the wall. Sent to bed, sent packing for
dobro. Iskreno ne znam što da kažem. Mislim da ovakav gold nisu videli cijele godine.
Really well played by Heretics and just so well disciplined.
I don't think there was a point in that game where BDS had full control. There was like the re-engage of the Herald where they sacrificed members for it, but that was clean from Team Heretics. That may have been their cleanest game so far we've seen in the split.
Hereticsi iznenadili su me prijatno za ovaj game. Ja sam mislio da će biti BDS 2.0, ali okej, ćemo vidimo da može biti BDS 2.1.
Sad ćemo da imamo. Sad ćemo da vidimo, da čujemo intervju s Flektom i da idemo u sljedeći game.
All right, I was going to ask a question, but instead we're just going to give you the question that Asterix asked. He says you were donated a lot of money that game by your teammates. How do you feel about the performance?
I mean, I'm really happy with how confident we went today, despite, you know, like the results and especially like SK match. So I'm really happy even though we managed to stay confident in our plans and display with balls.
Was there any difference in the prep this week that allowed you to show such incredible form in this game one?
I mean, I don't think so, actually. I think the week of scrims before playing SK, I think it went really good. So it was really disappointing to just go on stage and just not perform. But I think this we're showing kind of what we have been doing in scrims for like the past 2 weeks.
Hell yeah, man. Well, for your sake, I'll let you get back to your team. I hope you can show it in game 2 as well. That does it for us here. You can hear the fans. A lot of love for Flacket, a lot of love for Team Heretics. We're going to do a quick break. When we return, game 2.
Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick! What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
what did you guys do? Bro, Camilo and Shio switched. Yeah? And I tried to check on him, he did the fist bump only, I'm like this. And then I say, f off, you know, like, what is this?
So typical.
This matchup will be tough in the early game. We don't want to get...
Oh, nice. And that might be a kill. It is!
I see, on me, ultim. Drill flash. Okay, you win. Drill flash, come, go. Hook in 6. No flash on the re, no flash on both. Look, Kaisa. I go. You go. Maybe. Nice, boys, well played. Nice, good job. Yeah, they're mega choking, by the way. Well played, guys. We play with confidence, with balls, and we cook them.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LEC as I have briefly joined the Team Heretics Hate Watch Club up here in the VIP lounge with SK Gaming. For those who have missed it, BDS win, SK are clear, smooth sailing, it's easy peasy. I'm here with Skeens and Kadui. Gentlemen, I think we need an honest review of BDS in game one. What happened from your perspective, Skeens?
I mean, I think they didn't know about the flex, Jace, so I think it was really out for them in draft. And I feel like the jungle deflection was really huge this game, to be honest. I think Bukata didn't play the best game, and I think Shio was playing really well, yeah.
All right, optimism for game two, perhaps, Kadui. Anything that you want to see? Like, if you were their coach backstage, what are you telling them to lock in and focus on so they can bring home the next 2 games and get you guys a spot in playoffs?
Yeah, their coach is probably telling them to stop getting solo killed on lanes.
Yes, good advice.
And I think the moment this happens, I think we at SK also have better chances of getting to playoffs. So we would love some less solo kills.
Okay, less solo kills, less jungle diff. You've heard it here from the Hate Watchers Club. Let's see if BDS can find the win. Take it away, Laura.
Thank you, Didi, and thank you to the SK voice. That is all we need from the Hate Watch corner here at the studio. Now, caught off guard with the Jax flex. Stop dying. Pretty much standard League of Legends advice, I want to say.
Yeah, it's what I yell at all my solo queue teams as well. Is just stop dying, please.
That's like peak hate watching. Is the guys who are about to get knocked out and they're like, yeah, they're just getting solo killed a little bit too much. They're getting out jungled, but you know, everything is fine.
Everything is fine. Everything was not fine. Where has this Heretics win all split long? It's about time.
I mean, they're kind of popping off. The fact that you end up like getting this invade early that gets you a kill, then you get the duo kill on bot lane to kill off the rel, like it's all kind of just working for them right now.
And it's also, I feel like it's just one of these really weird match made in heaven kind of matchups between Team Heretics and BDS, because BDS is just showing not really a lot of signs of, you know, proactivity. I feel like, yeah, it's maybe what Skin says, that they got caught off guard by the Jace flex, and then they just don't really have, you know, strong lanes to play through. Because at the same time, it was just clear-cut. Another Shio masterclass where you just go, Team Heretics, what are you going to do? Ooh, I'm just going to stack some Drakes, I'm going to stack the objectives, I'm going to get my leads there. And BDS didn't really show any signs of counterplay to any of those things.
That's what I like the most. I like this side of Heretics. This is the team that got me excited in spring. When you look at Shio and what he can do in the early game, Flackhead, Unleashed, smurfing on Corki, that's what I see from them. And he was talking about confidence. That is this confidence that made them successful before.
And this is the kind of what we were saying was the winning formula for them, was getting Shio onto something where he can be the initiator, he can solo himself, get into these lanes and actually get interacting with them, and then able to enable Flackhead in a way where he can be a menace in these fights. And I think Flackhead has kind of had this moniker of not being able to fully be set up and deal the damage and be that carry, but he's showing here today that like when you give him these resources onto picks like the Corki he's comfortable on, he can pop off.
Looking at the checklist that we have here, Odo, on the side of Team Heretics, 2 of them are checked. Jungle support synergy. Do we want to see this in the next game, or is it just fine enough playing like this?
I don't really care, because I mean, this is the checklist. You know, you need to get a couple of them just to be the opposite team. You know, you don't need all 3 of them to win worlds or whatever. It's just you need to pick one thing or at least 2 things, do them well enough so that you enable yourself to have at least consistent win conditions. Because if you go into the next series, or like in the next game rather, and you have, sure, you don't have jungle support, but at the same time, you know, Shio is still giving you your Drakes, Flackhead is still, you know, excelling in laning phase. At the same time, do you really need more? No, you just win a W.
And I think as much as it is like them enabling themselves, it's also shutting down what this win con is, right? Like we saw full dragon control coming through for them. They got all the grubs, all of these objectives went the way of Heretics. And when we was like, oh yeah, we want to see them focus on keeping the carries in BDS safe and fine. Like Nuke was getting killed in the early stages. Your bot lane was dying already in the 2v2. It was just out the door before it started.
I mean, that's the thing. I want to see them play the game next. I understand that Nuke maybe wants to help his former friend Sheo to get in the crossplay decider. Guys, come on, please. You have something else. I don't have an identity for BDS right now.
And I think that's the crux of it, right? I think this has kind of been where the discussion has been for a large portion of it. Because even there was the series, I can't remember off the top of my head who it was against, where they get 3 kills early and then they do nothing for the entire start of the game. It feels like they don't even understand how they're supposed to try and push the game forward. And sure, there is some growing pains with like Bukata coming into the mix, but having an actual, hey, we want to play for these team fights and these objectives just isn't there.
And I don't want to throw shade on, you know, jungle or anyone, but I felt like before in the previous iterations of BDS, you had one guy who really wanted to step out of line and be the guy who starts, like, you know, who goes in and dies first. And that was like, for example, 113. With Sheo, you had this identity when it comes to the dragon and everything. Someone wanted to step out of line, because right now when I look at BDS, I feel like there's 5 people who I want to be so on point with exactly what they want to do that they're afraid of stepping out of their comfort zone and making the first step forward when it comes to securing anything.
So what you're saying is Finn was right the whole time. They need to bring back 113.
113, bring him back. I mean, yeah, there was some fire in the team at least then, but I feel like it's kind of hard to build synergy, especially so late into the season. They are trying Odo as a coach. You have the rats in difficult situations sometimes. What do you do when Baus is going 0-16? What do you do when nothing works? What do you do when you need to bring it back together for this one last time, when it matters?
I mean, unironically for Baus, it was always, you need to isolate one guy and lock in on him and make him play better. So for example, you know, the easiest one, for the clear one for Los Ratons was always like, you know, when Baus drops us a 0-8-0 game, I tell him, hey Baus, did you realize that when your KDA is positive, we win the game? And he's like, oh, coach, you're absolutely correct. And then he doesn't end.
And that's exactly what the guys were saying.
Yeah, it's just, I feel like
stop inting.
Exactly. I would say a little, it goes a bit more.
The takeaway?
The takeaway is the same one we've heard from the SK boys. Stop dying isolated.
No, it's just like, make one guy the superstar of the team. If I'm part of the coaching staff, I am thinking that, you know, I make everything humanly possible in one of these drafts to be like, okay, jungle, you need to be as strong as possible. We need to give you all the tools to be as strong as possible, or for mid lane, or for ice, because these guys are, you know, our traditional carries. They need to have as many tools to get this sort of comfort zone when it comes to how they approach the game.
And I think that's why we saw them struggle a little bit in the draft, because Heretics, when you look at their draft, went, hey, we're going to ban away the Azir immediately, which is Nuke's best performing champion at the moment. And then they also immediately went for the Jinx as well, which traditionally has been Ice's best performing champion, right? So I think trying to have these kind of earlier set carries is probably going to be better for BDS, so they can set up for some of these team fights and have these late game carries where it kind of just becomes a case of, can you use your hands to win the fight rather than trying to set up the map or do all these kind of wonderful wacky things.
And remember, we're going to be covering a draft here at the desk, but the stakes for this game, the winner of the series will secure 3rd place. For BDS, if they win, SK and BDS are going to be in the crossplay decider, but it's not looking like this for now because Team Heretics are fighting. They're coming strong here in Game 1 to snatch this last spot in the crossplay decider. BDS is going to be playing on red side this time around. I would let you guys go with the beginning of the draft. What do we want to see here?
Surprising though to choose
Ok, zašto Laura radi draft? To je moje prvo pitanje.
When it comes to what blue side can be securing here, going for the red side approach to just get
Vodoamni i Laura rade draft fazu.
It just comes down to how much they can trade and how many power picks they can.
Zašto?
Yeah, I agree. I thought they would have opted in towards the blue side. Especially because you can start to like
Ništa mi nije jasno.
A ne, ceo desk radi i Dagda je tu.
Zašto? Recimo da je samo prebacila na draft i da više neće da priča o draftu.
I think you've got plenty that you could opt for as BDS.
Nemam pojma.
Honestly, coming into the draft in Game 1, it didn't look like they were fully comfortable in looking for these big power trades back and forth. So we'll wait and see.
I also feel like they got maybe a little bit thrown off by the flex pick because it just took a lot of their priority or a lot of their comfort out of it. But right now we're seeing them all kind of Victor out, has 0 powers as well. I'm looking at what is OP right now. I'm looking at
Vi is still there.
Yeah, I'm looking at Yunara and Pantheon as the premier picks here. The Trundle ban makes more sense to further empower the jungler. So I'm looking at the Vi potentially. Yunara. I think this is just a clear-cut Pantheon for Vi trade or something among those lines.
Yeah, I'm more on taking the Pantheon on this rotation because I think Vi's kind of lost a lot of the picks.
Rumble, I completely forgot about.
There we go, Rumble, yeah. But
Ali ja sam mislio da ti možeš, da si BDS, nisu morali da banuju Junaru, mogli su da ostave i onda da im puste da biraju šta će. Ne mogu.
Kasteri pričaju sami protiv sebe. Ako je trade Pantheon za Vi, onda nemaš razloga da pikaš jedno od ta dva, samo pikaj drugi prio pik i onda pusti šta god ti ostane. Jer BDS neće pikati i Vi i Pantheona.
Da, to sam i ja isto razmišljao, sam bio u fazonu, a da, ne mogu, moraju da banuju Junaru. Za trade.
The immediate eye on the opposite side when they see the Vi. Honestly, I really like what Heretics are bringing to the table. Even though you don't have the best of matchups singularly in the top side, you're already setting up for strong team fights, self-peel in the AD carry role. I think you've still got plenty of picks like, as you're saying, like Jarvan you can go through in the jungle. Still picks that kind of fit into the wheelhouse of what we are expecting for Sheo. The Pantheon's still going to be there as well. So overall, I think Heretics much easier to function team. At least from the early stages.
You do open yourself up for counter pick here in the support role. Well, Alistar is just a neutralizer, I guess. It's a great pairing for the Rumble and the Rakan as well. And as you said, Dagda, the Vi is not going to have a lot of fun time this game. I feel like Team Heretics' answer was good for the later stages of the game.
Ono što je meni dosta interesantno je činjenica da su uzeli Zaju Rakana, su dropovali Pantheon, ali to vratno znači samo hoće nekog wombo combo junglera, što iskreno nema previše. Fazon, ovdje bi najviše rekao stari Zek. Oni što baci ulti, pokupi sve pa ih vrati nazad.
Da, jeste.
To bi bio optimalan pick za njih.
Just seems like the easy options here for Heretics.
It is a little bit odd though when I think about it. You're quite happy if BDS has him on a mobile carry because you can just, pile on the engage with the Rakan, with the follow-up from Rumble. Yeah. It makes it hard for them for him to survive. I'm expecting a Jarvan ban here. Oriana is out as well.
I was thinking, like, if I'm Heretics, go for that Jarvan. You're in a great spot then for your team fights. And then Kamilu kind of has this pick of the litter with whatever he wants to try and take in the mid lane. And even if you wanted to go something a bit more aggressive, like a J4 Galio, where you can use that combo well together, I think you're in a fine spot as well. So,
this is interesting, it's weird though, because now I feel like you're almost forced to go.
Da, J4 Jarvan Galio ne bi bilo loše nužno.
I do assume that laning phase might be a little bit easier. Does have time to scale because right now with Jarvan being open, I feel like Team Heretics does have the option to go for a pretty strong combo here, at least for anything mid game.
Yeah, and you don't even have something that's particularly safe, as I was saying, in the support role. Like, it's not like you could suddenly pivot into a Tam Kench or something and be like, oh no, we've got some peel for the backline. And yeah, Talia now taking another very vulnerable, I will say, mage in that mid lane for something that could be, again, Jarvan, I think, great pick here.
I do like a lot what BDS is doing with the fact that they're giving ADC last pick, which traditionally it doesn't really make sense because you see, you don't get a lot of value from counter pick ADC, you would get more value from counter pick mid lane, but at the same time now, you're kind of forcing Team Heretics' hand to go for the
Silas, sigurno, za ne?
Ja mislim da je to grif. Ja mislim da je legitimno grif.
Mislim, kao ima Alistara na drugoj strani, okej, ali...
Mislim, bolji je pik ovdje nego na EBL-u. Ali ovdje, kao generalno u Talija matchup se baš ne sviđa.
Heretics had a good answer in their first three, but the Silas into what is already there is just a terrible pick, yeah. And then the Zinzao as well, he wants to dash in, and now you're into Talia stuns, you got Alistar Peel, even the Aurora gonna get value with the slows. I really don't like the way Heretics finished out these last two picks.
Well, Silas does have a lot.
Ja sam mislio da kad su ovi pikovali Taliju da ti ideš samo Jarvan Oriana. I u fazonu si mi smo lagani u fightima. Ali oni su uzeli neki čudan late game team koji ima jak mid game sa melee midom.
Is it closer to what you guys expected from BDS? Looking at the improvements that we wanted after game one, is that what brings them back into the series here?
I think it's always weird because it's when you think of traditional
A jeste, pravo si. Oriana igrano prošli game, da. Nebitno, moja greška.
I want to be the carry role. And has been doing
Mogu je Gali onda.
if it's BDS that can enable Rooster and try and
Zaboravio sam da je fearless. Nekad mi se desi da zaboravim da je fearless i u fazonu se može da se igra samo šta god.
control areas of objectives with the Weaver's Wall. Otherwise, I think it's just easier to play the Heretics.
All right, well, let's see if this game will be the series where BDS can come back, or if Heretics is going to be the last team joining them in the cross-play decider. Casters, what do you think? Are we going game 3 here?
I think we're going
Ja sam lud.
We are in a pause. I see a grey screen right now in League of Legends, so Law, I cannot answer that. You know?
What do they call it gray? It's like...
Sepia. A warm mustard.
Say what?
A mustard. It's like a mustard.
Daj, game delay, come on.
A tempered mustard.
Mora malo. Nismo dugo imali game delay, realno.
Ali šta delayujemo sada?
Sound issues,
Koji
verovatno.
sad problem? Okej, ajde, to neću ništa komentujem. Zvuk je najgora stvar kada radiš ovako nešto, ja pretpostavljam.
What was the accent? Like, what was the goal there? What was the...
1907? Butler.
1907?
Yeah, in London.
1907?
Yeah, 1907.
07, yeah.
Yeah,
1907, 197, the year is...
1907.
Yeah?
In Sweden you say it like this.
It had to be something Swedish, didn't it? Yeah, I knew it.
As we're going back into the game, hopefully, I think...
So, sorry, what were you talking about with the Butler?
I was talking about the draft, and I think BDS has accumulated a really solid draft. I think they're winning top, they've been pushing mid, and they have a winning bot as well. Don't know exactly if the Alistar will push the first waves, but I think the Aphelios into the Saya in general, from my understanding, is quite a solid matchup.
So where does the Butler come in? What is the history there?
I mean, Shio's gonna have to be the Butler because all the lanes are in dire need of assistance.
Right now. So Shio has to be a 1907 Butler. And Team Heretics have to find
Butler
themselves
Shio.
a kill. They get Bukada's flash.
Flashless Bukada.
And I feel like Team Heretics...
Ozbiljna priča.
Now last game, remember again, it was the invade from BDS on this side.
Evo kada dao i prošli put kill na početku, je to bio stand. Ne stand, Parus.
Serving time. Bukada's just gonna have to sit there. Abscond of Duck, good side step from Bukada. He gets out.
Jao, koliko, misli si ti sad 2, koliko bi ti tužan bio u stvari?
I think Shio has a lot of information to work with. No flash on the Vi, and you know exactly where he's gonna start, or at least which side he's gonna be on around 2 minutes into the game.
Well, I can tell that viewer, Pup, it's not just the Aurora ult, the Alistar ult he's got, which is one of the best Alistar, one of the best Silas ults in the game. Shout out to the viewers, keep sending in your comments, aka...
Alistar ulti. To je jedan od najboljih Alistarovih ultija ikad. Ne znam da li se to zna.
Alistar, šta? Alistarov ulti je najbolji Alistarov ulti ikada.
Da, to je krenuo da kaže, pa se ispravio za Silas.
To je, ja se slažem. Uzet ću u obzir, ako se ne varam, da Alistar nikada nije imao drugi ulti.
Ne da znam da je imao.
Nešto mislim da mu je dodavao AD u nekom trenutku. Jer sećam se sam igrao AD Alistara. Tehnički ništa nije pogrešno rekao. Jel' tako?
Da, ali ako ti davao AD, onda bi to bio najbolji ulti.
Da, ali ne
znam... Ako ti davao sve isto, samo AD.
E pa to, ne znam da li davao sve isto, ne znam da li bio neki trade-off. Da li tipa davao armor i MR, a ne damage reduction ili tako nešto. Ne mogu da se setim. Nešto mi se javlja da je davao tipa 120 AD-a ili nešto bolesno. Ali ne mogu, nisam 100% siguran.
I to rekao moguće, ali ja sam mislio da... Meni je palo na pamet da je možda davao attack speed, pa se igra u džunglu... Ne može da se igra u džunglu level 6. Možda moram da vidim, Alistar, lol. Fast versions. Ima to. Da, for next 7 seconds, Alistar gains bonus attack damage and reduces all incoming damage dealt. Imao je damage reduction, ali je dobio bonus AD.
Znam da sam igrao AD Alistara u nekom trenutku, tako da ima to smisla. Trinity Force Alistar bio busted. Ragu uvek je lec u Berlinu, uvek igraju u njihovom studiju, tako im je najjeftinije.
Što pitam kad je to bilo? Kad je to bio tu promjenu? Ok, u patchu 6.22 mu je izbačen taj da dobija bonus attack damage.
They should have been Team Heretics win, but because
6. sezona. Pa dobro.
Da. Čak i to moguće da je to pre-season 7. 6-22. Ok, fair. Dobro, sećaš, ja sam to skroz zaboravio.
Carries it forward. Okay, it's a 1-for-1 now. He's teleporting away. Carlson is not going to have the damage. And he TP's in front of Carlson's face. And the wave right now should be a good spot for Carlson, but Rooster will survive.
It's a disaster for BDS. Rooster has
Proto
to move
Beltalister.
unfortunate lane state here. True. See how it ends up going. Shua initiates this, but Bukada, he decides to fight back because he thinks Aurora is first. He thinks he has the backup from top. But now Aurora is moving, but Romulus is trailing. And Shield is kills him before Aurora is there.
I think he tried to flash back and get the damage down while also getting out of Rooster, but Rooster still hits, so hence the trade. As you said, the wave was in a bad state. I'm curious, observers, if we can look top in a sec.
Yeah, I mean, I think now Carlson can hold this. Right now, it's going to be hard for Carlson to contest Aurora due to the item advantage, but when Carlson gets his first base, he's going to be up quite ahead in gold, or at least in components compared to his Aurora. Right. You don't want to trade into red buff, because when he has red buff, he has so much HP regen. It's like every trade is kind of bad for you. So right now, you just kind of want to play slow, play at the edge of the melee minions, just push with your Q and get this wave pushed in. If he can do that properly, he's in a very good spot, and he's a very happy Yordle in a mecha suit.
You say happy hippo.
Happy hippo?
Yeah, is that what Rumble is? Rumble Yordle hippo. I said this last week on cast, we need more hippo champs. We have no hippo champs. Think about it, who do we have? Yeah, that's right, there's no hippos in the game.
I would love a Kled skin where Scarlet is a hippo. That would be really
good. Yeah. I just want more hippo representation.
Imamo
when a Kled also like
Toma u tam Kenču.
Istina.
Imamo Tigra u Rengaru. Ima li još neki Tigar?
A Cougar Nidali.
Nidali dobro da. Kao.
Obviously, you can't see it right now, but he's deep in thought. He looks down at the game and he says, well, this is what I imagine.
I'm looking at this Shincha who's gonna base now, and I'm gonna see where he opens. Either he opens into the
Vukung kao majmun. Da, fali nam malo životinja. Trebali bismo još koje životinje umjesto, ne znam, anime devojaka što ubacuju.
O, Alistar je
krava.
Pik.
Pik.
A Seđu je pola vepar.
A, dobro.
Što jes, nije da nije, nisam ja ništa loše to rekao. Renekton je aligator. Asus je ker.
Da.
Ima životinje,
Treba još neke interesantne, ne znam.
Timo je veverica, Nuk je mrtav i tako, nije mrtav. Nemaju damage.
Nemaju ni damage u to.
Parus je probao da asistuje protivničkom.
Knocks him down. BDS with 2 and that's one hell of a way to start a fight.
And they thought they were stronger.
Yumi, da, Yumi je mačka.
But they didn't have the damage. They didn't layer the CC properly. You want to use that Viol on the Silas and then get all the damage down. But I think, if I'm correct, that the Rakan W was interrupted, and due to that, Nuke was able to flash out and create enough space for Shio to be turned on, and they turn on the Silence. Let's see this once again. They look onto the Talia, but he's gonna try to create a lot of space here. Great combo by Paris gonna come in here. Or just a W, or Q, I mean.
Yeah. Boom.
I mean, really well played by Paris. He gets the Q and initially engaged, and then it W's Camilo into the tower. Really well played by this Alistar, and I feel like that was really the crucial factor here. To some extent found the impact he wanted here. Like, sure, he used the W, but at the same time, Nuke was so far away. SK looking really happy about that one.
Yeah, SK are sitting in our VIP section. Granted, that's where they should be. Hoping again that BDS are going to show up big now.
Ne znam da li su to tražili, ali da. Hekarin, Kindred, Azir. Ma dobro da, dobro, Azir je... Azir nije, Azir samo nosi oklop. Nije baš golub.
Especially since they lost Sheo. And it is really good here that this player now has a kill. And that Team Heretics, they might be getting grumps for the time being, but BDS stopped the flow of the usual Team Heretics play, which is, or are rather, these early dragons.
Yeah, I mean, I think really crucial here, like really stopping the, as you say, hindering these dragon stacks from the Heretics, which is the butter and bread combo.
Yeah, the butter, bread, butter, yeah.
Butter and bread. Okej, Vin.
Vidiš, ti ne stavljaš hleb na puter. To je najjači kombo ikada.
A što najsmešnije, ovo je drugi put da je to rekao. Prvi put ga je ispravio i rekao mu kako treba i sad je opet rekao isto.
Mislim, realno, to je skoro dobro i onda poslije uzmeš Nutellu sa palačinkom za dezert.
Nemoj spominjati, palačinke jako želim.
Ja isto, već 25 dana. Znam u dan.
Koliko si sada izgubio? Pošto si na katu?
A ne znam. To čekam 2-3 mjeseca pa ću onda da odem na merenje kako treba. Jer sad je većina u mastima, to ne mogu kući da merim. Mislim mogu, ali... Znaš ti kako rade te pametne vage, nisu baš najpametnije.
Da. Ja sam... Jedini put kad sam merio masti, su mi merili preko... To je bio sam kod... Tad sam imao problema u stvari stomačnih, pa sam onda išao kod nutricioniste zato što su me unakazili na ovoj internoj medicini sa probioticima i tako dalje, pa sam izgubio 10 kila u jednom trenutku, bio sam ispod 60. I onda su mi sa onom nekom spravicom kao uhvati kožu i onda kao meri nešto i onda ne znam tačno kako funkcioniše i rekla mi je kao ja ne znam kako tebi ti izmerim toliko kao samo ti kožu kao mogu da uhvatim, to je to bukvalno, kao ne mogu ništa više da ti uhvatim.
To je kaliper se zove i to je baš ono, moraš da budeš baš dobar u merenju sa tim. Da bi dobio, a čak i to nije precizno. Problem je što ništa nije precizno. Znaš, sve je odokativno, čak i kaliper i svašta nešto.
I kao, sa time mi izmerila i bila je kao u fazonu...
FF.
Kao, ne, ovo ti, znaš da ovo nije baš dobro. Ja rekao, ne znam uopšte, ne mogu godinu dana da se pomerim u 60 kila koliko su me unakazili. Ne znam, nisam pretpostavio. Tako da sam tada mi je, izmerila mi je 5%. Sam je bio toliko mršav tada. Bilo užasno. A kaže, pre mene joj je bio neki lik sa istim problemima kao što sam ja imao. I kaže, njemu su isto tako na internoj medicini. Oh my god. Okej, lepo. Pobegao sa 100 healtha Carlsen. A da, kaže, bio je kod pre mene neki lik koji je tipa 2 metra. I kaže, isto su njega tako unakazili i on je isto, kaže, skroz mršav. Isto mu je mast izmerila kao meni. Zamisli lika od 2 metra koji ima tipa 70 kila možda.
5% ti je realno izgleda kao prime Ronnie Coleman, inače.
Da, mislim, ja sam imao 60 kila. I manje od toga. I kao, toliko ništa nisam imao. Ja sam bio kost, koža i mišići. Koje nisam imao jer nisam trenirao. Kao, to je to bilo. I onda kada sam konačno uspio da se rešim tih problema, zato što nisam mogao da se ugojim uopšte i nisam jeo. Ja sam jeo maksimalno 3 puta na dan i to je bilo isključivo ono povrće, bez ikakvih masti, bez ičega. Nisam jeo slatko, ništa. Sve su mi zabranili kao da jedem.
Da.
Jer sam imao infekciju neku stomačnu. I na kraju ona meni kao rekla, ne, ti kao moraš da jedeš nešto.
Na silu, na silu.
Tvoje tijelo ne može, mislim, ne može tijelo da ti funkcioniše, ne može da ozdravi kada ti ništa ne jedeš. I onda mi je rekla kao sve ti možeš i te mlečne proizvode, mislim, fermentirane, ono, pavlaku mogu da jedem sireve i tako to, kao, ne one bele samo, kao mlade sire, kako god. Kao to mi je rekla da baš ne bi trebao, ali sve ostalo kao mogu jogurt, sve isto mogu da pijem. I to je bilo, mislim, ja kada sam se rešio tih problema i kada sam nastavio da jedem normalno, ja sam ugojio 15 kila za tipa 2 meseca. Jer ono kao toliko ništa pre toga nisam jeo. Ja sam prošao od 60 kila do 74 u roku onako od odmah.
Dobro, da se brzo bouncuje gore, kad ono, mislim, rešiš da trebaš da rešiš.
Tako da, baš je bilo ono kritično u tom momentu. I zato sam te ono pitao kad smo ti i ja pričali, kao da li da zapravo smršam prvo pa onda da krenem da vežbam i da se ugojim polako.
He's just gonna catch waves and not really be included into the plays. Right, okay. Like Sala's strength is that in skirmishes, 2v2s, 3v3s, he's quite good because he has a lot of upfront burst, yeah. And a really good follow-up on other people's fights.
Kako zabadaju.
Sorry about the ult usage, yeah. It is being started, looks like it'll be completed because Team Heretics don't want a piece of this at all. Backing off, Shao's so deep in enemy territory on that bot side, and
look at the Roosters though. He's standing there. He's really sad, watching all the minions die. He's not getting a crumb of the pie even. He's just standing there watching them die. Sad Aurora.
This Aurora, I mean, he's not in the worst position, but you're right. Like losing those minions does hurt a little bit when you see that everyone's on the bot side map for you. For now, Team Heretics losing top, so.
Da si coach koji bi draft rađe želeo ovdje. Sad kad je realni even game mi možemo pričamo o čemu god jer se ništa još neće dogoditi.
BTS-ov bih ja preimao. I si imali nešto drugo na midu i rekao bih Heretics. Ali mislim da je BDS ima bolji draft.
Or use it to take down that mid tier 1. Those are really your only options, and if you use it on the mid, you would like to do that.
Isto, nisam teo kažem ništa prvi, zašto mislim sam subjektivan, ali ja sam uvek u fazonu da igram Aphelios pre Zaja u hyperlate-u. Mislim, Zaja je mnogo jak jer ima self-peel, ali Aphelios sa full buildom je mislim jedan od najzanimljivijih šempova u gameu. Znači, toliko je beyond, čak i na 3 itema mi je beyond broken. Ako uzmeš tipa kolektor Infinity Hurricane, ove gemu ne treba ni LDR, bit će mnogo jači. I prefan je. Šotaš wave-ove, šotaš protivnike, niko nema tanka s druge strane, Rakan support Rumble top, znači da Ice nosi sam ovaj game. Samo treba i da mu dropuju resurse. Realno Italija možda ne farmuje. Koliko je samo bitno da Ice dobija.
Ja bih volao da vidim Nafida onoga Filiosa. Imam osjećaj da to je jedan od ređih AD carry-a koje vidimo Nafidana.
I do feel like Team Heretics, we've complimented them a lot this series on their ability to pick, you know, again, use the word windows. I think that's perfect. Their small timing of windows that they had. Right now, BDS are trying to do something quite obvious here. Team Heretics are covering again. Eye going to be exposed. Damage still comes through. This is deja vu from game 1. BDS aren't able to get a push with it, so mid-turret stays standing, and it again is not the most efficient Herald usage as Team Heretics are looking for a fight.
I mean, it was a decoy Herald actually, because they used it mid, but meanwhile, everyone went to mid lane to defend this turret, but meanwhile Aurora was pushing down bot lane and getting that turret. Actually, I'm wrong. She didn't get the tower, now she's leaving, now she's sad, and it wasn't a tower.
So, maybe it was a decoy, but in the end it was like, it was a failure of a decoy. I mean, look, Rooster got close to it, but Dragon's up in 25. And with Rooster getting the push and the bounce back, now BDS have to struggle their way into the Dark River.
But once again, BDS used the Herald in mid, but Heretics are the first ones in the river. Look at this position.
Look at the ult.
They have full control of this river, of this line bush, of this banana bush. They just see everything. And now they get the mid push as well, and it's going to be quite hard for BDS to approach this. No flash on Alistar. He's going to get chunked up pretty easily, and we're going to have to see how BDS approaches this. Because something good needs to happen here for BDS, because this is a difficult position to approach.
About Bukata as well. How does he set up for the ult? What's the target? Onto Camilo, abscond away. Vault Breaker charged up, ready to go in. Abscond doesn't work. Sten pulls out the quickness, jumps in, but Paris ulti out nice and early. He chunks everyone. He feels them.
Samo ne trebaju da glifaju, bukvalno. Znači, BDS ima boljeg scaling AD carry-a, samo trebaju da chillaju.
Ja, Rumble i dalje živ, wow.
Dragon goes down, good seismic shove. Shadow now in the way, and Ice picks him for bones. Team Heretics have lost one. The Weaver's Wall comes out, but Nuke doesn't want to follow it. He's scared. Another Vault Breaker, but Nuke has no mana. The Atakan's now coming up. Team Heretics, I don't know if they think that BDS can start. The TP is going to come in. Stender's on the run. It's messy, but now it's all about Atakan for BDS to get control of this game.
Heretics gets the Dragon, but the exit is very sloppy. I feel like they could have played to get him out there more. Now they're starting the Atakan for BDS. Rooster looking for a pick, but he's going to have to flash out.
He is. It's messy.
Gets really chunked though.
It's messy for BDS as well. I don't know. I mean, Atakan at 4K. Remember, the resistance are being shredded, but Team Heretics don't have a way in. I take the mess away. It is still better for BDS. A massive win for this team in Game 2. And that, I think, messy is a great way to describe what we just witnessed.
Messy carnage happening on the Rift right now. BDS gets the Atakan, loses the Dragon. I think you're quite happy, as you say, Jake. Really good pick as we go back in here. No flash on Alistar. That's why it's so easy to poke him down. And Paris ends up going down really early in this fight. Ducat has to flash out, they turn to Paris, and here it looks really good.
Znači, bukvalno samo BDS treba da čeka da ima Felius dođe do itema i to je sve.
Da, slažem se, potpuno.
Now we're in the trenches, you know, now it's a dirty fight, and Camilo's using his ult, and here you can get out, but Shield gets picked there. It's a mess.
It is. Let's go again, though. Quickness. It's Sten on the Rooster. Paris' ulti is out nice and early. The root does come in. Blackett hits at max range, and Paris is getting whittled down. Wind becomes lightning, doesn't help out as Redemption does do a little bit of work. Rooster gets them poking the way out, and Team Heretics are forcing BDS out from this top side. There's nothing up here, but it does mean that Sheo can keep farming away his life and open up that top turret with it. Carlson good dodge away with the Proto Belt, and Yuke is just going to try and poke him down as well, while Carlson runs to the wave.
Man, she was so confident with Shinsha. This is the most confident 1-in-3 Shinsha I've seen. He's walked into the jungle of BDS and says, this is my space now. And he kicks them out of it. Gets the top lane tower and gets the top set camps, gets the Krugs of BDS. And once again, I feel like Heretics, despite being on the back end, they are doing really good cross maps. I feel like their macro play is really good, but BDS has that Atakan, has that combat presence.
Yeah.
And I want to see them use it more together, because I think they're constantly getting picked off.
Hang on, Abscond abduct at the ready, jumping into Rooster, his big minions in the way. Now we've got the Between Worlds stolen out. Paris here to help out between one into another, and down. Rooster's got nowhere to go. He needs to hop over the wall, but he won't be let. Blackett knocks
Okay, lepo od Camila.
Camilo just there to help redeem Carlson. He's flung back as well. The equalizer is good, but as he goes
A Carlson je istrollovao. A, možda i nije. Yes.
He's got no time stopping anymore. Bukata gets the kill. Bot is open for a little bit, but the minion wave has shrunk, while action in the side lanes is there.
Oh, good night, sweet Prince Carlson. You lived a good life. You torture little minions. Bot lane tier 2 will be taken here by BDS. Paris trying to defend his tower. I don't think this is your tower, buddy. I think you gotta leave it now. He walks away. Sad cow. This is not an Australian cow. That's a...
No, that's
a different kind of cow.
That's a sad... I don't want to diss any country, so I'm just not going to say where the cow's from. It's not Wagyu prime grade meat, is it? you know?
It's not. It's not. Both tier 2s being taken for each team. But once again, we see these really clever cross maps by Heretics, really being spearheaded by the fact that Camilo is hiding in that bush, finding that pick on Aurora is what started all of it. Carson could have probably played a little bit more safe in the bot side, but in the end, I think you're quite happy as Heretics. You are down a little bit, yet you're trading even or even ahead a little bit. So I really like the plays they're making. I'm really a big fan of these cheeky little camps that they're doing.
It does feel like, though, it's coming to a knife's edge, and one final moment of Scott Duck doesn't connect. Camilo steals away the cease and desist. Nuke is isolated, but pull the trigger. BDS have to be careful. They need to use that snap engage we've been seeing all game.
Šta smo rekli, koji je tiebreaker ugao?
Nemam pojma, ja nisam skontao ništa sa tim tiebreakerom. Ja mislim da ako je G2 pobedio sa 2... Za SK... Ja mislim za SK Heretiksi moraju da izgube da bi prošli dalje. Ako Heretiksi pobede, ja mislim da oni prolaze u playoff. Uuuu!
I mean, great team fight by BDS. Really good punish there on the engage of Heretics. And just so much damage coming out of Ice in these fights. I feel like he's just so untouched in these fights. He has the Infinity Edge, he has the Collector, and he just puts out so much damage as all Heretics tries to dive in. Here I feel like Heretics, they go in for a 4v5 fight straight. They have teleport in the Rumble, but he's not here yet.
Ja pokušam da nađem šta kažu za tiebreakere.
Ja mislim da zato što je SK izgubio sa 2-0, da oni samo žele da Heretiksi izgube. Jer ako Heretiksi pobede, Heretiksi će biti ispred njih. Kako se meni čini. Mislim da imaju bolju onu kao razliku.
BDS have finally cracked the shell. A 4K gold lead now stands, and it does feel like that was the most impactful fight of the game we've had so far, because Dragon goes down, the stacking denied, Baron's now up. A 3-item Aphelios is so close with that LDR on the horizon too. Now Flackett will try and match it with the Infinity Edge, but regardless, BDS should have ways to really snap and break someone's neck.
Yeah, now it's time to do the tried and true, the classic Baron setup.
Yeah, okay.
The bane of so many teams.
That always goes well.
The bane of so many teams. You're gonna get that control, and then you have two options. You start it and turn, or you start it and finish. So, it's all about the setup now. Quick little shove on Sheo there, gets half his HP. Cheeky by Nuke, but...
Oh, they're clicking Baron. His ping's going down.
Got a big chunk on Nuke and Sheo, and they're like, this guy can't heal up fast enough. He's gonna recall or come here at half HP. We can do this fast before he's here.
Mislim da sa 2-1, sa 2-0 G2, mislim da je svaki tiebreaker nemoguć, ako dobro vidim.
Has Gravitum, has Calibrum. He's now gonna go to Infernum, better team fighting guns, 7K.
Yeah, look at Paris. He's looking for the chunk here when they face check. Carson tries to take some space in. TP coming in by Camilo.
Ma, ona nije sebi objasnila, ne nama, ali nema veze.
The smite is enough. Meanwhile, BDS just need to escape, but Camilo steals a Moonlight Vigil, doesn't do
Pa je sada Camilo uradio svojim ultom.
has taken down Ice. BDS are on the right side of the map, but can they find anything more? Can they find anything at all? Should I say? Team Heretics get out as 5, but BDS get out with the Baron and 4.
And as all of BDS pounces on this flank of Camilo, suddenly Ice is left alone. He's just standing there. I can't go over the wall, I'm gonna have to use my flash. Gets picked up by Sheo, gets the Baron, but on the price, that is your AD carry Ice. But in general, I feel like you're quite happy as BDS. You got the Baron, you got the objective, and now you can use this to set up this third dragon, but this game is gonna drag on Hysterics.
Do you think the Aphelios ult did any damage as a steal?
No, I think this was a...
Ja čak mislim da Aphelios ulti nisam ga ni video. Aha, on ga je. A ne, on je imao ljubičasti Aphelios ulti. Nisam siguran šta se desilo, nisam video ulti uopšte. Čak ni na replayu, nisam mogu da skontam gde je otišao.
It's a game of inches, man. Like one little combo can really transition into a game-ending play.
You're not wrong about that. I mean, Nuke has been landing them well, and Nuke is someone we talked about at the start of this game. We talk about it, I feel like, every series. Nuke is all reliable for this team, and in this game, he's mounting a 2K gold lead, 3 items with Magi's. That's the difference maker right here, as Camilo on his Silas. He's 2 levels down, and he needs to have some big ultis to even think of Team Heretics finding comeback in this game. It might not be the biggest gold lead.
Da, sad sam vidio da je pogodio samo Vaj koja je bila kod njega. Bukvalno, ništa nije uradio svoj. Možda nije ni hteo Afilios ovo ulti da uzme, možda je samo kliknuo random u grupu ljudi pa šta uzme.
It's locking out Team Heretics, but where's the minion wave?
And they have 1 minion. Wave singular.
A singular minion. Now the wave's coming in, but the Weaver's Wall not up. Bukata thinking about a Vault Breaker in. It's getting sketchy, Finn. There's the Moonlight Vigil. Inferno, nice. Blackett pops his ulti for it. Shale walked up to the turret. Equalizer as well as the Crescent Guard's already been popped out. Minion wave might be thinner again, but BDS achieved their goal. There goes the turret, and now there goes the flash from Blackett. Between worlds, fantastic from Rooster as Bukata jumps in. He's going into the base. He's deep for a trade here, but Nuke's the one that picks up for a kill, and Bukata will not die. Camillu poked out. Redemption heals up, and Team Heretics on the defense despite Bukata going in near the base.
Nah, man, he's too tanky. He just goes in.
Neka, i treba.
He's so comfortable, so confident to take that fight, to go past the base gates.
Ali je useless Silas ovaj game. Baš je useless. Baš ništa ne radi.
Players to go through all your competitors, get that Saya Dreamer, you pull them all in and one-shot the entire team, but they're not going to do that. They're not going to give you that angle because they don't have to.
It's one thing when you see Zyra and you know, we talk about it with Vi, and what she does is the Weaver's Wall comes in, Carlson good dodge away. His Protobelt gets him in front of it, but now Nuke is still on the chase. He's up against the wall. There's the flash from Paris as well. Seismic Shove misses though. It's not synergized, but nice trample regardless. Rooster's going to get that one, and BDS are still at the races. They've got a dragon to take. That'll make 3. Flacker's just...
Ne, ove dvije ekipe su samo doomed. Ramišljam samo kako su samo turbo doomed. Ne može Silas da igra u Taliju, mislim da se razumijemo, ja ne volim Camila nešto pretjerano, sve to stoji, ali... Draftaš Silasa u Taliju, čovječe, pa vidjeli smo ni bijelo, a to ne radi. Kao draftu si mili heroja koji mora da se ima 2 deša u heroja koji countera deševe. I draftovo si AP Asasina u heroja koji itemizuje sve protiv Asasina. Znači, baš je ono... nema smisla. Baš nema smisla.
Carter ready to ult, Sten's there to cover. Camillu's not taking an ult yet. That's because Dragon's not up for 430. That's because Baron's not up for a minute 30. Camillu's going to...
Camillu tehnički mora samo Alistar ult da uzima i to je to. Nemamo druge, ne znam. I čak i da uzme Bokadin ulti. Diskutabilno da će nešto moći da uradi, nema follow-up neki.
Looking for a no flash on her.
As you said,
no flash.
Blackett, how much trouble between worlds. The feathers fly out, but even outside of the circle, Sten now has to pop the quickness. This is all for defensive maneuvers. Carlson comes in for a flank, but for BDS, it depends. Can they get out of the sandwich? Camillu flashes away. He's out of there, but with the redemption up, BDS looking for a turn. Team Heretics think, okay, maybe we can. It's gone to duck almost onto Nuke. Meanwhile, Carlson comes in, overheats, and thinks better of it. His flash held on to Seismic Shove. Doesn't find a new target. Baron's up in 30. Better than you'd expect for Team Heretics getting a couple of flashes, but they had to burn a couple themselves.
Fancy feat by BDS gets themselves out of that. Dodges the Abscond Abduct, dodges the harpoons by Carlson to kind of stop that chase from commencing. Went very deep onto the Flak, and I'm really surprised they weren't able to go deeper, but I guess no flash on the Vi makes it really hard to dive him when he's still that far away.
And 1-2, I believe Paris had to burn a flash as well. Actually, flash advantage from the fight, but regardless, for BDS is going to matter less and more for Team Heretics.
Mislim da je jedini Silas build koji sam ja ikad voleo bio onaj dok su bili mitici i uzmeš Rocket build u Shadowflame-u Rabadon što je radio Zeka. I to je kao jedini build koji sam voleo.
Rumble ult on top of him, but I don't think they have enough damage, frankly. I feel like Ice, this next fight is going to be so untouched, and it's a big issue for Heretics.
Hey, now that we're drawing on the screen, look at where that guy is. Stand
Ne znam, evo iskreno samo ramišljam kako... Ne znam, ove ekipe su toliko upitne i toliko random grešaka i šta Nuk ovdje radi. Ljudi, imate Aphelios sa auto, vi na te game. Ne znam što je uzeo RFC do duše. Mislim da je u Hurricane bio mnogo bolji svakako, ali ajde. Jer imaš snajper što ti je bolji RF Bokada, pa ka...
A da troluje.
I tako.
I'm feeling the nerves, I'm feeling the jitters from BDS. They're kind of throwing their leader a little bit. They're getting a little bit unsure what to do. Without their mid laner, all is on ice. He's one with the damage, but he has green and purple.
The gun's not suitable. On the Carlton, though, individually, grab it
Sjajno ima ulti.
Harris looking for an engage going
Ki Camilo.
Camilo is dealing with it. Going down, but he won't get a chance.
Sve mora da se vrati nazad. Ju, dobro je, to je bio Parus u smite. Ja sam mislio da je Sheo promašio smite. Ode Flaket.
Ja kažem, Ice sam dobio ovaj game. Znači oni ako Ice igra kako treba i oni igraju ako Ice-a, oni mogu izgubiti partiju. Igraš Apheliosa u 0 tankova. Znači da se diskonektuje na pola fajta i da mu je uključen auto attack, on vina game sam. Nuk je next level, bukvalno. Znači kao da ja ću da priđem da malo, mislim okej, ajde, nije očekivao Rakana u flanku. Čovječe, nemaš flash, igraš Taliju.
Rakan je 90 sekundi je proveo u njihovoj džungli.
SK must be reeling because this game should be in the bag for BDS. But we keep flipping, we get to Dragon Soul.
Ne znam šta je gore za playoff, da bude Heretics u playoffu ili SK. Ja mislim da je SK gore.
And for Isaiah to get the full items is dangerous.
Yeah, look,
Ne,
they are light.
možda ja trollam.
So they're doing the clever rotation of going all of them through bot side. They're using their only lane of push, which is the bot lane, to try to get somewhat of an even position onto this dragon.
Engage, snap back onto Sheo. He might need to pull out the circle immediately, but he doesn't get a chance.
To je to. Aphelios ga... Bravo.
And yes, it helps, but now they equalize it out. BDS have to kite back, flash away from Rooster. I am indeed, but does the engage mean anything? Weaver's wall, and onto Camilo. No seismic shove, went to the left. Carlton and Blackett get out of there. There's a numbers advantage, there's no jungle smite. That dragon is as good as BDS.
Flash right, guys.
Quickness for the move speed. Rooster's on the chase, Baron recall. Rooster stops it. And this is just annoying, he's gonna go to the base. Someone's going to catch us up. Ice can just press Q on the Severon and get the move speed, but regardless, it doesn't matter. Auto to death. Soul is acquired, and BDS have taken that turning point.
Great pick by BDS. They realize what Heretics are doing. They realize they're sending everyone for bot side, and they make a pick when Sheo thinks he has numbers behind him. They find the snapback on Natalia and gets a crucial pick, securing themselves that soul point. And I think both BDS and SK just took a huge sigh of relief.
Maybe. Do you believe it's over?
It's never over.
Yeah,
the fat lady sings.
Yo, I don't know where this game goes from here. And I've said this a lot. But again, we're just part of the ride. Team Heretics have found some of these...
Dora i G2 igra, što je najjače. Fanatik, mislim, Pobi igra, ne igra Fanatik toliko koliko igra Pobi, ali...
Steo, brate moj, šta radiš, brate moj?
Hurts like hell. Sheo's out of there, but at what cost? His flash now down, his ulti now down, and BDS are on a charge.
Really good by BDS, really crucial, really...
Oh, chain lash slows. Weaver's wall coming out. The follow-up. The engage is good. Look at where Stand is. He quicknesses on the turn. Nuke does get out, but meanwhile Paris here in a choke.
Pobego je.
Team Heretics trying to get out.
Sad su svi mrtvi. Svi su mrtvi, moraju biti svi mrtvi, za ne?
Čekaj da klikne Nuk jednom. Pes ne Nuk nego Ice.
Ice je bacio onaj sniper ulti na njih.
BDS win the war of attrition.
So many low health bars. It's gonna be the bot and tier 1 and the neighbors are being taken. They're really good discipline by BDS. Always playing so slow. They're not overreaching for anything. using the range advantage.
Equalizer. It's not over
Kako?
yet. BDS is not over yet. They're TP in response.
Meni to čak djeluje kao jako loš ult, ali dobro.
Dodged by Nuke. Meanwhile, the engage comes through from BDS.
I šta sada radi Camilo? Nema kako od Stalinog E.
A ne može, Alistar mora blokira to. Zašto se Parus flash? Aj se flashuje ovdje.
Aj si ih samo bije, oni bije
Da, ali užasno fajtaju, mnogo loše fajtaju i dalje. Bije zato što mu je free game, zato što ne može da izgubi sa Feliosom, ali... Kad Silas baca chain, znači nikad ne sme da Ice baci flash, a Alistar je pored njega. Alistar stane između Silasa i ovoga... I Feliosa i blokira chain. Gle sad ovdje.
Mislim da je ovo ulti loš bio jako. Mislim da je požurio sa ultom.
Pogledaj ti jedan basic šta je Flag tu radio. I pogledaj Parus ovdje. Pogledaj ga, molim te što dođa chainove od Silasa. Pogledaj ovo, vidi. I Ice mora baci flash. Mislim, ovo bi ih koštalo game u neku ekipu koja je normalna. Mislim, koja je dobra.
A?
Why not? At this point in the game, you gotta send it. Redemption comes through, and absolute cinema. We are going to game 3. We are being blessed.
Ajoj. Ajoj mene.
Ne, ozbiljna fiesta. Iskreno, jako me zanima šta će se dogoditi u sljedećem game. Uzet ću obzir da obe ekipe malo trluckaju. Tako da vidjet ćemo kakva će biti situacija s njima, bilo kako bilo. Idemo na pauzicu, 11 minuta i onda finalni game dana.
fog here, by the way. If you fight.
Elia has CP, okay?
I'm fogging.
Yeah, I'm running down as well.
Don't want to try with you.
No fresh.
I'm here. Can we go fight?
Look at
I'm looking. Yeah, I get it.
No flash.
Okay, guys.
Nice.
I full team fight.
We can look now. You can look
I'm looking there.
No flash.
Okay.
Block. Yeah. Block. After spins. Zaya sen HP, Zaya Z. Rambo.
Nice. No flash.
These are no flash.
No flash, Zin.
It was hard, it was rough, but they made it! BDS comes back here in this second game of our series, fighting for the last spot. Once again, Team Heretics falls here, and guys, I'm out of words. Actually, I'm just gonna give you my honest reaction after this game. I'm blind. My region. What happened?
I mean, honestly, those mid-game fights kind of got me like this, you know, because man, maybe it wasn't the cleanest, you know, but at least we all had a lot of fun, didn't we?
They did it. No, they did it, and that's what matters. Yeah.
Hate watchers live another day.
I mean, the hate watchers in the lounge actually are loving their life right now. We're gonna check in with the SK boys a bit later, but first things first. Let's talk about what was better for BDS that game. I want to start with Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, from the
you clearly don't.
Look,
Sorry.
Like at this beginning,
that's
yes.
The plan we have, Doctor.
Look, the plan went out the bloody window, all right? But yeah, I think at the start it actually did work out well, where at least in the beginning, BDS were, hey, we're going to try and play around Nuke in the mid lane. They set him up to get some early success with these kills, and then he was good at winning out in that sideline control. Like, he was pushing for the tier 2 on bot side an awful lot of the time, getting a nice little lead, and then was able to try and utilize that to somewhat effect. It was that where it started to go a bit sideways.
And exactly this is what we want to see from BDS, because we felt like this is the main thing that was lacking, was the fact that they were just a little bit disconnected. They didn't really have clear win conditions to play to, but now, as you can see, even though they don't have great position on these neutral objective fights, the fact that they're together, they have abilities to go in together all at the same time, and their backline is just secure enough, and they have enough feel for the response of Team Heretic, just makes them have a stable foothold in this game.
Yeah, I think it kind of just came down to the fact that, as you say, BDS's tools were slightly easier to kind of use. And then when you walked in towards, like, when you looked at a lot of the later fights, it was kind of people going too far forward on Heretics, not really figuring out how they wanted to approach the team. And even, like, that fight that we just saw there where Carlson kind of gets picked, BDS didn't really look comfortable on setting up for objectives or how they wanted to try and approach things, which, I mean, if I'm an SK fan, doesn't fill me with a lot of hope for game number 3. But, yeah, I'm kind of baffled in a way to see that BDS are struggling as much as they are to set them up, even if they got the win in the end.
What's your analysis, Odo? It's really hard to take you seriously with these classes, but actually I feel like they're quite fitting.
We do both?
Is it?
Can we? Sorry. Keep talking.
All right.
But this just makes me be like both the smart and the stupid one at the same time. So let's see what analysis comes in. What's your question again?
My question is it a lack of trust? Is it a lack of communication? Is it maybe scrim results showing a bit too much? I'm speculating here, by the way, because for me, not being able to play clean after past 15 minutes shows that maybe you didn't get that many opportunities to do so.
Yeah, so let me just crank this up. So I think what's happening is that as a team, when you're struggling even more behind the scenes. Just like, you know, what you see in LEC, you know, sucks, you lose some games. But behind the scenes, usually that gets tenfold, you know, accentuated. So a lot of the times that we walk into these BDS mid games where we see that we're criticizing them, oh, they don't have, you know, they don't know how to do this objective setup anymore, or the BDS formula is gone. This is stuff that comes from the confidence that you have from scrims, because if you lose a lot of these games, then it just becomes a lot more difficult to set up these objectives in a clean way that BDS was doing before.
Yeah, and I think to give Heretics a bit of praise off the back of it, I think they did a good job of finding these windows to punish BDS, like Stend constantly trying to find these flank opportunities and work his way around Vision, using that mobility on the Rakan, but it's, and unfortunately just wasn't quite enough. And I think there were a couple of different points where, again, Camilo ended up going too far forward at different points. Carlson getting caught out in some of these fights where it just didn't quite come together for them and gave the room then for BDS, even though it started to go to a very even state, to bring the game back into their favor.
And that's why you see in a lot of these replays is that it's just a constant back and forth between the teams. There's no real clear winner. Both of them are taking turns throwing, and what usually prevails in this sort of situations where there's a lot on the line and there's a lot of stress and maybe, yeah, your fundamentals are not as good as they are, is just having solid draft. The only reason I feel like BDS was winning in this later stage, in these later stages of the game, was purely because of draft. You have Dalistar in front, Aphelios is Godzilla sitting there. Talia has a lot of zone of control. And it just becomes so easy that you just rock up to an objective 35 minutes into game. And it doesn't really matter what you do as long as you're not clicking forward and anything for fun.
Let's take a look at the checklist that we had before the series to see where we leave things right now. Because there's been a bit of improvements on the side of BDS. But I'm just wondering, they found a formula that works, empowering carries more. We saw Ice in the late game, and we know what Aphelios can do. How do they do that again with the champions that we have available, though?
Yeah, I think there's still champions that are there. Like the Jinx that we already highlighted for Ice, I think is a big one. I think the Azir is going to be banned away again. I don't think Luke's going to get his hands on it. But I think the formula is still there. It's, hey, maybe we have to transfer to Carson going back towards his Cassante or something like that. But beefy frontline that can provide peel, set up our carries on things that have great late game scaling, and just play for these moments where we know, hey, we're going to be able to just rally around the troops and make sure we can bring this across the line.
Sorry.
You guys,
I don't think you realize how big his eyes are.
You guys really need to take me more serious when
I don't know if you guys realize that he cannot see anything here.
Yeah,
but the question I have for you, hello, we're here on the side of Team Heretics. I do feel like, even though they lost, they showed us a more convincing side than BDS so far. Would you say that they have what it takes to take game 3?
On the side of Team Heretics?
Yes.
Yes and no, because I hated their draft this game, and I felt like they surprised me in the sense where they still found ways to make it work. But at the same time, BDS did do the proper thing to do against Team Heretics, is stop the dragon stacking early. So it's a battle between two worlds here, where I'm looking at Team Heretics, and I do feel like they still have what it takes, because I still have a lot of stocks and a lot of opinions, or high opinions, on Sheo to get them these Drake stacking, because Heretics win condition has always been, rock up to 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, 3 Drakes up, put a lot of pressure on Team BDS to, come to you and force to fight you.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's the fact I saw Heretics get a lead in game 1, carry the lead cleanly and win the game out, whereas it was a struggle when BDS got off to this early lead. Doesn't fill me with a lot of confidence, so it feels like Heretics are the favorites.
And here, reminder, we are battling for 3rd place in the group. BDS are already in, but if BDS wins, SK and the Loopy Nation are going to be very happy. So let's check in with them and see how they're doing in the lounge.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Welcome back, everyone, to the Hate Watchers Club here in the center of the arena. This time around, I am joined by Loopy and Dundun in this very exciting time. Now, Loopy, I talked to other players on your team already. They gave some criticism after game 1. In your opinion, what did BDS do better in game 2?
I think BDS punish enemy kind of well, but they need to keep doing it, and they fix some mistake from enemy support flanking. Then maybe they can win the next game.
All right, I like to hear it. I like a little bit of optimism. Don't let that Rakan keep flanking you. Dun-Dun on the other side. Top lane matchup, very exciting.
Yeah.
Carlson versus Rooster. Who do you think is favored as we get into game 3?
I think probably Rooster will win because he's just better. and if Carlson win, it doesn't matter because in last game he gave many chance for BDS. So I think hopefully BDS win.
Okay, I like it. Thank you, boys. I'll let you resume your hate watching. Thank you to everyone in the audience. Yeah, shout out to you guys. Thanks for the interview. We got to get over the cashers, but a quick reminder, as much fun as we're having, as much as we're talking about hate watching, etc., this is an elimination game. It is big stakes. Not for BDS, but for Team Heretics and SK. So remember, for the players on stage, as goofy as it is, as messy as it might be, this is like their world finals. Let's treat it like one. Fight to live another day. Casters, let's kick this shit off. Let's get it going. It's game 3.
We can't say that. We can't say that. Thank you very much from Willy Wonka from Portland. Yo, I'm Asterix. This is Finn. We're going to get right into game 3. That guy, by the way, he doesn't actually work here anymore. We got rid of him weeks ago. He just keeps coming in and
selling us chocolate and stuff.
Yeah, he just sits down and he starts talking to these guys. A big shout out, by the way, Loopy and Dundun. Their English is insane.
Immaculate.
Like Dundun has also been here for 2 seconds, and the guy speaks better English, I think, than I do halftime on the cast. So yeah, big shout out to the guys. That's kind of crazy. Those guys obviously want a BDS win. A lot of people in the crowd. I mean, we've got some Heretics fans out here. I know for BDS, it has been slow going, and especially in that second game, the hardest thing to watch was, as they said on desk, was like how BDS tried to acclimatize that win. It was very messy. It was very back and forth.
Yeah, but I feel like we're kind of seeing a little bit of pattern here this series. We're really it's important to have that early pressure, get those drakes going early, and then the game just simplifies. When you get that dragon win condition, you just gotta be there and be ready for the fight, man. And I feel like this is kind of what it's important, because coming into this game free, I want to see them put more emphasis on pushing bot lane and a strong jungler to fight around those dragons, because I feel like the Fielders that game was kind of the reason why those early dragons went so well for BDS, because he constantly had to push in that lane.
I mean, it was those 3 pushing lanes that gave BDS a lot of merit to stand on in its entirety. So let's see if they can draft something similar. Now, it's going to be a very different kind of game because a lot of those go button junglers are gone. Maokai and Trundle now sit among them as well. Sejuani, Vi, Wukong, Xin, you can see those are like S to A tier junglers. Yeah, Ice on the Pantheon as well is going to come up a little bit more. That's an important one, isn't it? That's a champion that has kind of went under the radar these draft phases. Price globally right now are a little bit up and about. Some people really think it's the best jungler. Some people think it's more of a game 3, game 4 jungle globally. So we're going to see if it's going to come out here for either Heretics or BDS. I would think that is one of the high priority picks, and I would like to see it at least. What is the Victor setup for you? Like Victor fishing for what here, Finn, if you've got any ideas on the mid lane ban? Because that's an unusual early ban. I mean, to me, that's just a comfort pick for Nuke. Nuke has great team fights on the Victor. Also, there's Seer being taken away, as Ernest has highlighted. That is a strong pick here in Europe. And we're going to see that with a Cassante first pick from Heretics. This is a champion Carlsen has played a lot, but it also allows yourself to be a little bit more vulnerable. This is a pick you pick when your mid laner doesn't want a first pick, your jungler doesn't want a first pick, your AD doesn't want a first pick. So the top laner has to take the bullet, pick that champion, pick that tank to make sure the draft flows nice. And if we've been talking about swaps all this series, we know that Cassante might feel like one of the strongest swappers left. Now, Skarner's been picked up here by Bukata. A lot of the time there's been pairings of things like Orianna. That's not available. And Azir has been taken off as well. So the biggest question will be, how do they help facilitate this jungler as Ambessa, something else that can rely on the setup of Skarner, would be nice here. I do like this Ambessa pick if it comes through for Rooster. I feel like Rooster once again is that guy. He is him for BDS. He is that guy. He's putting out a lot of damage, and into the Cassante, once you get those CGR breakpoints, especially at level 11, when you get that extra armor pen on your ult, 1 to 2 items, you start shredding that Cassante. And crucially, it's really difficult for the Cassante to land the Entofo strikes on the Ambessa, hard to run her down, how to catch her in the same way you can do in many other bruisers. So really like that pick for Rooster, and his answer with the Leona long range. And I feel like this is one of those champions that in Fearless is like a game 3-4 champion because the engage becomes quite difficult to come by. Rel is out, Nautilus is out, as Alistar and Rakan are out. So taking that Leona early is one of those crucial picks that are kind of left in that pool of engage champions. I like the thought process here from Team Heretics, and now I'm just wondering, like, do they get a jungler here? Do they get a solo laner here? What's their direction? They go for Yone. Okay, we are back to AP junglers. It's time for AP jungle for Sheo. They're picking the Yone, they're picking Cassante top. They're setting up for something like a Brand. I want to say an Ivan, but like Brand Lily is what I'm looking at for Sheo in that 4-5. Didn't really work for them last week against SK. They're going back to it. They're going back saying we can still do this. We can still execute on this. I am cautious. I love to see Sheo with a lot of agency. And I feel like when you're playing those kind of AP junglers, you're kind of stuck farming a lot and your windows kind of dwindle a little bit. You don't have as many of them. So will it be something like the Ivan instead that is a little bit more supplementary? I like that you raised that. We saw it hovered before. Or is it something like the Lily? Let's get into those questions in a little bit, because for now, for BDS, they have options. They can ban ADs here, go for AD on 4, slap it because they've already got their support. Or they start banning like some of these AP junglers that you were talking about. Zyra starts first, Brand, Lilia also on the agenda. But I feel like banning these AP junglers is like pouring your cup of water into the ocean. I feel like there's so many of them. You can't ban out all of them. That's true. I feel like there's Zyra, there's Brand, there's Lilia. Does it really matter that you ban these AP junglers? Where do you come up with this stuff? Like, pouring a cup of water in the ocean. I mean, it's true, no? Because like, it is. Because now he's just going to pick Brand or Lilia anyway. I don't think he cared which one I got. I feel like you're better off banning those AD carries that Flakker are comfortable on, because I really think Ice being on a carry is crucial for BDS. I think Ice is, to me, still the star player together with Nuke. Those two carries in tandem is what gives BDS their teamfight presence, and I want to see him being put in the best position possible from draft. Oh, well, Jinx being targeted. I love that ban for Heretics. I feel like Jinx, game 3 Fearless is just such a menace. So what do you have left? Like, Kai'Sa's already been big, Zai's already been big, no Aphelios, no Corki. There's double 80 carry band plus Yunara plus Varus.
I think Sivir, Seri maybe. I don't know if Seri is still that
Sivir's
good.
gone.
Sivir's taken out as you.
Seri?
I mean, you can pick Seri here, but
Senna?
I mean, it's not a bad idea to counter pick your AD carry because you could pick your mid laner here. You don't already carry. You see the Yon already. Why would you pick your AD carry unless you think there's one really crucial one? Like the MF together with the Nico would be a good pairing, I think. But yeah, they pick the AD carry. They wait and see a little bit what Blackout is gonna pick, and they go for a really rare last pick AD carry counter pick.
And the question is, what is going to be left up and available? Because Blackout and Sten are going to show us how they're going to pair that Leona. Normally it's Ziggs, right? You know, you also want to see AP jungler. What if we get a Ziggs bot? Or is it too much AP? If you have something like a Brand, have something like a Lilia.
I mean, you can choose. You could go tank jungle and 6 bot. I think that's a valid approach to take. But I think they really want these AP junglers. It does seem like from the beginning of this draft, with that Cassandra, it's gonna be the Brand back in the jungle. Into this Skarner. It is a quite nice interaction with the Ezreal. I mean, Ezreal being picked there, but Brand into Skarner. It's really hard for Skarner to engage with your E because you can just EQ him, stun him, and then walk away. Put him on fire.
Evo nas nazad, mi smo tu. Strane kolege su nas pokrivale dok mi nismo bili, lagana priča.
Heretici su dozvolili BDS-u da im counter pikuje top, da im counter pikuje mid i da im counter pikuje jungle. Ne jungle, nego AD carry. Ok, AD carry šta god, zavisi od supporta lane mnogo više, ali i dalje. I mislim da BDS ovo dobija sa ovim draftom.
Immobile AD carries that kind of just stand there and just allow themselves to get went on. So I do like
follow the play. Yeah. That's well said. I think for BDS, like, this is a comp as well, but has a lot of go buttons that can move. I mean, we saw last game, like, while the Talia wasn't moving across the map with the Weaver's Wall, it was a big part of it. And for Nuke, he has that option again here with the Rise to help facilitate that dive, that all-in. But on the other side for Team Heretics, Finn, there's a lot of scaling here. The top side of the map scales incredibly well in team fights too. It's interesting drafts because, again, Shao's at the helm. We criticized it, said, hey, when Shao needs resources, it doesn't always look good for Team Heretics. This game he needs resources. You'd say Camilo would need that as well. I don't know where you sit on this one, but the drafts are ultra complex. Well, they're complex enough for me. Ultra is a bit of an overstate. It's now best of one. The loser of this has serious ramifications. Team Heretics, their life on the line. SK sitting in our VIP booth, waiting to see if BDS can carry them through, or their year will come to an end. It's a single game that decides how long of a vacation SK or Team Heretics have.
Stakes are high. Everyone is holding their breaths. See what's gonna unfurnish. No, unfurnish.
No,
what am I
leave
saying?
It. What is gonna be furnished and unfurnished?
I'm thinking about IKEA, man. I'm so Swedish. Okay, let's see what's happening here. Paris standing here holding the river. I don't imagine we're gonna see an early swap here. I feel like it's quite difficult. Sure, you can put your Cassandra into the Seri and Nico, but that kind of relies on your Ezreal and Nico, Leona getting an out push. And I feel like it's not gonna be that easy to push out against that Nico. I think they're gonna keep that bot lane push going.
Some of the comments coming in from online saying that they think Team Heretics running a Korean draft. I don't know where you sit on that one, Finn. I guess, yeah, but like, I don't feel like Brand really sells LCK for me. I actually feel like Brand sells Shao and a few junglers in that AP meta.
Let's go T1.
But for BDS, oh, I guess
Ne, ja sam,
BDS was a more Korean
ja gledam, meni ništa nije jasno, ali nema veze. Bar gledamo Branda u džungli, ako ništa drugo, to će bude fun.
Yeah, I guess that is the real question, isn't it?
Let's see, here we see Nico starting to land the little blossoms. I don't know what they're called, the Q, but
the blooming burst.
Is gonna walk out, try to get a little bit
T1.
of pressure here. The Seri obviously
T1.
being the strongest AD carry, really wants those levels. Great looking, lands the Q, gets the double outside in the Grassbrook. Nice trade by Rooster. It's really about trading Grassbrooks here. Like, you don't want to play a Cassandra against Ambessa and then you get a Grassbrook for free. Then you feel really diminished as a human being.
I mean, you don't want to feel diminished as a human being, do you? What do you think here of taking Grass versus Aftershock in the matchup? You think because you're trading more of grasp rather than aftershock for like an Ambessa?
Look, as a general rule, if you're going to be trading a lot of chip auto attacks, grasp is the better rune.
Yep.
But if you're playing more for the all-in, then aftershock is the better rune for Casante. And because Ambessa is always going to chip you for grasp procs, you can usually get one back. So in this matchup, I do quite like the grasp. I feel like it is the better option. The one we see most globally. You can go for aftershock if you really want to, but then you're really forced into those WQ trades, and it's quite hard to land those on Ambessa due to her super high mobility.
Actually, very true. And ever since they changed it where Casante can only go one direction, it's very telegraphed now as well, right? It's just the direction you're facing. And
interesantno da uopšte bi postoji prilika da ideš aftershock. Nekako razmišljam da je grasp samo bolja runa u skoro svakom slučaju.
Things are quite even so far. I feel like that's the power of Casante as well, right? It's like he's just such a meatball at all stages of the game.
I feel like Roos is taking
Carl Sante.
He's one in control in his lane. He has now the slow push. It's going to be quite hard.
Good engage. Cleanse comes out. And Sten does go in deep for this, but the Bullying Burst won't be enough of a trade, and that is one summoner down on ice.
It's quite nice by Sten to find that cleanse summoners, but suddenly ice is way more vulnerable to a flash Q by Leona. Also, you cannot cleanse the Ignite anymore, so that gives a lot more damage value as well. Really good pick there, and now I have to be a little bit more careful in case Shio decides to show up there.
As you said, Roosters trades are not only good, they're great. Like, Carlson was trying to Q in the Tofo strike for the wave, but it was punished well. Rooster gets everything off, and now the wave's chunking in, and Carlson is in some kind of danger, depending on how this bounce back goes.
Rude.
That's so rude.
So rude. Cancel a recall like that, and how dare he? I think Shio should cancel it again and just dive him now.
Yeah, do it. Oh.
Dive them, punish them.
Now kill. Carlson, all good sidestep.
Shio's recall could cancel 2
Nazvali.
times.
Hvala.
15 seconds in total. That's really sad.
That's not good, is it?
What do you do in 15 seconds, Hysterics?
15 seconds, I reckon I could go to the kitchen, press my coffee machine, and get it cracking, put a bit of stevia in, and walk back. That's 15 seconds.
15 seconds?
Yeah, I get a cup's right there.
Ja mislim da Finn nije očekivao taj odgovor. Šta može da uradi za 15 sekundi?
Verovatno ne.
I'm just some dude living in Berlin.
Imagine I was casting with Hugh Grant right now.
No.
Without knowing.
In my mansion. Yes, my apartment is 350 square meters. I live above Paris Hilton. Like, bro, I'm not that well off. Lane swap, by the way, is Team Heretics, as Carlson was low on mana, so time couldn't come too soon. Especially with where the bot wave is, quite neutral for the time being, so it's going to give Carlson time to...
He gets to hold the freeze though by Flacket. I feel like he's quite happy with that. Roosters has dropped his wave. We dropped 1 melee minion, maybe 2 melee minions. Will the third melee minion die?
One.
That's the fourth one. That's the fourth one. That's the fifth one. That's 5
What's the dešava?
Paris flashes out. Nice from Sten. He commits a shield of Daybreak, but no Zenith.
Dobro, zukli su flash ako ništa.
The good thing with Ezreal as well is you can just auto attack and try and poke with Mystic Shot.
No flash on Paris Hilton will be quite difficult to approach against the Stalno.
Paris Hilton, no flash on Paris Hilton, ja ne mogu.
All takes the room prison, but
Užasno.
down from nuke, as far as I see. Now Finn, I'm about to sneeze, but I'm holding it in just
Ja mislim da bi za neki od ovih jokova treba bude fine.
The game is slowing down quite a lot. Heretics got that early freeze and it did gain a big CS lead, all because of those missed minions that they were able to deny from BDS. And seems like the game is going quite solid for both sides. I do like Heretics' rotation there. I feel like... actually, what am I saying? It's just nothing is happening.
Good. You're doing the classic caster thing where nothing's happening, you just talk through the game and you pretend like, you know, everything is interesting right now. But look, that's not always going to be the case with League.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Heretics were ahead in the bot lane, but BDS is going to catch this wave. They're going to be like 70 gold ahead, which is... it's exciting.
There
70 gold, you can do, what can you do with 70 gold, Jake?
I can buy another pod. I think they're about 40 cents each, so if we convert it into Euro cents, I could buy almost 2 pods of coffee. I could probably buy some milk. Milk here is cheap. It's actually a lot cheaper than Australia. Man, milk in Australia is very expensive. Okay, invade timeshare loves this side of the map this series.
I do like Sten's position. No flash on Paris, as you remember, it's quite difficult.
Šta im je follow-up? Ništa, uzmu Redov je follow-up, I guess. Nope. O! Lep. O, stand. Mada našao je ne je bilo loše. Paris Hilton, pa poslije mi lupamo gluposti na kastu. Hvala puno ljudi, hvala puno.
Da, naše je kada čujemo da igra jaki, kaže nismo dovoljno jaki. To je nekako bolje i dalje
od Paris Hilton,
slažem se skroz.
Slažem se skroz.
Wow! Brand! Wow, kako zabavno. Pogodio ga je sa point and click magijom. Idemo.
After the trade, so Team Heretics off with the lead, that invade again, and I think we've talked about the invade a lot in this series, where Sheo is constantly using pressure from lanes and getting in the way.
Yeah, and I feel like when we talked about Sheo on AP junglers, we said that he needs more help from his team to make it work. He suddenly can't be the one sacrificing, and I feel like this move by Stand and Flacket having that push is exactly what he needed to make his AP junglers work. He needs his laners to step up and push those leads so he can have his invade timers.
Holy poggers, idemo.
None the wiser here, but regardless, Bukata's going for his own little invade with mid pushing up as well. Sheo's not going to be here in time, and even though it's that slow, I say that Stend is moving down. Bukata doesn't actually get the red buff in the end. He's over a ward, so with that pressure, Bukata just has to back off. He moves to the tri-brush, and there, the denial of the invade is good from Heretics.
Koji do nije na 2. Da ga je pogodio ovdje, vjerovatno, te sam kažem, vjerojatno i bi ulti će ga svejedno, kakav hero, jao kakav hero, joj heroja.
To je Lil Nas protiv Paris Hilton.
Primin kako može top laner 1 na 2 bot lane. Lepo, dugmićima.
Kad će to Viktor moći da uradi?
Based on your channel dime is bonus true damage. That's a bit much, no?
I mean, it's quite easy to dodge though. You gotta really turn it off the queue.
But if you're slowed by a Natofo strike...
Yeah, that's a different issue, man. That's a skill issue.
No, that's not. No. It's like a 4-second cooldown.
Casante's not OP, guys.
Sure. We keep coming back.
Kaže top laner. Oni malo.
I'll say that as teleport in. BDS really want this dragon.
Yeah, Heretics struggling to get this dragon. Now they're gonna try to go for mid. Look where Blackout is. Sheo is just regrouping on his side. But now we have this weird situation. We have 2 people on mid. Oh, 2 people on mid and 2 people on jungle.
Where are you drawing?
No, okay, they're not going to this Drake. He's running straight towards top. They're gonna dive this Seri. Every second BDS stays around bot side means this Seri is in danger.
Rooster might be as well. The ult misses, but
Wow, lepo je to Camilo zapravo odigrao.
Da.
Slows down, Nuku Realm warps down. He's got a flash available, but he doesn't have enough damage here. And again, BDS's play is thwarted.
Great pick by Stan. Really crucial. Stay around there. The obvious play here is for Stan to base and go back to his Estro, but he stays around, camping behind Camilo, expecting Rooster to go something with the confidence of having
Camilo.
Oh. Public execution misses, and that means he is one for the fishes.
Camilo, again, another kill for him. I feel this is not the first time we're talking about Yone, right? Like, Camilo's Yone. Yeah, we did have, he was perfect KDA last time we saw it.
Man, that kid's got hands, man. I don't know what to tell you.
He does have hands. Surprisingly, I feel like Camilo has taken a lot of the flack. Him and Flacket, ironically enough, but it's just been this split. There's a good step up here, and again, right when they need it. 1,500 gold lead and 2 kills onto Camilo. Blade of the Ruin King in sight, and that's not the only item we should be talking about. With that dragon up and available, Carlson has an Iceborne Gauntlet, Leandries for the brand. Trinity Force soon to come.
He's bullying him.
He's proxying right now. Rooster struggling to get to the wave that's coming in.
Leave him alone.
The Tofo strikes are annoying, and with Iceborne, Carlson is just stepping up and denying.
I mean, Heretics is at full control of the game. Look at Carlton just proxying top. They're gonna get this dragon. Leander's finish on the brand, only components on Bukata. I feel like he's gonna have to give this one. Walk towards Topstead in a walk of shame. Walk of shame.
What the walk to Shane is, it's his walk.
Ja sam na kraju rekao Flynn umjesto Finn.
The thing that's always underrated with AP junglers is like how early game they just destroy a lot of these like early grubs, like, you know, Brand's AoE. Baron with the passive as well. Excuse me, Dragon. It's just super simple. Team Heretics, first Dragon of the game. And yes, you know, we are glazing them here in this game because I think it's very well deserved. And we've seen multiple games like this within the series where BDS have struggled to kind of keep up with some of these invades, some of these more aggressive coordinated plays that have been shown.
Yeah, and I feel like BDS needs to decide if they want to play around Ice or Nuke. Because I feel like either they leave Ice alone.
To će ladno Heretici da uzmu win. A izgledaju bolje, mislim, ne znam.
Da, igraju bolje, ako ćemo iskreni da budemo. On njega vija, razumeš? U Fontanu ga vija. E pa tako im i treba, iskreno, troluju s ovim chaseom, bespotrebno skoro.
Not dead yet. Team Heretics have a lethal tempo user up and available. It's Blackout, but after an arcade shift, his journey stops there. It ends up being Sheo who goes down, and Bukata lucky to be alive.
Scrappy game here in the jungle of BDS, 1 for 1. I feel like no really winners in that play. I feel like they both just came out somewhat apathetic about it.
Yeah, they did. I mean, in the back of the players, ignore the mini-map zoom. We'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah, look at Patrick getting caught. He flashes it, but he doesn't flash over the wall, so now he's stuck there. And Heretics thinks they can catch him really fast. But I think maybe they go a little bit too deep here. Sure, he used both summoner spells, but maybe a little bit of Suncoast fallacy there on Sten, trying to go really deep. But now your Brand is in a really weird position. Sure, he has flash, but where is he gonna flash, man? There's enemies on every single side, and I think it's a miracle Heretics got out. I think that W by Sarah missed, so they couldn't continue the chase.
True. I think Flacket did a good job of recovering that with
Što se gledam, ne znam kome se više isplati, kaži.
Kažem. Fin je zapravo solidan caster, jako lepo priča.
A mislim da, većina bivših igrača uvek je dobar da ih imaš na desku, pogotovo kao color cast, jer kao razume igricu dovoljno da ti uvek objasni malo bolje šta se događa i zašto.
Da, i samo to, nego i jako lepo, mislim ono, izvinjam se, elokventno, jako lepo opisuje stvari. Ne osjetiš toliko da mu engleski nije prvi jezik, ali ok, imate neke momente, kao i svako drugi ko... Tome to nije materni, ali...
But these constant plays by Sheo makes it really difficult for BDS to find a footing in this game. Sheo is constantly living in his jungle.
And with the Pyroclasm as well, even though that's a good impale, look at the damage, the burn is unreal. Sheo at full HP, Bukata can't say the same, and Paris is now low. Bukata will heal this up, but that Herald is just an easy move at this point. Well, BDS have to overcompensate.
It's a sad Scorpion.
Okay, never mind. Fate Sealed, gonna be used. Nuke, can't get in range. His flash available, but again, he's not gonna commit.
They're trying to cross-map this Herald, but I feel like really good thwarting by the attempt here by Camille, just ulting out. Realizing is gonna have to give it. Probably this tower will have to die, but Sheo is actually here. He doesn't want to go Herald yet. He wants to make sure his mid-lane is fine. His mid-lane can catch this wave, and this tower is not BDS for the taking. But now, BDS does end up with the tempo.
Yeah. And as well, they got teleports as if they have to move Nuke too. Camilla's going to stick around for the time being. Carlson has pressure in top in the meanwhile. And mid is actually going to get a push in. Ice just backed. I don't think it was over a ward, but still, that's going to give a free mid push in. As meanwhile, Casante things happening here. Bruce a good sidestep away.
Look at these beautiful wards that Stan has pushed. 1, 2, 3. Uno, dos, tres. And Paris did not sweep them.
Yeah.
He didn't sweep them because he didn't expect the wards to be that deep. So now, Heretics is playing with so much extra information on the whereabouts of BDS. They have full idea, they have full control of the jungle vision, and they have full information of what they're gonna do.
I hear you. You're not wrong here. Solo play used. A little bit weak here from Stan. Pop Blossom coming out though, but Shadow's just firing, standing and delivering. An easy kill. Paris caught out. He didn't even get the flash.
Pro BDS ko prvi game, iskreno. Bukvalno ko prvi game, ista priča.
So much chain CC from this Heretics lineup.
And it all stems from this vision because they know exactly where Paris is. They know exactly which path he took, where he walked, and where he's hiding to try to secure this mid push for his team. I mean, really good words by Stan, and I really like the fact that he decided to go that deep just because he saw Paris on the bot side after that Rise ult.
Well, Stan, however, now might be caught out by Bukata again. He's not going to pull the trigger. For BDS, they really need something here in this game because It's hard to keep talking about Heretics like this. They are making the better plays. They are being more concrete. And, you know, Finn, we've got a 2-item Yone on the way. He's the one that's tried to be focused by BDS multiple times in the side lane. The rest of the map is still gearing up to be ahead. I have a Cassante in the top lane who's almost at 2 items. And an AP jungler who's 1200 ahead naturally because of the earlier kill and because of the fact he's farming absolutely unleashed.
I feel like BDS needs to include Rooster a little bit more in their plays, because I feel like he's actually getting really strong. He's about to get his Shojin item.
True.
And that's like really when Ambessa like that 2-item core level 11 forward.
Interesantno je da Carlsen nema Bramblevest u MS-u. MS je već level 11.
Da, čak ne ide unending.
Because Brand is always in their jungle, they're just following wherever Heretics is going, and that's going to be the bot side river for now.
And mid turret goes down with it. As you said, bot side River's going to follow through because Team Heretics have their eyes on this constant invade. Dragon's up too, and as Carlson getting damaged by Rooster a bit here with Eclipse and Shield Bash. It's nice, but Carlson is going to accept this wave. Might be able to TP in himself, but the problem is Dragon's going down so fast. And with mid going down in the chain, Finn, it's double Dragon for Heretics.
I mean, it's just too late. You can't walk in now. Despite having this nice top lane state, you can't use this Ambessa right now. Skarner really wants to get his camps. He's really sad this game. He just wants to get his top set camps.
True.
Like, please.
And he wants
Give me a crumb. Give me a crumb of gold.
He wants heart steal as well, bro.
Yeah.
Like, what can he do? You know, right now he's not eating good.
Tries to defend his bot side tower. Camilla hits a little bit. Will end up standing for now. Stan is basing. Let's see where he opens. Does he go back into his bot side, or is he gonna go try to get worse on the other side of the map? What do you think?
So, I mean, before I answer what you think, it's 19 minutes in. How concerned should I be for BDS? That's the question I need to ask you, because in this game they have good scaling. We haven't really talked about how it ramps up to the mid game. Like, Team Heretics have a gold lead. Naturally, we're going to favor them going into the mid game, but I need to know how BDS operate, because you said Rooster needs to be involved. You said BDS need to start making plays around him and using some of his engage, some of his snap.
Okay, so
what are you
2 dragons
yep.
is an inconvenience.
That is an inconvenience. That's
3
good.
dragons is a threat.
Okay.
They are not yet at a threat, and they can actually still kind of stabilize this game if they manage to stop this 3rd dragon being taken. If Heretics gets this 3rd dragon, suddenly there's a dragon spawning at the same time where Baron and Upscan is about to come on the map.
Soul Flare, hang on, Seer as well. That's a double stun. The public execution going to help Rooster get out, and yes, he is out now. True Shot Barrage also flew through, but that top lane has burst out. He might have to TP to come on in if he wants to fight for something like the Atacon that's now spawning. Now, what you were saying, 3rd dragon is a problem.
No, I mean,
we're not there yet.
I mean, two dragons is an inconvenience, and the 3rd dragon, that's like when the threat is real. Suddenly, you don't really want to go Baron if they get soul points. You don't really feel that good about it, or the Atacon, and that's really when you have to kind of get dictated around these objectives. Right now, they can still play cross map if they want to.
Čudan game.
Ne znam ja zašto BDS možda radi. Mislim, najiskrenije. Imaju dobar skill, sve to stoji. Ali mislim da za sljedećeg sola verovatno ne mogu se, za sljedećeg Drake ne mogu se biju. I onda će za 8 minuta morati da olineju, šta. Jedino to vidim kao play.
To je nekako brenda da uhvate, oni mi baš trnu oko. Ja sam mislio da će brand izgledati lošije, iskreno, ali on ima 182 CS.
Lepo farmiju svi. 6 ljudi preko 200, mislim ajde. Carlsen je 1.95, ali 5 ljudi preko 200 farmu u 21 minutu, to je odlično.
I pored toga, ti pogledaš, i brand ima 190 skoro. Ok, malo je inflacija, zato što se... U stvari nije, kampovi svaki kamp se računa kao 4, za ne?
Da.
Tako da, ono, kao... Juče, pomogu li još... Hoće neko blokovati ulti?
Ma jok, ma taman posla.
Mislim, bacili smo 3 ulta, možemo baciti 1 flash. Kad smo već sve bacili na njega.
Slažem se, overcommitovali su. Sad moraju šta da se team fightuje bez pola ulta.
this game, sitting on the edge of this set objective. Sheo taking so much damage, but Carlson zoning off the rest of the team. Camilo goes up. He has no ult, remember, all flash, but he's burnt up Rooster as he gets...
Ne znam koji im je angle. Sorry, mislim. Atakan shreduje. Ice je dodžuva Camila. Mi ste dobili fight. What?
Rooster jumps in as well. Gets Camilo, but the trade is big. Carl runs at ice, sends him out of the fight. Now BDS are without a hope as Flacket is tempo heaven. Carlson takes number 3, and the all-out from Heretics is just what they need.
All-out carnage from Heretics. Really, really well played. I love the fight. I love the start of the Atakan, and they just pull them.
A mislim šta će da rade kada ovi su bacili pola stvari na Jona.
I nisu ga na kraju ni ubili.
Da, imaju resursa se biju, mislim.
I čak i fight je bio još i blizu.
Samo su overcommitovali za džabe, bukvalno.
Čega je umro? Aha, Ice. Tamo samo ga je rundownovao Ksante.
Nice from Carlson. Nice! Okay, the nerves are there.
Damn, kakav.
The energy as well follows through. Team Heretics, that fight not only net the kills, but the Atakan picked up. We've told you so many times about Goldust. Roos is running to Grom. This is not free.
Oh, he's in danger.
He really is. He just used everything as well. Wait for the 3-4 second cooldowns. He tries to run away. Public execution gets him out under turret. Though Solar Flare flash away. And Rooster now summonerless, ulti-less for a bit as well. But Dragon's up. Third one for Heretics. They're also looking at the turret. Also pushing mid at the same time. BDS are on the back.
Carlson je u fazonu, ja ne buildujem Bramble i to je toga. Mislim sad mu je sve jedno.
Okay, he gets out. Camilo, instant under turret. Remember, it's not over till it's over. As Carlson now needs to run away as well, but Bukata's in the way. Wait for the impale, unsolvable for the time being, but as he runs for his life, Bukata has to slow, gets the impale, and Ice is getting to shred through the all-out use, but he's not that strong, Carlson, for his life. He will still die. Turret goes down.
No, give it to Iceman! That's a huge shutdown going over to BDS. Really impatient by Camilo and Carlson trying to look for that play.
Ult.
Your team is still
Is it over or not? I mean, Ice is close to see, it doesn't connect though, just out of range. Pillar of Flame, also Ice with a good dodge.
Look at the top. Nuke has been pushing during this whole time.
Yeah.
He got the first tower with the bounty, now looking for the second one as well. Don't mind my squeaky little lines, but he's trying to get these towers. Might ult out, he is fine.
But that's a big
Guys, ide Cosmic Drive?
Carlson's not up for 20
Ska face rushom?
Baron's spawning. It does feel like for BDS, I mean, waves maybe not in order here, Finn. They don't feel confident starting it with Carlson having TP.
Yeah, they're probably not going to start it, but it's a lot of time and a lot of gold and experience back. Look, Ice is now level 14, he's soon back to level 15 to match out of Flacked. Camilo just went a little bit too deep. There's overzealous and impatience. I think the game is in your hands, you just got to let it play out, but still the third Dragon.
Chile. 4 minuta so, kao što smo rekli, mislim da će BDS biti nedovoljno jak u tom fajtu. Tako da samo full chill. Samo full chill. Lagana priča, jači si za 4 minuta, uzmi Soul. Nije najjači Soul u igri, ali nije ni najlošiji, iskreno. Tako da mislim da su bar s te strane relativno okej.
Rogue, I cannot remember the team.
It was the Vitality tiebreaker.
It was Vitality. So, it's always possible. As Baron spawns, I could say this will make or break the game, but it depends what happens in the following events after.
Just gotta do your steps, dot your T's, cross your I's, or whatever you say.
Yep, that's right. That's what you gotta do. You gotta dot your T's, cross your I's. Perfect. That's exactly how this series has gone. This is how it will end as well. Camilla's going to take top turret. They got 3 grubs, super easy. BDS will not step up for this one. Instead, it's trying to get vision around Baron that is completely controlled by Heretics. They are still in the driver's seat in this game. They are on Soul Point. They've got 3 minutes to play for that. If they delay the Baron, Soul for Baron is also something they have in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how tense everyone is. No one wants to be the one that makes a mistake. Right now, one mistake will make or break this game. Players are on the line and no one wants to be that guy. So you really feel the tension in this game. You really feel like they're all a little bit on knife's edge right now. Ice trying to push in this wave, trying to get a little bit of control back into the top side river, but look at Sten and Camilo, they're looking for someone. If they go too deep, there might be danger.
Carlson, level 16 for the all-out. True shot barrage doesn't do too much. Hits Paris on a whim. He takes a little bit of damage. Carlson still not afraid. Double buffs available for all of BDS for worth mentioning. There is defensive vision here for Team Heretics around Baron, but BDS finally get control around River as the next wave channels in. 2 minutes till the Dragon corresponds.
And this is the hallmark of a tense game where both teams are really nervous. When neither top lane goes down to push out.
O, možda. Ništa.
Ulties into a Skarner, and it doesn't hit. Talk about nerves here. That's 2 ulties down from Heretics.
Now BDS will try to take a little bit more space. They realize now they can maybe pounce on this mistake by Heretics. Once again, Heretics getting a little bit overzealous, trying to get a little bit too much. Can BDS punish? Can they get something out of this, or will it just be another stagnation?
Do you feel like Carlson should be in a side lane here, Farron? I mean, like, he's covering around mid there, sticking around for the 5v5. He doesn't want to be late for the TP. Waves are being ignored, but now Nuke finally goes and responds to bot. And it looks like Camilo will respond to top.
I mean, the thing is, like, in these games, you're really scared that your team will be picked up. So as a top laner, like, if I go bot lane now, my team would really struggle to retake these areas, because either your support Leona goes in that's not that tanky, or your Brand, right?
Right, okay.
So I feel like either Rooster or Nuke should realize that, like, okay, this Cassandra needs to be with his team, and the Leona's not really pushing out the bot lane. We should go there, and just like that, Nuke did that. He went bot. I think he ult, no, he didn't even ult for bot. He just went bot and got that 3 tower. And as Dragon is coming out, bot lane push is really important. If you have that push, you really set up all the flanks for your teams, or at least put pressure on them to retake more fast, more rapidly. Now Carlson is trying to be here, trying to match, and it's all gonna come down to this Dragon. Now, BDS can choose to give this Dragon and cross-map it for the Baron.
Do you think that's worth though,
no,
Soul?
I think they really want to be there fast now. You see already, Rooster's coming down to be there early. Doesn't care about this top lane wave. He wants to be there for the retake when the Skarner walks in.
Ok, 20 sekundi, fajto nema Infinity na Zeri. Mislim da trenutak kada Ice dobio Infinity, on opet možda nosi ovaj game. Ma koliko su behind, 4-5k golda.
I on nema Infinity također.
Ali mislim da i on i dalje, ako dođe do Ice, on ga šota.
Carlson runs in immediately into Nuke. The flip back doesn't work, so now he's in harm's way. There is the Pyroclasm. It spreads, it's good, and there's a bit of damage. However, it's not game defining. BDS are up in Baron area.
You have to go Baron here. Nuke, I mean, BDS has to go Baron, but does Heretics allow it? No, they're gonna send Camilo to solo the Dragon and then retake. Really clever by Heretics. Leaving their mid laner alone on Dragon, so they can actually kind of contest this still.
No što nije izgubi Barona. Baron je mrtav. Mislim da ne stižu. Mislim da VDS commituje, ovo full commit, samo Baron je ok trade, nije strašno. Sada sam vidio Ambesu koja je bacila 4 deša.
Da, ovo je ok još. Ovo još je fine. Soul za Baron i kill je ok. Jedino što sad Heretici moraju da čekaju, ja kažem, ovo će dati Ice-u Infinity za Elder Fight.
Soul now picked up. Yes, Baron is there. As you said, no Skarner, no engage, no pick, no setup. And Camilo found his target. Ult, whiffs.
Camilo, da pogodi jedan ulti, pa bi možda i nešto mogu da uradi.
Sad hoći ulti da pogodim, sad već mnogo očekuješ, kolega.
Camilo definitely likes bananas here in this game, but I won't put it past him. He still had some impressive combos otherwise. As the fact that he's alive, I think, is a big takeaway. Bukata's now also up and available, as BDS is going to try and show us what they can do with this Baron.
And now BDS is going to get the siege opportunity. Camilo has the base, the sides were pushed in, but now they kind of have to give up some control. One tower already for BDS. Can they get one more? Top lane tier 2 is really low on HP. They could look to make a short rotation over there. It's corner back on the map. This game is really
Rise skill je također ok, Rise Brenda. Late. Da, bit će malo problem jer si low range, ali...
Good mystic shot, Flacket knows. Bukata into a wall, he finds Camilo, who is motionless, kept in the middle. Nuke gets the kill, okay, BDS is Baron now getting more and more valuable. Next wave coming in through top. It's a 4 versus 5 as Camilo getting caught out there is not what you want to see. Zenith Blade, Sten going in, dangerous, Nuke beside him, Sten running for his life, Paris looking for the follow-up to flash away. Meanwhile, this fight with Pyroclasm out again. It bounces, it sears, it helps, the flip back is good, but Team Heretics struggling just to get the defense here.
Ovo kada? Lepo.
Ovo može biti game.
Da, ovo može lagano biti game, da.
Da su ubili Santea, da, game, ali Sante i Faket su dovoljno.
Trying because BDS are low, but he's run out of juice, he's run out of steam. BDS get their siege alive.
I can't imagine. I want the Heartridge monitor for SK backstage right now. They must be scrambling for anything. BDS are finding these plays where I don't think they should exist. Why are you trying to defend the top lane tier 2 that is clear to death? You don't have your mid laner, you gotta give this tower. Shield gets engaged on Ascend, ends up falling. This could have been terrible for Heretics. They do end up defending together with Blackout and Carson. They do end up stopping the siege here, but wow.
If gold is even and we get to an Elder, I would say BDS don't give a crap.
Ne, pa kako nisi vidio Mata? Znaš kakvi komboj na Ionu.
If we can flip the game for Elder, then we can win a fight with Ice. We saw Ice in that last fight, Finn, 4 items strong. He pulls his
Combo je čovjek 3 wave-a u CV ekran posto toga.
Ne, Zeri ima alata da nosi game, to ono što sam rekao. Čim Zeri dođe od Infinity Edge, ekipa BDS-a postaje 6 puta jača. Jer Fleck ne može kao Ezreal da se nosi sa tim, samo je slabiji.
Okej, Ice troll, okej.
Ima QSS.
Ima QSS, nisam video.
Nothing's up for 2 minutes 30, but Ice is now flashless for the next big fight.
No flash on Elder Soul, and look at this. Baron and Elder, they're spawning at the exact same time. It's gonna be a tense moment, and you know what matters most? If both spawn at the same time, mid lane push. That is where all the teams is gonna end up, and we're gonna see a crucial battle. I would love to see some Rise mind games next fight, because I feel like that is your best avenue for BDS.
BDS also have to keep note of this cooldown here on the bottom of your screen. That was also plunged into its CD in the last fight. Team Heretics get River nice and early here. Minute 53 before this game seems to be decided. Before Heretics can lock in their cross-play opportunity, or otherwise BDS save a brother in SK. It comes down to potentially one fight, and Stend has been good at trying to pick off elements. He does it again, Hexflash, but Rooster is very wise.
Sand has been ferocious this series. He's constantly finding these flanks, constantly looking.
Ice stepping up. Arcade shift, he goes over the wall. Stend is looking for the chase, but now they've just got an open mid lane with no wave clear. Ice is going to try and come at a new angle with Impale. Sheo went too deep over the wall. As he goes golden, he's let the fire in, but Camilo brings them together and claps the cheeks.
Izintali su. Ice je prekasno došao u fight, misija ne može da nosi ovo. Da, još će biti flingovan ovdje ovaj game. Co bože šta rade ljudi?
Milo, jedan ulti nije pogodio cijel game.
I pobedio je partiju lecu.
I na kraju je bacio jedan ulti. Koliko njih troja je pobedio game.
Goat. Ja tebi da kažem, Goat.
Nema, stvarno je magnificent, što bi rekao Erik.
Greatest of all time, greatest of all time.
Faker mala mata za njega.
Faker ništa, ne zna Faker ništa, mada... Eto, malo troll dan moramo da priznamo. Čudni gameovi, u najmanju ruku. Sutra dobit ćemo intervju, tako da svako kolemo program, ali pre nego što ga kolemo, iako se mare mi sutra družimo, daj mi predikcije za sutrašnji dan. Ja ću ti dati i raspored, daj mi samo sekund. Znam da igra Navi jedan meč i taj rezultatski nije bitan. Vitality koji, pa Navi Giantsi.
Vitality koji? Ja ću reći 2-1 Vitality.
Dobro.
A ovaj drugi si rekao Navi...
Giants.
2-0 Giants.
Samo si mogu da kažeš 2-0 ovi drugi, realno. Ko da je bitno protiv koga igra.
Da, istina.
Ja ću reći... Sad pazi ovo. 2-0 Koj i 2-1 Navi.
Okej.
Aha, ja obrćem skript. Navi nema šta da izgubi, već su ispali. Već su useless. Tiger neće više igrati lec. Realno gledano šta da radiš. Najbolja stvar je samo da onda budeš najjači lik ikada, tako da... Vidjet ćemo situaciju, ali svako imat ćemo intervju još malo. To je bilo to što se Reca tiče, da se nadam ste uživali. Ostavit ćemo intervju, a mi se vidimo sutra od 5 sati na sljedećem danu Leca.
Thank you very much. I'm Draco, standing by with Sten in the Marriott Von Boy post-game check-in. Sten, let's talk about the moment, man. That was an intense best of 3. Your life was on the line. It's a simple question, but I gotta know, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it's been insane. I'm a bit emotional right now. I really didn't want to go home after this series. I think I played good today, so I'm happy about it. The game 2, I was a bit scared, but I'm happy we kept the mantle and we got the qualification.
You say you're a bit scared, but in that game 2, shout out to Team Heretics fans, by the way. You guys have been loud all day. Love the energy. You say you're scared, but that game 2, I saw you going for some of the deepest recon flanks I've seen in a long time. It was like Hillisang was back in the league with us. You're 5 minutes waiting in a bush. Where did that confidence come from to know, hey, I need to make these bold plays. I need to go find these crazy creative angles to try and make these fights happen?
I mean, it's just the identity of my champ and their champ. I knew I could not play front to back, so I had to go like for their back line, Aphelios or Talia. So I had tempo, I saw shadow vision that I could go for it, so I just said to my team, I'm going for it, let's play, let's play.
Wasn't quite enough in game 2, but game 1 and game 3, it feels like you and Flackid were on the same page. You guys were dominating in the early game. A lot of good hooks, a lot of good Leona engages. Did something change for you guys between the last time we saw you on stage and today to allow you to just shine so much in this series?
I mean, for sure, we showed a different phase than the last 2 weeks. I think we worked a lot, 2v2s and like review and talking. So I think we improved a lot, so I'm happy about it, yeah.
Yeah, I know it's kind of far off, but now that you're in, you got a cross-group decider coming up. Best of 5, we need to talk a little bit about like potential opposition. What is the focus now for Team Heretics heading forward? There's a lot of ways we can take this. Do you want to talk about your next opponent? Do you want to talk about what you guys are focusing on? You have a break, so I mean,
not gonna lie, I don't even know who we're gonna play.
So we don't know yet. To be fair, we don't know yet. The other group hasn't been decided yet, so we don't actually know.
Oh, they will choose?
No. So you will play in the 4th, or from now 3rd, right? You will play the 4th team.
I think we're 3rd, yes.
3rd team will play 4th team from the other group. 4th team will play 3rd from the other group. So obviously I'm keeping with the format very well. Apologies, dear audience. But is there anyone in particular that you want to play, or are you just excited to have made it to the next stage?
I mean, I think both teams are good, Giants and Casey. I think probably it will be them. I mean, I'm not sure actually, but I like playing against Casey. Yeah. I think every time we played them, we had a banger match. So yeah.
Well, I hope for the KC fans that they are not in 4th place, because you guys are confirmed 3rd, which is pretty solid.
I hope for them as well.
Or is there going to be any time off for this Team Heretics lineup? Do you guys get a break, or is it just nose to the grindstone?
I have no idea. Probably we'll get 1 day off, but I don't know yet.
I just wanted to know, but obviously, dude, your head's still on today. Any final thoughts for the Team Heretics fans that have been here today cheering you guys through a really intense game?
I mean, thank you very much for guys for coming. We could hear you a lot, even during the game, so thank you very much.
Yeah. That's going to do it here. Sten, congrats again on making it 3rd place in the group overall. We'll see how you guys do in the cross-group decider. That's it for us here. Let's toss it over to PGL with Lore, Otawamne, and Shea.
Yay! Welcome back to this side of the studio for PGL as we have coach reactions from backstage. And do they look surprised? Sheo, what do you have to say about this?
I think the game was so closed and so stressful, so I think they are just relieved that we won.
Oh my god.
And of course, the hate watchers looking here, because sadly, as you guys qualify, it means that SK can no longer, and there's no chance for them to make it to the crossplay decider. We'll talk about this a bit later, because let's celebrate the winners here, shall we? What the hell was that? What was this series?
I mean, I kinda knew the series will be like 50-50, like both teams could win. But I'm glad we won, because if we would have lost, it would be tragedy. So yeah, I think it could go both ways.
I mean, although we kind of had the feeling that even if things seemed even, Heretics had displayed better League of Legends today. I mean, at least going into game 3, that's what I thought.